Dahlia Averine, the only daughter of the great ducal family, is not deprived of wealth, looks, or character. However, even this wonderful girl could not win the heart of the main character. Lady Lily of the Valley, a novel written for the sole purpose of its heroine, Olivia appears like the wind and charms all sorts of men. The protagonist meets her at a party and immediately falls in love, silver hair and golden eyes shining brighter than jewels. Olivia was a girl of extraordinary beauty, and although Dahlia also had a wonderful appearance, next to her she always felt like a gray mouse. What was she thinking when she saw the main character unable to take his eyes off Olivia? There is only one passage of this in the original work. She always watched from behind, but the truth was that it was Dahlia who approached him first. Being the heirs of two noble families who had a special relationship, they knew each other since childhood and often crossed paths. It is not surprising that over time, Dahlia began to experience tender feelings for the main character. The eldest son of the ducal Bowder family, Ludwig Bowder, he was ideal, as befits the protagonist of a novel. And when the equally perfect main character Olivia appeared before him, she instantly found herself in the center of social circles. In one instant, she won Ludwig's heart, which Dahlia could not get her whole life. You may ask what Dahlia, who had lost the attention of those around her, did after this. Do you think she began to harass the main character? Not at all. Instead of becoming a villain or the main character's best friend, she became a supporting character. And Olivia began to feel deprived when Ludwig talked about his childhood with Dahlia, but the guy asked his beloved not to worry. And he called the girl just his friend. His friend, yes, this phrase was ingrained in the reader's head, and she could not forgive him. And so, she was reborn into that same friend of Ludwig's, Dahlia Averine, but into a younger version of her. Are you saying that she is destined to become a bargaining chip in love games and be abandoned? No, it infuriates her. And this is impossible. The girl didn't even know what happened to Dahlia after she was kicked out. Apart from the fact that she had a marriage of convenience with an unknown man, perhaps having married at the behest of her family, Dahlia lived a quiet and unremarkable life. But of course, she doesn't even have such thoughts. She, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, is going to live life to the fullest. Eat plenty, buy a ton of things, and have passionate affairs with handsome men. Is it really necessary to get married? Can't we all just live together, no matter whether the main characters are alive or not? She will just leave them alone, and in this life, she will be just an ideal friend. She will show them a friend who has become a family. After being reborn in the novel, she grew up as a normal child, despite her worries about how to spend her boring childhood. To her surprise, the child's life turned out to be quite a lot of work, and all because she had to learn from scratch not only how to move her limbs that didn't move the way she wanted, but still able to sit, walk, and talk. But with the support of her parents, she was able to grow up safely, although, as befits the daughter of nobles, she was raised by a nanny. But despite the help of nannies, the parents also tried to spend time with her whenever possible. Grow up with a silent and serious at first glance, but in fact very affectionate and handsome father and an elegant and caring beautiful mother. It's exciting. It's so nice to see beautiful people every day. My mother said that babies often cry, but this was not the case with her. You really won't get bored here, but suddenly, the mother, poking the baby in the cheek, gasped. It felt like her husband's bottom. The father was stunned. She told Dahlia that she was very, very plump, and her father worriedly tried to stop his wife. And Dahlia herself thought that she didn't need to know that her mother was carefree and interacted easily with her daughter. As they were about to choose a nickname for the baby, Dahlia thought that whatever it was, they really were a great couple. Her father, who was a knight before inheriting the ducal title, and her mother, a princess of an allied state, always treated each other with respect. Respectful treatment became a habit, and they continued to maintain a formal style of communication even after the wedding. Parents can be called a couple who respect each other when she sees them talking, smiles involuntarily, but suddenly a strange word is heard. Since her name was Dahlia, calling her darling would be very appropriate. The girl did not understand how her mother came to this conclusion. Her husband was at a loss when she suggested that he try naming his daughter that, but Dahlia protested. What about her opinion? But the mother took the baby's reaction as something positive and said that their daughter liked it too. The father and daughter exchanged glances, and Dahlia tried to show her father with all her appearance that she didn't like this nickname. The man had already begun to pronounce this terrible word, not really wanting to, and Dahlia's heart sank. But abruptly handing the child over to his wife, he said that he would do it later, but for now he was busy. so perhaps he would go, and he really did leave. When her husband left, the girl asked her daughter if her father was a cutie. Dahlia thought that her mother was definitely the devil. But will she be able to continue to endure this, not knowing how to really resist, but the experiences did not come true? After all, Dahlia grew up to be an exact copy of her mother, and now, turning to her father, she asked where children come from. The man, who had not previously foreshadowed trouble, suddenly shuddered and froze with a smile on his face, confused. His wife, without missing a beat, asked if they should make her a baby brother, leaving the man in an awkward position. Dahlia hoped that the harmony in their family would last forever, but God was not on her side. Mother heard that Duchess Bauder was going to the capital, and she wondered what could have happened since she decided to come with only her son. The Bauder Duchy is where the main character Ludwig Bauder comes from, which means they will soon visit the Avarian estate. And this also means that their first and not the most pleasant meeting is just around the corner. Usually the past of the main characters of novels is not distinguished by happiness and success. In this case, there is a high probability that he will fall in love with the heroine at first sight, and stories about redemption always resonate with readers. Even Ludwig Bauder could not escape this pattern, and the first of the misfortunes destined for him was discord in the family. Unlike her parents, who married for love, the Duke and Duchess of Bauder entered into a political marriage. Although the former has a cold and despotic character, at first it seemed that they got along well, as he respected his wife. However, then the Duke met a woman who melted his heart. Blinded by love, he gave birth to a new life in her. And he decided to bring him to the mansion. Naturally, no one asked the Duchess's opinion. What a piece of trash. It is no wonder that the Duchess is in despair, because the Duke, who never gave her a piece of his heart, suddenly changed so much. There was a similar scene in the original novel Lady Lily of the Valley, Ludwig telling Olivia that it was always painful for his mother to see him. Looking at him, she remembered her father and began to simultaneously yearn for him and hate him, slowly going crazy. That is why he did not believe in love, because it could lead a person to death, remembering the dialogue Dahlia thought. Watching his own mother lose her mind ended up being his most traumatic experience. But that was in the future. Dahlia wondered if Duchess Bauder was in good health now, or she had already found out about her mistress's pregnancy. Then what state is the main character in now? She was worried. If he has watched his parents fight since childhood, it is only natural that he will grow up to be as cold and cruel as in the original. One had to be prepared for anything, but soon after that an invitation came from the Duchess of Bauder. And now the day has come when she will be able to confirm her ideas about the main character. A letter addressed to Claire Averine invited them to tea, and very soon her first meeting with the main character will take place. Finally, Dahlia will see the man the original Dahlia Avarian had an unrequited love for. They arrived, and the girl was immediately surprised by the atmosphere, which was befitting of the Bauder family, famous for their sword skills. The butler met Duchess Avarian and informed her that the lady was waiting for them in the greenhouse. Finally, Dahlia met the person who called her mother by name, Duchess Charlie Bauder. The lady was glad that her friend had arrived, and Claire immediately noticed that she had lost weight and asked if she was ill. As Dahlia watched them, she noticed that Charlie looked at her and realized that it was difficult for her to tell her story in front of the child. She told the Duchess of Bauder that this was their first meeting and introduced herself as the Duke's only daughter, Dahlia Avarine. Sherry had heard about her and was pleased to meet her, and she also told her child that he should introduce himself too. And at that very moment, a sweet girl with bright blue eyes and black hair looked out from behind the Duchess. Dahlia found it hard to believe that her face was real, or maybe she wasn't human at all, but looked more like someone who had descended from heaven. There was probably also a daughter in the Bauder family who was not mentioned in the novel, if even her shy face is so beautiful. How beautifully she smiles, and whether she will be able to see her smile, getting to know each other better. Well, first we need to say hello. In a fit of admiration for the girl, Dahlia greeted Lady Bauder, when suddenly everyone fell silent. It seemed that the Duchess had already predicted what would happen next, when her child clenched his teeth, turned red, and cried out. "God!" his mother asked. How could a boy cry so much? Looking at the girl in front of him, Dahlia couldn't get her head around the words she had said. So it was not the daughter, but the son of the Duchess, and it turns out that he is the main character. Dahlia was in complete shock. He was too different from how she imagined him, even though the original said that his appearance was not inferior to the heroine's beauty. Black silky hair and blue eyes as cold as the ocean, a muscular body visible through a thin shirt. The pose in which he stands with one hand in his pocket and a languid expression on his face like a black panther. That's right, exactly like a black panther. Her ideal type is a tall, deadly, sexy, daring, and tired-looking guy, so she was afraid she would fall in love at first sight. But he looks more like a kitten than a panther. He is not even a grumpy cat, but a defenseless kitten crying on his mother's shoulder. It was really a boy, Charlie said that although such misunderstandings happen quite often, he would never get used to it. Claire laughingly said that he was more beautiful than her daughter. Dahlia thought in shock. Shouldn't she think her daughter was the most amazing? But then Dahlia and Ludwig met eyes again, and the boy, upset, buried his face in his mother's shoulder again. It was damn cute, but even though she was delighted with her face in this life, she instantly felt ugly next to him. At this rate, his first impression of her would be something like a strange girl, Dahlia thought. But while the girl was thinking, her mother laughingly asked Charlie not to worry, because her Dahlia would cheer him up. Dahlia tensed up. Mother asked Dahlia what her father said, and the girl reluctantly said that one must always be responsible for one's actions. With a question, she forced her daughter to confess who made the young gentleman cry, and smiling asked what she would do. Having given her daughter the task, Claire, without listening to objections, wished them a good time and asked Charlie to take care of her son. As she walked away from her aunt and mother, Dahlia realized that Claire had been planning to dump him on her from the very beginning. The girl sighed heavily, collected her thoughts, and turning to Ludwig, decided to apologize first. Coming closer to the boy, she awkwardly apologized for mistaking him for a girl. He was just very cute. But then she realized that this was not worth saying, and then she added that he would probably grow up to be a real handsome man. The girl was doomed. She felt terribly awkward. The boy did not respond in any way, and then she extended her hand to him. Standing half-turned, she held his hand and asked if they could take a walk together. She no longer understood anything. Even if this is her second life, it is difficult to make friends, and it will be a shame if he ignores her hand. It was unlikely that a man who constantly hid his face would take her, but contrary to her expectations, Ludwig placed his hand on hers. The children met each other's eyes again. Dahlia's heart began to beat faster, and she thought, what should she do? He is too cute. The moment this angel took her hand, the girl almost screamed from how terribly cute it was. However, after an hour, she felt so awkward that she wanted to run away. No, he was still cute. But while they were walking in the garden, he answered all the questions exclusively in monosyllables, and so every time. She thought that everything would be much simpler, that if she approached him in a friendly manner, the conversation would start naturally. Dahlia didn't know that the main character was so silent and that they wouldn't have any common interests. She couldn't even talk to her family in front of a man with such a father, and her hands were constantly sweating. Is it really because of nerves? But what to do with her image? Now from just a strange girl, she has become strange and sweats a lot. It was necessary to wipe them off urgently, but it would be difficult to do it unnoticed, although on the other hand it was normal. She thought that she would start to explain something and let go of his hand for a second, and then she turned around decisively. And then she saw how tears began to flow from the young gentleman's eyes again. Dahlia gasped in surprise. Grabbing the boy by the shoulders, she asked what happened, worrying that she had sweated too much and that he felt very disgusted. But everything turned out to be much simpler. The boy lowered his head and stuttered, answering that he thought he was causing her inconvenience. As he learned, the first thought appeared in her head, but no. She was uncomfortable not because of him, but because her hands were sweaty. But, unlike her, he was worried that he was causing difficulties for the lady by not being able to maintain a dialogue and apologized in tears. He would have continued to make excuses, but then Dahlia modestly asked the young gentleman to look at her hands. Raising them to the level of the boy's face, she said embarrassedly that they were sweaty, and he was surprised. He nervously handed her the handkerchief, and Dahlia sadly said that she would wash it and definitely return it. Ludwig asked her not to worry. Dahlia interrupted him again and asked if his hands were wet, which would be unpleasant, but the boy replied that he had not thought about it. He only thought about causing inconvenience. Dahlia asked if she was unpleasant to him. He got scared. And nervously exclaiming, he answered, "No way." The girl smiled and said that she believed him. But in return, she asked him to tell her his name, and upon hearing the request, the boy's eyes widened. She said that they couldn't always call each other lady and young gentleman. They didn't even introduce themselves. But awkwardly and quietly, he suddenly asked the lady if she hated him. Dahlia asked him in surprise. When he answered dryly, yes, Dahlia wondered where he got that from. She didn't think she had given any reason. Although they only exchanged a few words, the little protagonist was very different from the description in the original novel. He was restless, afraid that he might cause inconvenience to others, and was embarrassed when jokes were made about him. His childish personality was too timid. He must have been hesitant to ask such a question until the very end. If she couldn't give a clear answer, he would figure it all out on his own. How difficult. She just wanted to be friends. Dahlia asked why he thought so, and the boy answered. She saw his tears. And besides, he was about to cry again. Dahlia asked if that was the whole reason, and the boy nodded. After all, no one wants to see a crying child. Ludwig finally pulled out the cherished phrase. Quoting someone, he said, clenching his fist, that tears are bad, loud, disgusting, and ugly. It's irritating. That's why he thought she would hate him, Ludwig said, and the sparkle in his eyes disappeared, as if looking into an abyss. He said that a crying child deserves to be hated, but his expression looks blank. If this is normal for him, then it follows that he regularly hears this addressed to him. She had to say something in response, at least something, and finally she confidently blurted out that she also cried a lot. She asked if the young gentleman often acted up lying on the floor. No, but she did, so he already hated her. And if he wasn't sure, he could try lying down on the ground right there. Ludwig exclaimed anxiously that he didn't hate her. Just like her, Dahlia stated the fact that he doesn't irritate her at all, she said, proving the correctness of her words. Holding out her hand, she happily introduced herself as Dahlia Averine and said that she doesn't give her name to people she doesn't like. And what about him? The boy hesitated, took her hand and introduced himself as Ludwig Bauder. Looking at the child's face, the thought crossed her mind that she would never be able to forget Ludwig's smile. Ludwig, holding Dahlia's hand tightly, smiled sincerely and blushed slightly as he sweetly thanked her. So she began to care more about the main character, although she initially thought that for each other they would remain old childhood acquaintances. But Dahlia didn't notice how she felt sympathy for little Ludwig, and this was not part of her plans. However, even if she had known the Bauders' sad history from the start, she could not correct it. The Duke's long-term affair on the side, and the mistress he brought to the family estate, will eventually drive Charlie crazy. And Ludwig, who is growing up by this time and watching this from the side, will suffer. And all this has already been written down. Here Dahlia was powerless. The events could not be prevented in any case. The girl tried to ignore this fact, but Ludwig, unable to cry without feeling guilty, and his bright smile in response to her clumsy consolations, made it clear that she could not ignore this child. From that day on, some of his features were revealed to her. He is very handsome, sweet, and neat. But also the person staring intently into the eyes of the interlocutor, which at first made her nervous. And here is another detail of Ludwig's character. He has absolutely no opinion of his own, even in the choice of food. In absolutely any situation, the boy gave Dahlia a choice of what to play, what to eat, which way to go on a walk. He also left to her discretion, but maybe he doesn't have a preference because he hasn't grown up yet. It was strange. Didn't Ludwig have things he liked? In the original story, he had very clear views. Yes, he was simply extremely categorical. How could his character differ so much? The girl continued to find out Ludwig's tastes and eventually, it seems, found the answer. At one of their meetings over a cup of tea, Dahlia sweetly asked him if maybe he didn't like desserts. The boy shuddered and froze. But at the same moment, having come to his senses, he fussily put a new piece in his mouth and said that they were excellent, which made Dahlia wary. I wondered if he was hiding his preferences. You might not like sweets, but pretending that you don't is very strange. It was as if he had been taught not to show even such trifles. Perhaps this was not the first time Ludwig refused to give his personal opinion. The Bauder family is known for instilling absolute obedience in their knights, so it is likely that this has affected the young successor as well. I remembered the phrase, his opinion doesn't matter, but with this attitude he will become someone who gives up easily. Dahlia was afraid to tell Ludwig, who was used to such things, that he could always share his preferences. After all, old habits don't change right away. And then, putting her fork on the table, Dahlia said that she was full, suggesting that they finish with desserts. It was all she could do, to be so naturally attentive to him. So in games, she began to notice how he behaved and refused games where you had to think, offering easier ones. The same thing happened with food. Noticing his taste preferences, she suggested that he try mushroom soup rather than cream soup. Just like on their walks around the yard, she now led him to the training room, asking her friend's opinion. And Ludwig himself increasingly and willingly agreed with his girlfriend to what he liked, maybe because he was so sweet. or because it was funny to see him gradually opening up to her, but time with Ludwig became more enjoyable. Then one day the Duchess and her son came to visit. The father almost called her friend a girl, but the mother greeted the young gentleman in time. Watching this, Dahlia thought that it was probably hereditary, but at the dinner itself the atmosphere was extremely strange. Ludwig naturally thought that he would sit next to the Duchess, but for some reason he was seated next to her. Apparently, they had something in mind, but what were those flashing glances? Ludwig was nervous, and Dahlia decided to change the subject. She asked her mother how she became friends with the Duchess, if they were from different kingdoms. Her father cleared his throat loudly. But his wife answered honestly that her father asked Charlie to help him get closer to her. Dahlia's surprise and father's shame knew no bounds. A father known for his nobility and politeness, her shy father who doesn't know what to do when his mother touches him just a little. And he blushes like a fool. Why, Mom was so beautiful that they had to take urgent measures, worrying that she might be taken away. The Duke was embarrassed, but the ladies really liked this topic because Claire had come here to enter into a fictitious marriage with the imperial family. And her father fell in love as soon as he met her in the palace. He began to accompany her, but he clearly lacked the skills. Then Claire wondered where such people come from, and later Charlie told Claire everything because she sincerely wanted to help. Charlie did a great job, and remembering the beginning, Adelio didn't notice anything, and her mother was already interested in him. Now the adults were engrossed in a story that only the three of them knew, but Ludwig looked too serious at that moment. And continuing to watch him, Dahlia, from his facial expression, realized that he didn't like peas. But you can't force yourself, and besides, no one here will reproach him for his food preferences. The girl carefully turned to her friend and said, "If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it." But in surprise, he abruptly threw down his fork. She reported that his parents were deep in conversation, so he need not worry about them. No, he simply, timidly and nervously tried to explain that it wasn't that he didn't like it. The girl laughed. And she asked if this time the dish was just not to his taste. Ludwig instantly perked up, confirming that it was a little difficult for him to eat today. Dahlia also has some foods she doesn't like, and she hates peppers the most, she said, although that wasn't entirely true. And then Ludwig admitted that he didn't like peas, and his friend was happy about this because it meant that they were similar, they both had a favorite food. "It's okay." As she said, everything is fine, and she asked if he eats pepper. Ludwig replied that he does. And then the girl leaned over Ludwig's ear and suggested that they exchange plates. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, and he turned around awkwardly, a cute reaction, as if a great event had just happened. But Dahlia, smiling, thought that the child should know how to make a fuss, and decided that she would teach him the fun of going a little beyond the limits. And so she began to insist, saying that he doesn't like peas and she doesn't like peppers, but she wouldn't refuse his dish, but her friend doubted it. Dahlia insisted. The parents were in the midst of a dialogue, no one would know, and while Ludwig hesitated, she quickly swapped the plates. The boy had barely managed to say that he couldn't do that when he opened his eyes to the sound of the bell and saw pepper in his plate. Covering her mouth with her hand, she smiled and said that nothing terrible had happened, and seeing this, Ludwig smiled, agreeing. Until that moment, Dahlia had no idea that such a small prank would become the first problem between her and Ludwig. However, Claire had been watching the children for some time, and seeing how they exchanged plates, she thought, Dahlia doesn't like peas. One day Ludwig came to visit, but due to strange fatigue, Dahlia soon lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Remembering how his friend fell onto the sofa without strength, he wondered if Dahlia was okay. She looked tired. But now, looking at the face of his sleeping friend, the boy thought how beautiful she was, but immediately stopped himself. Covering his mouth with his hand, he thought that one way or another, he wouldn't be able to say this even when she woke up. Dahlia always says that he is handsome, but in reality she is much more beautiful than him. She gives off a lively and healthy atmosphere. She has an energetic look, but he doesn't have the confidence to say it because he feels ashamed and awkward. This may make Dahlia feel burdened, but suddenly the image of her father calling him a loser popped into her head. Stop thinking. She'll probably be hungry when she wakes up. He needs to bring her a snack, so he came to the kitchen. Looking at all the prepared sweets, Ludwig thought about what to take. He wanted to choose what Dahlia liked, so that she would thank him, because seeing her happy face, he too became one. He wanted to get a snack, and then the cook said that if he pulled the string, they would come themselves and asked what he wanted. He asked for something with peas. The cook praised him for eating it. Another girl laughingly said that the lady still shudders at the sight of him. She is very keen to choose food that does not contain peas. This shows her childish side. When will she stop being picky? Ludwig hesitated. What does this mean? Dahlia said that she likes peas. Maybe her tastes have changed during this time. Seeing them talk about it like it was old memories, it was probably different now. And on the stairs, he met the Duchess. Claire asked the boy where he went. Seeing him with a tray in his hands, Ludwig replied that he brought them something to eat. Pound cake, Claire asked, with beans. Had her tastes changed since last time? Dahlia didn't like that. Well, in any case, it's good that she diversified all the food and wished the children bon appetit and a fun time. At that moment, Ludwig realized exactly what was happening, but he froze and couldn't understand why she lied. Always bright and sincere, Dahlia lied only once, at the moment when he doubted something. At first it was difficult for him. He rarely chose anything on his own, and even if he did, it never came true. Because as a spineless doll, he had to do as his father wanted, but Dahlia didn't limit him. She didn't rush him, but on the contrary, instead, she helped him, as if she could look into his heart. And it was like magic, but it wasn't, which must be why he enjoyed spending time with Dahlia so much. She was completely attuned to him, but in that case, did Dahlia enjoy spending time with him? Dahlia noticed that Ludwig had become strange, as if something had changed in him. He was definitely different from his recent self. Therefore, the girl, coming closer to the arch, first called him several times and then asked what he was thinking so deeply about. Usually when she says this, he blushes in sudden surprise and starts blushing and muttering something. But this time was different from all the previous ones. Ludwig only calmly looked at the lady and answered measuredly, "Nothing worth worrying about." Bam, like thunder, a question rang out in Dahlia's head. What did he say? Their innocent kitten could not have said such a thing. Something definitely happened, of course. Dahlia had a feeling that Ludwig was hiding something. Initially, he did not hide his feelings. But no, to be precise, he couldn't do that. Ludwig probably didn't know that his emotions were reflected on his face, the girl thought. I thought he was still too young to be able to hide them, but could he have grown up in just a few days? In recent days, Ludwig had been skillfully hiding his emotions, and it seemed as if it was the other way around. He was watching her facial expressions and mood. Was Ludwig watching her just like she had done a few days ago? To observe means to watch the mood of the interlocutor, but she did not hide anything from him. However, after some time she found out the reason. The mother asked her daughter if she now eats peas and received an obvious answer. They knew perfectly well that it wasn't, but then Claire asked why she had swapped dishes with Ludwig, and the captured Dahlia froze. She said there were circumstances, and Mom asked why Ludwig had brought her a pound cake with beans a few days ago. Dahlia asked her mother how she knew, and Claire explained that she met him on the way and he said that he was bringing her something to eat. That's why she thought that she began to eat normally, but apparently everything was as before. From what she heard, Dahlia jumped up from her seat, and in horror she asked if she had really told Ludwig then that she didn't like peas, and now everything fell into place. When she found out that Ludwig had exposed her deception, she immediately tried to apologize. No matter how she felt, he probably felt worse. Even if it was done for his sake, the point is the same. She lied. He probably wonders if she lied or not. That's why he changed so much in just a couple of days. However, for some reason, she couldn't even open her mouth as soon as she was about to ask for forgiveness. How should she apologize? She doesn't like peas at all, but she lied because she thought that he didn't like them either. Dahlia wanted to quietly take care of him, but what if he suddenly said that he was uncomfortable and he didn't need it? But after remaining silent for some time after turning to a friend, Dahlia still couldn't find the right words. Even in the second life, it was very difficult to be friends. But after a few days, the duchesses invited the children to go shopping. Ludwig had only been to the capital a few times and probably didn't know it very well, Claire explained. Still not having resolved her problem with Ludwig, Dahlia was thinking about whether to leave everything as it was. He was unhappy, but he couldn't refuse. Although maybe it's for the best, Ludwig will be excited about the big city, and then there will be an opportunity to start a conversation with him. And when they eat deliciously, the atmosphere will become even softer, and that's when she will talk to him. An excellent option. But will it work out, thanks to this opportunity in theory, that they will be able to become even closer? It was also a good moment to switch to informal communication. With him, the duchesses had already agreed to sit together. But suddenly Ludwig became picky and said that he would sit with his mother, to Charlie's surprise. And how surprised Dahlia was, looking at her friend who indifferently did not pay attention to her. It will not be easy. When the friends arrived, they discussed where they should go, but Dahlia noticed that they were observing that there was a disagreement between her and Ludwig. There was a popular studio nearby and they were already planning to go there. Dahlia mentally begged that they choose another place. The girl looked at her friend and thought what he was thinking. After all, the situation here was very different from that in the north. And indeed, she could show him something if they were walking around the capital, then naturally, they would start talking. She realized that this was her chance and hoped that she would not make any mistakes, but their mothers had other plans to go to a pastry shop. What to do, Dahlia worried. Ludwig doesn't like sweets. She's sure he would have chosen any other place, but he won't say anything. Then she asked her mother if she could just have some tea and fruit. She didn't really want anything sweet today, but she couldn't live without desserts. Dahlia explained to her mother that she had recently eaten too many cakes, and it seemed that she could not squeeze in another crocus. Claire then suggested asking for milk and honey to be added, but Dahlia refused and told Ludwig that he could order the same thing. But suddenly the boy, continuing to see how his friend was adjusting to him, asked in horror why she was lying. "She's lying," Dahlia asked again, stunned. She had a lot of excuses. She really did eat a whole mountain of desserts before the trip. And even though she doesn't particularly like the bitter taste of tea, she doesn't like it so much that she hates it. What was more important to her was that she could spend time with him again, and it seemed that some kind of concession was necessary to achieve that. She said that she could eat desserts as much as she wanted, and that she once ate only sweets for a whole day, so maybe she lied to him. Dahlia forgot that she said that. It was only once. She is also human, and sometimes she gets tired of constantly eating sweets. And the pea, interrupting her in despair, asked the boy. She said that she loved him, so this was not a lie either. Something had to be said. She thought he didn't like her and wanted to help, or she should start with an apology. Her attempts to do something for him only cause him pain. He cannot stand the thought that she is enduring something for his sake. He's incapable and not good enough, and that makes things hard for her, and it makes him hate himself even more. And he also wanted to ask about something else. Was it really fun for her to spend time with him? Tears appeared in Ludwig's eyes. Anne asks if she would have fun. Of course, yes. But will she believe it if Dahlia answers, a look full of lost trust? She can't even raise her head. Even if Ludwig doesn't believe her, she still needs to tell him that she had fun, she thought, hanging her head. Dahlia really enjoys spending time with him and she should tell the truth, but suddenly, the boy abruptly stood up from the table. He apologized for his inappropriate behavior and said he needed to step out for a moment, Dahlia following him. She ran after him and asked him to wait and talk. He didn't even hear her answer, but he thought that it would be difficult now. Dahlia caught up with him, practically grabbing him by the shoulder, saying that all the time spent with him, but then he pushed her away with his elbow. He didn't let the girl finish speaking and pushed her so hard that she fell onto the waiter who was carrying cups of hot tea. Both children's hearts sank, and their eyes widened in fear. This was definitely going to be hot. The girl still remembered Ludwig's face after he shook off her hand. His eyes widened in fear and the despair that flashed in them. The girl's mother also witnessed this scene. Dahlia fell to the floor, and boiling water splashed on her hand, and she froze in fear. The girl looked at her burnt hand, gradually beginning to feel pain, and then winced and shook the boiling water off her hand. Claire's condition was shaken by fear and she fell to her knees, and Charlie, supporting her, asked to call the knights. The knights lifted Dahlia up and placed her on their backs, and she wondered if everything would work out, since they were in the midst of sorting things out. And looking back at Ludwig, she thought that if their eyes met, she would smile and ask him not to worry. But this never happened. What a drama. As soon as the showdown was approaching its climax, hot tea was spilled on her. But fortunately, there will be no scar on her hand. She got off with a small burn, but one can say that she is almost healthy, the doctor said. But since the risk of complications or the development of infections cannot be ruled out, she should be especially careful during the week. The parents were very worried, so they put Dahlia under house arrest for this week. The girl tried to rebel, but her parents nipped it in the bud in unison, saying that if she tried to run away, the week would stretch into a month. By the way, lying in bed, Dahlia was thinking why Ludwig had such an expression on his face. It was all because he was very scared. It didn't look like some kind of ordinary shock, because his face seemed to have turned white with horror. There's no point in guessing. She decided it would be better to ask when they met in person, even if there had been some misunderstandings between them lately. They had already become close and Dahlia thought that he would come to visit her, but a week passed and he still didn't come. Dahlia wondered if he was sick or still angry or embarrassed about their recent fight. Only Duchess Charlie came and said that she was sorry, and Dahlia couldn't ask more because of her apologetic smile. Oh, how so? Ludwig was gone all week, and now in the end she didn't care about house arrest. Today they had to see each other. Dahlia was walking aggressively out of her room to look for Ludwig when she suddenly heard conversations from the living room and stopped. Peering through the half-open door, she heard Duchess Charlie asking if he would be visiting Dahlia today. "Yes," he answered dryly. His behavior infuriated the girl, and today that means he already came to them. So it was all on purpose. She was terribly disappointed and took back her words about him being an angel. But then Ludwig, looking at one point on the floor, explained to his mother that he could not look her in the eyes. Dahlia's eyes widened in shock as she realized that that expression was Ludwig's guilt. Of course, he will decide that everything happened because of him. Ludwig is sure that it was he who hurt her. He was very scared. He must have thought that she was upset with him. After that, Dahlia returned to the room and closed the door. When the house arrest comes to an end, Ludwig will not even come near their house to avoid a meeting. It can't be left like this, no matter what the original says, whether they remain friends or become enemies. The first thing she had to do was sort out the misunderstanding that had arisen. She wanted to say that he was not guilty of anything. Listen to what's on his heart. No matter what, we need to talk today, but we can't barge into the living room. But suddenly a wonderful idea struck Dahlia, and she instantly returned to bed, covering herself with a blanket. And sniffling sharply, she began to cry loudly. She vaguely remembered how throughout the whole day she could not regain consciousness because of the high temperature. She remembered only the noisy environment caused by the burn and the periodic burning pain in her hand. The feeling of a cold towel on your forehead and sweat-soaked fabric clinging to your body, and finally, an elusive warmth. The last one was definitely Ludwig, but now she continued to scream how much pain she was in, so that the scream would reach everyone. She knew that Ludwig wouldn't come unless something serious happened, in which case shouldn't she take action? The doctor didn't know the exact symptoms, so he increased the dose of the medicine. Today she should take a painkiller and a sleeping pill. Dahlia decided to pretend that she had taken the sleeping pill and throw the pill away because she pretended to be sick so that Ludwig would come to her. Pretending to be asleep, the girl thought that she even had to simulate, but would he still not visit him? But suddenly, Dahlia heard cautious steps approaching the room. It was definitely Ludwig. Now she felt the boy's gaze on her since he had come without asking. As soon as she jumped up, he would not be able to escape. And this is even if he is ready to die from awkwardness, as Ludwig asked why she threw away the medicine. Dahlia's heart sank and she wondered how he knew, whether her pretense was no secret either. Did the parents and the Duchess just pretend to believe it? Or is this another ability of the main character? Dahlia opened her eyes slightly, looking at Ludwig and seeing that the girl had opened her eyes. He was very surprised. His expression told Dahlia that he had just found out about it, and who cared, she would act brazenly. Getting out of bed, she apologized. Nothing happened. She just wanted to see him at any cost. Otherwise, he would never have decided to visit her and asked if the boy understood why she wanted to talk alone. She started to say that this had nothing to do with the argument in the store, but Ludwig interrupted her and asked if it would be better if they stopped seeing each other. Dahlia froze in shock and wondered who would stop seeing whom, and screamed in shock. Who would benefit from this? She worriedly asked if he was joking. If it was all because of the burn, it was just an accident. But then Ludwig replied that he had thought for a long time about why this happened, why she got hurt. The reason was in him. She constantly had to restrain herself, and it was his fault that she suffered. Everything was fine before they met. It was as if he had disturbed the peaceful life, so it was even good that they would not see each other again, the boy said, lowering his head. But then Dahlia, approaching Ludwig in the face, asked if he was scared, if he was frightened, and the boy's heart sank. She asked if it was because she would start to feel hatred or disappointment. "No," he exclaimed, "that was not the point." Pressing her, Dahlia asked why he was then afraid that they would become distant. Ludwig was clearly worried that their relationship might change. It is not because she will become rude, but because she will become cold and leave him, and he replied silently that she was right, because he's mediocre and can't take care of himself to the extent that she has to. He lacks a lot of things except for a lot of fears, so he is sure that he will quickly get bored if they continue to see each other, he admitted, crying. There was a simple way to sort everything out, namely to calm the worried Ludwig, the girl thought. Why is he worried about something that hasn't happened yet? She just needs to reassure him that she will never leave. But this will not solve the problem. The situation will repeat itself. Even if Ludwig trusts her, his fear will not disappear. Crying, he asked if her arm hurt a lot and apologized. Since this was their last meeting, it would not be hard for her anymore. But Dahlia couldn't let things slide and asked who decided this, who said that everything would end today. Unlike a child like him, she is an experienced adult who knows how to influence other people, Dahlia thought and began to act. One could have guessed, but he really knew nothing about her. She didn't get what she wanted. She thinks that now he can get rid of her easily. Fidgeting with his fingers, the boy asked anxiously if she needed anything. Could he be of use? He was ready to give Dahlia everything, to do everything in his power, even if not. He would try very hard. Tears rolled into his eyes. Having received the desired result, Dahlia smiled and said that she had something in mind. Hearing this, Ludwig immediately raised his head and asked to tell him what it was, and the girl seriously asked if he really agreed to help. And when he replied that he was ready, she took a step closer, of course. Dahlia considered them friends. When people are doing something together, they naturally bond, so there is no need to ask questions, but with Ludwig it is different. From generation to generation, the heirs of the Bauder family were prepared for power over the northern lands. It is said that they were not even allowed to freely interact with people of their status. The current Duke Bauder, Ludwig's father, is so terrible that he deserves to be called trash. Ludwig must have grown up in complete isolation. What was natural for her was unattainable for him, so she will give their ambiguous relationship a name. Extending her hand to Ludwig, Dahlia smilingly asked him to be her friend. Until now, she had no friends her age. Therefore, she was very happy to meet them. And besides, he was so handsome, sweet and charming, that he immediately captured her heart. From the very first day, she decided that she intended to be friends with him, which is why she approached him and acted polite and courteous. So, Dahlia asked, looking into Ludwig's eyes and holding his hands, would he agree to fulfill such a selfish request? A tear rolled down Ludwig's eye, a smile appeared, and he said that this was too much, because there was nothing wrong with it. Nothing special at all. What can you do? It was all Dahlia needed. She and her friend discussed a lot that day. The situation last week, the burn, the argument in the store, and even the feelings caused by the lie after their conversation, everything turned out to be a mere trifle. That same evening, Dahlia's mother looked into her room looking for Ludwig. She wondered where he had gone. But seeing the children sleeping next to each other, she smiled and wished them sweet dreams. When it was time for Ludwig to leave, Dahlia went out to see her friend off and asked if he would come again. Stopping near the entrance to the carriage, the boy smiled and after a moment answered, "Definitely." Watching the carriage leave, Dahlia thought that this was great, but for now she had a lot to deal with. And all because they decided together to find out Ludwig's preferences. That's why Dahlia collected a huge pile of books. Even though they decided to find out what Ludwig likes and dislikes, he will still give priority to her opinion. As if his own doesn't matter at all. At this rate, the past situation will repeat itself again, so he needs to be made to understand. That he can share his thoughts with her whenever he wants, that his opinion is as important as hers, and that he is much more valuable than he thinks. Dahlia decided to call it a project to boost her baby's self-esteem and opened the book. But soon Dahlia fell down on the table exhausted and asked helplessly, how can she do this? How can she increase her self-esteem? Self-assessment, asked the Duke's assistant, adjusting his glasses. He usually made some kind of plan. He has made it a habit to plan his activities every morning, and when he achieves his goals, he feels proud and his self-esteem increases. Thank you. Dahlia jumped up from her seat and thanked him for the idea. Maybe she could come up with something effective if she asked the others. Her mother, Claire, told her daughter when asked that she kept a diary, although it was not on purpose. But when you write down what happened during the day, or just your thoughts, she likes to thank herself for her work and good memories. Adelio, Dahlia's father, replied that his confidence came from fencing, while his wife noted that his skills in it left much to be desired. The butler looked in the mirror every morning before beginning his daily duties. He looks in the mirror and repeats that today he can succeed, and it works. He was very young when he started working here. At first, it was hard to look in the mirror because his reflection looked ugly, but as he continued to look, he began to get used to it. Repeating this every morning, he felt that he was changing, and now it has become a habit. The maids didn't even know how to answer. It seemed like they had something they did every day, but did it help? Because 3 girls answered one question at once, a 4th one soon ran up to them to find out what had happened. And now there were already a great many of them, although the servants of the Avarian estate were famous for their kindness, but to such an extent, Dahlia found it hard to believe. The maid asked if she hadn't heard rumors that she had been depressed lately due to low self-esteem. So all the maids gathered now to support their mistress, and each named their confidence factor. As she dried it all out, Dahlia realized that she would have to sort through a lot of what she had heard, but she finally finished. Before she could blink, she was out of bed and writing down 8 ways to solve Ludwig's self-esteem problem. She decided to test which method could be done on a regular basis and chose the mirror and diary method. If it comes to that, it would be nice to keep a diary. If she asks to keep it together, then they can exchange good things. You also need to compliment him every day. I wonder if he will be confused if she calls him handsome. How would he react when she said he was cute when he was embarrassed? She couldn't wait for it, and after 3 days, Ludwig arrived. Dahlia ran out to meet her friend, and Charlie bragged that her son did nothing but talk about how he wanted to see her. The boy blushed. He sheepishly asked his mother not to say this, but she only admired that they seemed like the perfect couple. Claire also boasted to her friend that Dahlia literally sang about how she longed for this meeting, and the children at that moment smiled joyfully at each other. The duchesses were happy for their children, because after running away they immediately began to find out what Ludwig liked to do. There was nothing concrete, and then Dahlia asked which of his activities that he had ever tried was his favorite. She assumed there must be something he enjoyed, like fencing, but he wasn't particularly interested in it. Ludwig explained that he only took up fencing because he was forced to as a child, and Dahlia began to see him as a hero even more. But he had something else, he is embarrassed to say, but when his mother combs his hair, although she did this until he grew up, Dahlia understood why he grew his hair long. His mother liked to brush it, and he liked it when she did it. Because the time spent with his mother was precious to him, and from that moment on, Dahlia dreamed of becoming a hairdresser. She asked him not to worry because she would comb his hair and try out all sorts of hairstyles on it until he grew up. Ludwig laughed at her suggestion, but didn't seem to mind, and then Dahlia asked if there was anything else. And scratching the back of his head and hesitating a little, he said, blushing. Seeing Dahlia, the girl asked if this was an occupation. The boy gasped in surprise and agreed, asking if he wanted to spend time with her, and Dahlia was delighted. And so, putting her hand on her friend's shoulder, she moved closer to his ear and quietly said that she liked it too. And then she pulled back and smiled, pleased with herself, watching her friend's further reaction. For a moment, Ludwig froze, confused, but then he blushed even more and Dahlia thought contentedly how cute he was. Dahlia began by asking him if he remembered that they had decided to respect each other's preferences. Then she suggested finding something that they both liked, thought about it, and came to the conclusion that having common interests was not enough. Dahlia asked if he could say what he liked without looking back at her. If suddenly their desires did not coincide, would he be able to communicate? The question was very unexpected for Ludwig, and Dahlia thought that until he worked on himself, it would be difficult, he agreed. If there is a way to overcome the uncertainty of whether he wants to do this together, she can of course be too intrusive. But that's only because she genuinely wants to help him gain confidence and start thinking about himself first, she explained. Perhaps she would be able to help this happen, and Ludwig decided to do so without reservation thanks to Dahlia. The girl felt pleased, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Ludwig really trusted her unconditionally. She asked if he wanted to write together and suggested keeping journals, as he had never done that before. Ludwig awkwardly replied that he didn't know if it could be called a diary, but he made a daily schedule and took it to his father. Feeling more and more sympathetic towards the child, Dahlia thought that she needed to do at least something for him and suggested keeping a real diary, not a semblance. The girl handed him a present but did not know what his favorite color was, so she prepared these and asked which one he would choose. Ludwig hesitated a little, looked at both options, and saying that he would take this one, reached for the red diary. Dahlia asked if he liked red, and Ludwig, embarrassed, covering his face with his diary, said, "I think so." Dahlia said that they should write in it something that they remembered today, some events that made him happy. Everything is in free form. He can write even a whole page, and also, once a week they will exchange diaries and show them to each other. But it's okay. For Dahlia, this is also new, because keeping diaries quickly gets boring, but they will decide to do it with him. So she warned him not to judge her if he saw just one line in her diary and asked him not to laugh. She was serious. And their next interesting activity will be a self-esteem project, Point 5. Look in the mirror and praise yourself. Together they stood in front of the mirror, and Dahlia decided to show how it should be done, loudly shouting that she was charming, beautiful, and sexy. And again, pleased with herself, she encouraged her to complete this task on a daily basis. But the frightened Ludwig screamed that he couldn't do it. Dahlia asked him to just praise himself in front of the mirror. Even a modest compliment would have been appropriate, but nothing came into the boy's head, and she came to the rescue again. Dahlia said that she would give him compliments today and asked him to say that he was cute, but even that was difficult for him. Ludwig carefully pronounced each syllable, pulling the word out of himself piece by piece, but Dahlia was a strict teacher. And after many repetitions, when he managed to say it without hesitation, Dahlia hugged him and said, "Right, Ludwig is a cutie." Embarrassed by the touch, Ludwig told his friend that he couldn't say such things so easily. But be that as it may, from that day on, she and Ludwig began to try more and more ways to increase their self-esteem. She kept a to-do list for the day to make sure she got everything done and, as her father advised, spent a lot of time doing the things she enjoyed. After a bunch of different games, she and Ludwig always exchanged diaries, but Dahlia rarely wrote anything in them. However, she diligently wrote something in the diary and gave it to her friend in exchange for his. The first line that Ludwig read was 2 sentences about how he came to play with her and that she had fun. Ludwig was already kind of indignant at the volume of what his friend had written, because when they opened his diary, a lot had really been written. But even so, the friend said that everything was fine. She probably had a busy week, and he just got carried away when he wrote. But then he read that she had found a delicious bakery that smelled delicious, and she wanted to show it to Ludwig. He thanked her for her efforts. That's how they lived in perfect harmony. Only 6 months had passed since their meeting, but they had already become real childhood friends. What a blessing to have someone as close as family nearby. But where did the bad feeling come from? Maybe she is missing something. One day the boys were playing Jenga when suddenly Liuta called her mother and everything fell apart because he got distracted. The boy asked his mother what happened, and Charlie, apologizing for disturbing him, said that she decided to bring them some snacks in case they were hungry. Dahlia looked closely at her friend and then asked him why he didn't tell her that he had an affectionate nickname. Charlie smiled as she left, which embarrassed Ludwig a little, since even his mother rarely called him that, so he had already forgotten. The girl asked Liud if she could call him by his nickname. He said that she had already done so. Smiling, Dahlia replied that it was because she knew he would allow it, and in response, Ludwig asked his friend if she had a nickname. "No," Dahlia answered sharply and tensely, looking at the floor. "She doesn't have a nickname at all," remembering the ill-fated Darlingo. And she herself shrank awkwardly and confusedly. She had completely forgotten about the existence of the name that was supposed to go with her to the grave. But then Claire overheard the conversation and asked her daughter if she wanted to share the nickname they call her by in the family circle. Ludwig frustratedly told his friend that if she didn't want to talk, she could have honestly admitted it, but she lied to him again. He was definitely offended, she thought, and apologized, saying that she hadn't lied maliciously, but that she just felt awkward when people called her that. Dahlia asked if he knew he wouldn't want to hear it, but Ludwig said no, he still wanted to hear it. The girl thought that even at their first meeting he was a child, unable even to express his thoughts. But if someone calls her so stupidly, she will sink into the ground with shame and name her nickname. The girl hopefully repeated that her nickname was Darling and asked him what it was like. Ludwig was shocked. The silence gave Dahlia a strange feeling that everything was much more fun than she thought. And so she asked whether he wanted to use the nickname or not. Ludwig shuddered. But seeing no reaction, she sighed heavily and said that that was why it was better not to know him, even if he wanted to. But then Ludwig interrupted her and awkwardly tried to pronounce the nickname. Dahlia helped him with this and thought it was cute. She had no intention of revealing her dirty desires to Ludwig, but they had promised to give up lying. She felt awkward about the nickname. Even though they had agreed to be honest, she hid her true nature, but now she would not lie. But one day Dahlia asked, "And today he doesn't use her nickname. Maybe it's a little strange." "No, that's not true," the boy answered and apologized, promising to do something else for her, anything but that. "Anything?" the girl asked, and Ludwig confirmed within the limits of possibilities. "Holy shit," Dahlia thought, gasping in surprise. This is a harmless joke, which means he is ready for anything. He at least knows what she was going to suggest. Why is this child so naive? "But who benefits from it, right, her?" the girl said reservedly, that he was not obliged, but she was impressed. Dahlia was convinced that he would keep his promise this time, but Ludwig did not dare to lie. He could say goodbye to his conscience. And so, having prepared everything, Dahlia came into Lyudmila's room in a great mood and said that she had decided on her wish. The boy asked what it was like, and the girl asked him to play mother's daughters with her. Ludwig said in surprise that they were no longer at that age. Okay, Dahlia understood that they meant the question of how old they were to do this, but they would be newlyweds. She sadly admitted that she never played with anyone because she had no friends and had fun alone. So when they got close, she immediately wanted to try something like that. Ludwig was stunned. She was about to give up on the idea if he was against it, but Ludwig agreed and Dahlia said sharply, "Great, then he is mom." Ludwig became wary, and Dahlia asked, if it meant she would be a father, what situation should they start with? But then Ludwig stopped her and asked why he was a mother. He was a boy, and Dahlia asked why a girl should always be a mother and a boy a father. It was too biased, and what if there were 2 girls or 2 boys in the marriage? Ludwig understood her logic. But then the girl asked, asking her friend to think about which of his parents was more beautiful, and the answer was his mother. And when she asked about hers, Ludwig replied, "Duchess now does he see as a result, mother is always the most charming. And who of them is the most beautiful?" Ludwig froze in response, and Dahlia, without hesitation, took out the dress intended for Ludwig from the gift box. Horror instantly appeared on her face, and the boy asked if she really wanted him to wear it, and he immediately refused. He asked if he would run into someone like that. Mom would be shocked if she saw him. Dahlia picked her ear. "And I thought, child, you have already expressed your opinion quite clearly." But Ludwig again said that this is the most shameful thing one can do. "I understand," she answered proudly and said that then she would wear a man's suit. The maids had already surrounded the boy and grabbed him by the arms, and Ludwig only managed to scream that he didn't mean that. The maids also began to transform their mistress, and when they finished, they said that it suited her very well. Looking at herself in the mirror, Dahlia was surprised to think how much she looked like her father. But at that moment the maids were already screaming from the beauty. How incredible it was. Dahlia looked back. Her eyes widened at the sight of her friend, gentle and graceful, like something out of a fairy tale, stunning. Dahlia had the famous heart-stopping moment when, scared for her friend, Ludwig asked if she was okay. And the girl raised her head and smiled, asking Ludwig to stop, asking if there was a limit to his charm until he drove her crazy. "No," the boy answered coldly, clearly unhappy with all this. "This is the end," and he tore off his headdress. He threw it aside and Dahlia quickly stopped him, saying that it was a joke, and he still hadn't fulfilled her wish. When he calmed down, Dahlia asked if he wanted to finish it quickly and said it was very simple. She is a minister working in the palace, and he is her wife, and they married out of love, not out of convenience like everyone else. In general, they fell in love with each other at first sight. He was the fiancé of his older brother, who was famous for being a terrible womanizer. Well, soon, having overcome many difficulties, they finally got married and eventually became newlyweds. Sweet, sweet newlyweds, so now they play as if they can't live without each other. Ludwig didn't think he could do it, but Dahlia encouraged him, saying everything was fine, and then whispered something. They acted out a scene as if Dahlia had returned from work and was calling his darling, who had been waiting for him impatiently. Dahlia said that she wanted to pamper herself with her beloved, so she tried to quickly resolve all matters and why he was given so much work. In a quarter of a day, she became even more beautiful, and then she offered him a kiss, but the embarrassed Ludwig shouted something about lunch. But through conversation they found out that the husband had recently eaten, and then his darling asked if he wanted to take a bath. Ludwig had already found it difficult to say these words, and then Dahlia asked, embarrassingly, with her, "No," Lud exclaimed loudly. Or he wanted to offer an alternative, but he became too embarrassed and blushed. He couldn't stand all this awkwardness and pressure from Dahlia and ran away crying. Left alone, Dahlia scratched her nose and asked herself with some pride if she was making him cry again. Stopping in the courtyard, Ludwig wiped away his tears and thought that this was too much, but had Dahlia always been like this? He knew she was mischievous, and Duchess Averine had also said that Dahlia was naughty and she really was a prankster. But she can also be kind and mature. Last time they had a fight, she came up first and offered to become friends. Dahlia helps him cope with difficulties and always speaks for each other, tries to maintain harmony, and he knows that Dahlia does it for him. But doing so much for others is clearly not normal, so no matter how she plays it, he is glad that he was able to see her hidden side. However, he didn't know that everything would be exactly like this from the very beginning. He told her that he couldn't. He had to insist. From the very beginning, even at that moment, he wanted to tell her that of the two of them, she was naturally the more beautiful, but he couldn't. He decided that he would definitely tell her about this later, when he became taller than Dahlia, noble and attractive. But would he be able to tell her this then? Ludwig looked back and realized that a lot of time had passed. Dahlia was probably worried about him, and it was time to go back. But suddenly a footstep was heard, the rustling of grass, and Ludwig turned around abruptly. A boy about his age with green hair came out from behind the growing bushes and asked, "Nymph?" The boy who emerged from the bushes was Jerome Hayward, the precious youngest son of the esteemed Earl of Hayward, although in reality he was more of a punching bag for the family, seeing his immaturity compared to his older brothers. The Count and his wife merely clicked their tongues every day, while the arrogant brothers were entirely absorbed in mocking him. He was truly a scapegoat for his family, but Jerome was told that they would be going to Duke Averion, and today he suddenly felt danger when his parents' choice fell on him, that he dropped his fork and asked what it was for. They had a daughter his age, and the Duchess of Boder came too, bringing her son with her, which was a good chance to establish contact. Jerome covered his face with his hands. He didn't want to go there, and it was all because of Boder. If it was only the Duke's daughter Averine there, he wouldn't have minded so much. Still, they said that she was a good person, affectionate, beautiful, and elegant, although this could be an image, but a good person will be like that. But the Bowders are a different matter. They are a family that knows no pity. There are rumors that their house is more terrible than a monster's lair, where the Duke is the most cruel. His son is the same, even though they are the same age, but his sword skills are unimaginable. He has a bulky build and a fierce face. He heard that he had a bad character. No matter what the relationship between the families was, he felt sorry for the girl who had to deal with him. He thought about saving her, but immediately changed his mind. It would be better to calmly follow his parents to the duchy, and when they turned away, he would run away. But this is not at all because he is afraid of the son of Duke Boder. However, having run away from his parents, Jerome got lost in the garden. If he doesn't get out of this forest, he'll have to sleep in the open air and in this weather. No, this will not happen. It is too early for him to die, and he has not received parental recognition. With these thoughts he ran. He hadn't taken revenge on his brothers. He hadn't even had a relationship, he thought, when he suddenly ran out to Ludwig. Ludwig looked at him in surprise, and the boy stood there, enchanted by the beauty. Therefore, surprised by the meeting, a question burst from his lips. Nymph, meaning the beautiful goddess. Traumatized by this question, the boy turned cold and asked the Count's son, the nymph, again. Jerome felt awkward, and scratching his neck, he apologized for such a sudden appearance. He misunderstood. He thought, could such beautiful creatures really exist? This couldn't be. But at that moment, Ludwig abruptly turned away. Unable to resist, the boy grabbed Ludwig's hand and nervously asked him to say his name. After thinking for a moment, Ludwig introduced himself as Dahlia Averion and ran away to his friend. Remaining standing in the garden, Jerome watched what he thought was the girl with his eyes and thought what a beautiful name she had. At this time, Dahlia, in the form of a guy, was wondering who was remembering her there and why her ears were itching so much. Maybe it was Ludwig if he was offended again. Then it would be for a long time. She needed to figure out how to calm him down. But then she met her mother. Claire gasped in surprise, and Dahlia continued the sentence for her, similar to her father. Mother said that he would probably be surprised. Claire felt incredibly sorry that she couldn't capture it and began to think about dressing his father in a dress too. But having calmed down, she asked if she had seen a boy her age, since the son of Earl Hayward had disappeared. Mother confirmed this. Everyone thought that he was just walking in the street, but no one could find him. This is not surprising, as the Averion estate is famous for being second in size only to the imperial palace in the capital, and the backyard here resembles a labyrinth. If you get lost, then there, his characteristic feature, according to his mother, is green hair and golden eyes. Some kind of fantastic hair color. After her rebirth, she has seen everything, but this is the first time she has heard of this, although if you think about it. In Lady Lily of the Valley, there was a man with this color. He was a minor male character, but his role was quite big. And he was madly in love with the main character. Who was he? A wandering poet. Mother said that his name was Jerome Hayward. The daughter hadn't seen him, but she could help with the search. There was nothing else to do anyway. Claire thanked her and asked her to let her know if she found him. But suddenly, Dahlia remembered Ludwig. He was now walking around in women's clothes, and what if someone found him before him? He won't be able to bear such shame and will never set foot in their house again. We need to somehow make peace with him. Put aside the search for Jerome. First, she needs to find and hide Ludwig. Soon she found her friend. The girl covered Ludwig's head with her jacket and told him to hide quickly, hugging him by the shoulder. Ludwig's eyes widened and sparkled at this unusual but caring gesture. And after that, the girl anxiously asked if he was meeting someone, and Ludwig answered no. With no one at all, duck girl, not with the butler, not with the maids, not with her parents, and she exhaled when he answered and asked what happened. After the story, he asked if she shouldn't have found the Count's son first, but Dahlia indignantly replied that he was a priority. In women's clothes, he looked much more like a member of the family than she did. Ludwig thought with a smile that the rumors had probably already spread. But then she asked if he had crossed paths with Hayward Jr., naming his main characteristics, such as age and hair color. Like those weed-like ones, Ludwig thought, could it be that the idiot who saw him and called him nymph was him? Pursing his lips, he thought that he had to play as he saw fit, and so he replied that he had not seen him. But then Ludwig heard a branch crack behind them and, looking back slightly, saw that same guy. Hadn't he gone towards the estate, he wondered? Why was he looking at Dahlia with such greedy eyes? Having thought up all sorts of things, he grabbed Dahlia by the elbow and called her to quickly leave here. Dahlia asked in surprise why so suddenly, and Ludwig answered, there was just a rat there, his friend's elbow. An unsuspecting Dahlia only thought that Ludwig hated rodents. From Jerome's side, the situation was this. His heart was beating, and he was thinking about a beautiful name. Maybe it was called Love. He simply had to see her again, wherever she was, and decided to follow her. And finally, he found it. His chest fluttered, and he thought that their meeting was predetermined by fate. And the fact that they met again proves it. But then Jerome got confused when he saw that Dahlia was standing with someone else. He saw this beautiful girl smiling widely at someone, and all his dreams were shattered at once. He immediately remembered his parents' words about the Duchess of Bowder and her son arriving, and he put it all together in his head. Jerome's expression immediately changed as he realized that this fair-haired youth was the son of Duke Bowder. Damn it, he thought. He couldn't even touch her fingertips. What a playboy. But this expression on Dahlia's face, as it seemed to him, was like that of a girl in love, and he felt a pang in his chest. And so he immediately said goodbye to his first love, giving her into the clutches of another man, and that's how it all ended. Soon the young gentleman was found safely and was able to return home with his parents, hearing that he had indeed gotten lost in the yard. Then Dahlia briefly remembered Ludwig, who was also hiding in the garden. Could they have crossed paths in such a confusing area? As time went by, Ludwig suddenly asked Dahlia if she had forgotten how hard it was for him to wear the dress. Dahlia apologized for the last time, saying that she was truly sorry, but it had become natural for them to be together. So much so that when she was alone, she felt strange, although as a child, playing alone seemed normal to her. Ludwig had also changed a little. Now he could say with certainty whether he liked it or not. But because he began to act independently, secrets appeared from her. For example, he began to keep a secret diary. But she's not hiding anything. Maybe she'll read it, although he didn't tell her anything, and she thought it wasn't worth reading. Then she asked if he was writing anything down in secret from her, and asked him to tell her if she had suddenly offended him. But Ludwig replied that there was nothing like that. Dahlia didn't like that her innocent Ludwig had changed. However, she never had to look into his secret diary, unless by accident, because he would certainly have told her if it were something serious. And after a little while, Dahlia asked if he had brought the diary for exchange. Ludwig left it on the table. But he rose from his seat so carelessly that he dropped the diary, and Dahlia's gaze immediately fell on the opened page. He seemed to ask Dahlia not to read, but then she said lines that he was very happy to spend time with Dahlia. Every day is like a dream. He feels so good that sometimes he starts to worry, she continued reading. But if God does exist, he asked that this moment last forever. Ludwig's face turned red. And Dahlia, immediately delighted by the lines, asked Ludwig if he wanted to be with her for the rest of his life. What a cute kitten. The boy felt awkward that she read this, but still the girl laughed happily. After grumbling a little, Ludwig also laughed. He wanted to be together further. For a moment it seemed to her that Ludwig's face darkened. At that time she did not understand what was the reason for Duke Bowder's intention to return to the north. Ludwig did not want to return. The father noticed that his daughter was busy playing with Ludwig, Dahlia said proudly. But what can you do if he is head over heels in love with her? Adelio asked if it was too early for a relationship, and Claire said that Charlie was incredibly busy preparing for the birthday banquet. It was necessary to buy all the necessary things and send invitations. Dahlia asked whose birthday it was, and Mom answered, "Of course, Ludwig's." "What?" Dahlia screamed in horror, and Alidia asked in shock. Did he really not tell her? Claire was also surprised, because she thought he had already told her. "Birthday?" Dahlia asked again, still unable to believe it. It was really his birthday. Mother asked if he had told her and said that he would be 10 in a month. Dahlia's jaw dropped. But more importantly, he's 10. Isn't he shorter than her? Since he's not the same age, she still thought he was a year or two younger. Okay, so she didn't know his date of birth, but she didn't even know his age, and this completely killed the girl. But then her mother said what it meant. She didn't even know that the two of them would dance the first dance at the festive banquet. As shocking as this was for Dahlia, after a while she and Ludwig began to attend dance lessons. The teacher helped the children rehearse the first dance, giving clear instructions, but Dahlia kept getting confused and stepping on Ludwig's foot. She shouted at Dahlia that she was moving incorrectly, that she was not keeping up with the beat, that her body was constrained, and that how was she even going to appear before the guests. But young Mr. Botter is doing a great job, but the boy has never learned to dance, which impressed the choreographer. It's still good to have the effect of the main character, but on the first day he looked confused. They exchanged glances. They had finished their lessons for today, but she would be arriving at the same time tomorrow, so she ordered them to practice, especially Lady Averine. Adjusting her monocle, the lady said with a threatening look that she would check this. Dahlia sadly agreed. After the teacher left, the girl apologized to Ludwig for stepping on all his feet. But because he said everything was fine, she felt more sorry, but laughingly asked if she hadn't become much better at it. However, Ludwig just smiled and remained silent. Dahlia snorted and said that it didn't matter, because the ideal Count Bauder was good at everything. Ludwig said that she could succeed too if she put in a little more effort, but she didn't understand how she could do it. Maybe he had a secret. For example, how good it is to follow the teacher's steps, but Ludwig just looked and repeated, "Yes, it's hopeless." She snorted, turned away and asked to forget about it. She was just a fool who couldn't do anything, so whether she would practice alone or not. But then Ludwig touched his friend's hand and called out to her, stopping her, and suggested a change of scenery. The girl agreed with his idea, but soon regretted it, because Ludwig brought her to the stable. Damn, thought Dahlia, and remembering all the unsuccessful times she had encountered this animal, she said that she was afraid of horses. However, the friend did not see anything bad in this and carelessly suggested that they go together. He explained that there was usually enough room in the saddle for 2 children, and he was already used to horse riding. That's why I thought that if she didn't mind, it would be better for them to ride on one horse and then Dahlia would agree. However, during the ride, the girl clung tightly to Ludwig and he asked if she was okay. And making sure that he was offering his friend to slowly open her eyes, Dahlia did so and was very surprised by this sight. Dahlia had heard that there were some places where a carriage couldn't go, so was that really where he had taken her? When they got down, Dahlia was very impressed and asked Ludwig how he knew about this place. Ludwig replied that the gardener had told him, and when one becomes sad, there is nothing better than admiring beautiful landscapes. Apparently, this is the one from the diary. The gardener said that this kind of view makes him happy, and when he was having difficulties, he brought him here. So he made a friend at the Bauder residence. Dahlia poked him with her elbow and said that he had grown up. Now he had someone else besides him. Of course, she remains his best friend, because she stands here, and in this place, confused thoughts dissipate. All the worries and sorrows, it seemed as if the negative feelings were blown away by the wind. Dahlia asked if he really thought so. Ludwig didn't even know if it was true or not, but he just thought it would be nice to come here with her. At some point he turned to Dahlia again, but his question about leaving seemed to be blown away by the wind. And asking her to forget, he smilingly suggested going home. Dahlia agreed because they would return here again. The way back was supposed to be a little faster, so her friend asked her to hold on tight, but Dahlia was no longer afraid at all. Maybe it was all thanks to Ludwig, but it didn't take long for her to lose all her confidence. But because of the descent, they were going much faster than before. No, it wasn't even comparable, it was too fast. But suddenly the horse ran into a stone on its way and reared up, which Dahlia certainly didn't expect. Dahlia began to fall backwards, and a frightened Ludwig extended his hand to her, calling out loudly to the girl. The knights accompanying them were alarmed, and Dahlia, having come to her senses, looked for only one thing: Ludwig. However, looking to the right, I saw something dark, and then realized that it was Ludwig lying there. Dahlia's eyes widened and her heart pounded in fear as the knight screamed to be picked up. Ludwig, who had protected the lady from a direct collision with the ground, was lifted first, and a thin red stream was dripping from his forehead. Already in the duchy, Dahlia cried and apologized to his mother, Charlie, because Ludwig was because of her, but the Duchess calmed her down. She told the little girl that everything was fine and was sure that he would not regret for a minute that he saved her. Dahlia waited for her friend to wake up at his bedside, and when he woke up, he lightly touched her head and asked why he was sleeping there. It seemed she guessed who he was so kind and sympathetic after, and at that moment she made a decision. Calling him a fool, she wiped away her tears and said that now was not the time to worry about her. Until this child grew up, she would always be there. From that day on, she visited Duke Bowder's residence every day to keep an eye on Ludwig. She asked how he was feeling. He seemed a little thin. Nothing could be done. She would take care of him. Dahlia came day after day and showed a desire to look after him, bursting into the room again and again. But one day Ludwig said he thought she should come home because he was okay. Dahlia didn't understand why, but suddenly, hearing a rustle, a step, she turned around and instantly reacted, seeing how a person appeared. When the man raised his hand, looking at her coldly, she abruptly covered Ludwig, who was sitting behind her, with her hands and shouted, asking what he was doing. The man, frowning, looked irritably at the girl and asked what she was doing. Dahlia began to introduce herself. But then the man coldly asked who said he was interested in the name. He asked what she was doing standing in front of him. "I'm protecting him," Dahlia replied discontentedly. He suddenly appears and tries to hit the injured child. "Isn't it logical that she wants to prevent this? What's wrong with a father raising his son?" the Duke asked. Dahlia explained that cruelty without reason is violence. What did he do wrong? The Duke asked if he should share this with her. "Yes," she answered. "Otherwise she would never move from her place." The man asked, and what the young lady was capable of. He thought he only needed one hand movement to solve the problem. Dahlia asked if he meant to say he was going to hit her. If necessary, the Duke irritably pulled this phrase out of himself, and Ludwig cringed in fear for his friend, but he himself was powerless. "Oh God," the girl said in surprise, and, sweetly pressing her hand to her cheek, asked again, "Her, the beloved and only daughter of Duke Avarian." If even one scratch appeared on her body, the whole house would be in an uproar, and he said that he was ready for such an act. Dahlia was calm and smiling. Well, if His Highness was so angry, there was nothing to be done, and of course nothing to be done if her father became angry and broke off trade relations with the North. Duke Averin is quite hot-tempered, and the isolation of the northern lands will only increase if he cancels all trades, while also putting pressure on leading merchants. "He doesn't care if the lack of food increases the number of migrating commoners," she asked with a smile, manipulating. It could be easily removed with one movement of the hand, and finally the Duke gave in and said that this was enough, exhaling and running his hand over his face. Calling her a weirdo, he explained that she almost got hurt because of him. He heard that she couldn't ride a horse. Ludwig tensed up. However, this little fellow put the young lady in the saddle and failed to properly control the horse, putting someone else's life at risk. And looking haughtily, he asked if she had any hostility towards him. "No," Dahlia answered, and Ludwig's heart trembled. She explained to the adult that he did not force her to ride. It was only her choice. She accepted the offer, although she knew that she had no experience in riding. The fall was her decision, so she is responsible. Even if Ludwig had suffered serious injuries, it would not have been his fault. Moreover, he saved her. On the contrary, she is grateful to him. In such a situation, he was the first to rush to help. She is the participant in the incident. But isn't it funny that in the end, the third person gets angry? But suddenly the Duke asked a question. Not quite hearing, Dahlia asked again, and the Duke again asked the young lady how old she was. But realizing the question earlier, Dahlia interrupted the man and said, smiling happily, that she was 10 years old. After the Duke left, Dahlia howled that she hated his father. The boy asked her to calm down, smiling. He thought it was enough to fool him, but his father's words kept playing in his head over and over again. Ludwig was overcome with guilt. Dahlia could have been seriously hurt, so he was only glad that he got hurt instead of her. But she said that on the contrary, she was grateful to him. Dahlia did not blame him even if she had to go through all this. Come to think of it, it was always like this. Only Dahlia never left his side. It seems like he is a real coward. Lost in thought, he stopped listening to Dahlia, and when she reached him, she asked what he was thinking about. Ludwig replied that he was thinking about the fact that they were not just the same age, but the same age. "No," Dahlia exclaimed and asked if it was his birthday already. "No," Lud answered in surprise. And then Dahlia proudly declared that he had already passed her, plus she was a whole palm taller than him, so she was older. Yes, just a little bit longer, just a little bit longer. Ludwig wanted to hold on to this moment a little longer. That day, after Duke Bauder's arrival, two things changed between him and Ludwig. Firstly, they could not see each other as often. The Duke didn't like other aristocrats, and he didn't like that Ludwig spent all his time visiting them. Charlie was ashamed of this. Narrow-minded idiot, if he had shown up earlier, he probably wouldn't have let her into the official birthday party. The second is even crazier. Dahlia didn't even know how long they hadn't seen each other, and she doesn't know if he's recovering, and it's all the Duke's fault. After his father's arrival, Ludwig became a different person. Even if he was used to holding back at home, she thought he would open up to her. Dahlia once asked Ludwig if everything was really okay with him. He had been avoiding her lately. Maybe something happened, but Ludwig only replied with a modest smile that he was fine. But why did he have such an expression on his face? Dahlia had no doubt there was definitely a reason for it. No matter how upset she was, Ludwig must be suffering much more. She could wait, but for how long? She didn't know when they would part. She would give him Ludwig's birthday present and ask him about everything. And so, unnoticed, Ludwig's birthday arrived. Dahlia put on a very beautiful dress. She didn't really think about it, but she really was beautiful. Although it was a pity that she wouldn't be able to dance with Ludwig, she had hardly seen him lately. The Duchess met them at the estate, and Dahlia kept looking for Ludwig. He was not there. Maybe he had not recovered. But then Adelio told his daughter that they were going to help the Duchess, and asked if she could wait for them in the drawing room. Dahlia thought that Ludwig might be there, but when she came to the living room she realized that it was empty too. Maybe he was busy preparing. He wasn't outside either. Maybe Ludwig really won't be able to be there. His condition is so bad. What if he didn't come out because he didn't want to see her anymore, when suddenly the door opened and Dahlia looked back? A boy burst into the room quickly and tensely and approached Dahlia just as quickly. Dahlia was worried about his condition, his unhealthy complexion, but then Ludwig interrupted her and asked her to dance with him. Dahlia was stunned and said that he didn't look very well. What kind of dance were we talking about? But Ludwig said that he was fine. What do you mean? Was he doing it because of her? Everything is fine. It's not a big deal if they don't dance once, the girl reassured him. She was more concerned about his condition, but Ludwig just wanted to dance. They had been practicing so hard and he was looking forward to this opportunity. And also, if not now, then he thinks it's unlikely to work out. His hand clenched into a fist was shaking and his lips were pursed. Dahlia said that she would crush all his legs, get tangled up in her steps, fall, or make a mistake. She might get very nervous and forget about everything, but Ludwig said with a smile that it didn't matter. He would be there. The boys held hands and Dahlia, smiling, asked Liuda not to complain later. Holy Mother, thought Dahlia as she arrived in the main hall where many people had gathered. Her gaze darted around and soon just swam. She was so nervous that her head was empty. Seeing his friend's condition, Ludwig decided to support her and calmingly took her hand, looking into her eyes. He said that everything would be fine, and Dahlia trusted him as she began the first dance at this celebration. As they danced, they looked at each other and smiled, and many people watched them. But soon the music stopped. The children bowed to each other and smiled joyfully to the applause. After that, they went to the balcony, and Ludwig asked how she liked their dance. Everything was fine after all. Yes, Dahlia answered nervously, scratching her neck. But because she was in the center of the room, she almost went gray from fear. And her eyes grew cloudy. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't even know what to do. Ludwig didn't believe it, but Dahlia was still shy. But nevertheless, she was incredibly happy that she was able to dance with him. The girl shared. She breathed in the fresh air, but suddenly she felt anxious. It seemed she had said something awkward because there was no answer. Then she asked if he didn't like it. She forgot everything and kept stepping on his feet, by the way, like them. But they were fine, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Dahlia said that she would train hard to show her true abilities. Later, she may be invited to a social event, then her debut and annual events of the imperial family. So there will still be many opportunities, but will he dance with her? The girl asked. Ludwig hesitated. He needed to say something important, but then Dahlia remembered her gift. It was just the right moment. Suddenly, they both turned to each other at the same time, but Dahlia took the initiative. She said that she had prepared something and wanted to congratulate him in her own way, attach ribbons, balloons, make a cake. But everything turned out differently, and yet she prepared one thing properly. It was a gift from her. She engraved the date of their first meeting, she said, as she handed over the gift and congratulated Ludwig on his birthday. Ludwig froze. Instead of joy on his face, tears dripped from his eyes right onto the gift, and he told Dahlia that he was leaving. As it became known later, Ludwig's father had been planning to return to the north with his wife since the moment he arrived in the capital. The Duchess declared that she would never go back if her mistress ever set foot on the doorstep, and when she was about to agree, the Duke backed down. He would bring it up later anyway. They probably decided to come back after the festive dinner in honor of their son's birthday. Dahlia didn't think it would happen so soon. He avoided her because he wanted to get his feelings in order. But in fact, there were enough hints. She just pretended not to understand them because she didn't want to break up. She was afraid that during this time she had become too accustomed to him, even if the Duke had not intervened. At some point, they would still have to say goodbye. Because in the original story, Ludwig is destined for endless misfortunes, and later a war will come that will separate them for 5 years. So it's too early to despair, even if they part. It's not forever. Ludwig continued to be friends with Dahlia even after returning from the war. They will meet again. Soon she had the opportunity. The Duchess of Boder personally sent an invitation in which she said that she wanted to say goodbye. It was the day before Ludwig's departure. Duchess Charlie said that they would survive the winter there. That's how it turned out. And standing behind the duchesses, Dahlia kept looking for Ludwig with her eyes. Charlie noticed this and asked the girl what happened. He was a little busy preparing for departure, and then the girl said that she would go to him herself. Behind the Duke's residence, inside a hollow tree, is Ludwig's secret place. He personally showed her this refuge during her visit. When Ludwig wants to be alone, he hides there, and that was probably the case today, Dahlia thought, and went out into the yard. The girl actually found a friend there, but when she turned to him, Ludwig asked her to leave, but if she really left, he would cry. Sitting down next to the hollow of the tree, Dahlia said that they were going to climb to the top of the mountain and also go to the sea. They wanted to go fishing in the pond, make a snowman when winter came, and he wanted to dress up as a girl again. Ludwig raised his head and said that he had not promised such a thing when speaking about the girl. Dahlia was glad that he spoke. A friend admitted that she was, in fact, confused when she heard about the departure for the first time they had just met, and now it was so sudden. She asked if he remembered the day they met, because she thought then that they would turn out to be enemies, but decided to say hello first. However, due to an absurd mistake, she brought him to tears and asked him to tell her his first impression of her, whether it was far from ideal. But in any case, it seems that nothing has changed since then. He is too shy, and she tried to be more attentive to him. And in the end, she caused him to worry, got tea spilled on her, made him cry during a game, and then fell off her horse. And now they were about to unexpectedly part, but I wonder if it weren't for her mistake at the first meeting, would they have been able to become friends just as quickly? She got to know him better thanks to her unceremoniousness, although she got burned, but they were able to make peace faster. And before falling off her horse, she visited a beautiful place with him, and also, before leaving, managed to congratulate him on his birthday. Still, if you look back, you can see that everything wasn't so bad, she asked. Dahlia suggested that they write to each other more often, because they would definitely meet again. And smiling, Dahlia continued, she was glad to meet him, and thanked him for becoming her friend. Tears began to flow from Ludwig's eyes, and he said that he was also glad that he had met her, so he did not want to part. The crying boy buried his face in Dahlia's chest and hugged her tightly. Dahlia was also touched, and said through her tears that she did not want to part with him. Soon, having calmed down a little, the children came out to everyone, crying, holding hands. "Oh my God!" said Duchess Claire, seeing them, and quickly called them home, where they could chat a little longer. But before entering, Dahlia stopped Ludwig for a moment and suggested that young Bowder make promises to each other. She said that various difficulties may arise on his future path. There will be moments when the burden of problems will seem unbearable. When he wants to give up, then he will have to do something, cry like today. If his heart is very heavy, he should not endure it, but can burst into tears like a little child, crying his heart out and wiping himself with a handkerchief. She put her handkerchief in his hand and said that it would immediately become easier, and when the handkerchief was completely wet, she would come to him. With some hesitation, Ludwig put everything he had heard into his head and, smiling happily, said that he would wait. She clutched the handkerchief to herself, watching as Ludwig became further and further away. Dahlia prayed secretly. She prayed that before they met, the handkerchief would barely get wet, so that this little child would never suffer. Dahlia wrote Ludwig a letter and asked how he got there. A few days had passed since he left, and she was already feeling a little lonely. Even though she didn't need company in the past, now it's not interesting at all to play without him. Yesterday was very boring. Her parents understand everything. They wanted to send her to a social event where there were children her age, but would she meet someone as handsome as him there? If she makes a friend, she will definitely let him know and hope that he will be able to meet some good guys, but of course, you won't find anyone else like him. She wanted to write a lot of things, but nothing came to mind. A live conversation was still better, and she hoped that the day when they could talk was already close. Ludwig also wrote a letter to his best friend, asked how she was doing. He did the same thing as before, wakes up and sits down to study. Then he rests and trains, and every day goes like this. So he thought that he would quickly get used to everything, but this did not happen. He can't concentrate in class and is constantly scolded because of this. He never noticed how huge his room is. And that the north was so cold and empty, he decided to make every effort. If he tried and did his job well, he would be able to bring the day of their meeting closer. So, he asked Dahlia not to be too sad, and hoped that she would definitely meet a lot of good guys. She is a wonderful girl, so she will succeed. Let her have fun with her friends, and remembering him, let her write letters. He was very happy to receive a message from him, and that's where he ends. May luck always be with her, Ludwig Bauder. For shy Ludwig, she wanted to make friends with someone like him, a sweet, charming kid who wouldn't let her get bored. However, the second Ludwig does not exist. She went to the meeting, but for some reason, everyone looked at her strangely. It became even more difficult when she directly asked them to stop, and in the end, all that was left was to watch and laugh, imitating them. So let him not forget to write to her. And what does it mean if she remembers him? She is going to play alone. He seems to be sad. Maybe he wants her to share good news. Soon, in early spring, a beautiful girl, Dahlia Avarian, is celebrating her birthday. If he agonizes over the gift, maybe it will brighten up his loneliness a little. Well, not that she asks. Just hoping to get the next letter. May it come with lots of money, Dahlia, who is looking forward to it. In the letter, Ludwig congratulated Dahlia Avarian on her birthday. He was incredibly sorry that he could not congratulate her in person, and he hoped that next time they could spend this day together, he remembers the joy when she congratulated him. And while choosing a gift, there were fewer gloomy thoughts. In recent days, it was the most fun time. She was the first from whom he received a gift. So Mom picked out a dress for her. He's not sure he could find anything normal. He must not know much about clothes. But he hoped to see her in it next time, and what he chose lies underneath it. She often ties her hair up. It will look good. So the boy hoped that she would like the gift very much. Once again, happy birthday. May God's blessing accompany her path. Dahlia carefully took the red ribbon from the bottom of the box and finished reading the letter. He was grateful that Dahlia was his friend and would continue to write. Dahlia wrote a letter to her soulmate. She really liked the gift. How could he choose something so suitable? Does he remember that she loves the color red? And how he learned that she doesn't like things that are too luxurious but refined? He seemed to have thought a lot about her. She was very impressed and will wear the ribbon every day. Her parents said that she is very beautiful. Everyone around her compliments her. It seems like she can fly. Dahlia thanked Luda for her congratulations. It was a wonderful gift, and she hoped they could spend their next birthday together. Now it's her turn to think about a gift she'll write again from Dahlia, who is smiling from ear to ear. In the letter, Ludwig wrote that he was glad that she liked everything. If he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would have given her the gift in advance when he was in the capital. To be honest, he was a little bit in love, but he thanked her for making him happy. He tried very hard, thought about what gift would be perfect. The tape is custom-made from a special material, so it does not wear out even with frequent use. He asked her not to treat her carelessly. He wanted to see how she looked with that ribbon in her hair. He was really interested. He is really looking forward to witnessing all the compliments addressed to her, so much so that it is already a burden to endure, but it is better to leave this fun for later. The next time they met, she might be shorter than him. His mother said that he had grown a whole palm, he wrote, watching his father's betrayal. Dahlia wrote to the young gentleman that she was growing quickly. She bet that this year she would definitely be taller, so they had to meet. In general, she takes on the role of the eldest, and every day she becomes more and more confident in herself. Either way, she would never accept the fact that he was taller than her. She wanted to see him right now, but they needed permission. To begin with, how about celebrating his birthday together? She asked him to think seriously and answer. He asked how things were, apologizing for the delay in answering, and his father took away all the stationery he used. But luckily, Mala secretly returned it, so she finally had the opportunity to write to her. He didn't think his father would allow him to go to the capital right now. He didn't even like the fact that they were exchanging letters. If he did decide to see her, he would lock him in the room, so he thought it would be worth waiting until next summer, or at best until spring. And as long as he works hard and tries to live up to expectations, maybe his father will allow him to visit her. Next time he will try to answer much faster, by the way, since he really is constantly growing. Maybe the next time they meet, they will be the same height. Therefore, he will definitely see her and prove it. Just let her wait. But his father again rejected the request for Duke Averian to visit. She kept her word and tried to do everything possible, but, "Sorry, Dahlia," he wrote. He really was looking forward to their meeting. In the next letter, he congratulated her on her 12th birthday. Fearing that the letter would be delayed, he sent the gift in advance. He wrote that he would make every effort to obtain permission to travel, and it seemed that her facial features were beginning to be lost in his memories. Ludwig wrote to Dahlia again. He apologized and thought that nothing would work out this summer either. The situation at home was difficult. Before that, he sent letters through his mother, but there were problems here too. It was very difficult for his mother, but he could not tell all the details. He just didn't know if he would be able to see her and what would happen to him. If the situation improved, he would write to her again. The next letter, it seems, now he will not be able to send letters at all. After all, he did not keep his promise and sincerely asked for forgiveness. Anyway, he wishes her to be happy always. With all his heart, she deserves a good life, and apologized again, Ludwig Bowder. A letter arrived from Mr. Chapman. He asked if Ludwig was okay. It was Dahlia. Was he surprised that the letter was sent on behalf of someone else? If she signs her name, it will be returned halfway through, so she writes because she has something to say. She's fine. No need to blame yourself. He's not to blame for anything. If it's hard now, they can meet later. They still have a lot of time. She won't forget him in a year or in 10 years, but he won't forget her. They'll see each other when everything gets better. And whether he remembered their promise the day before they left, Dahlia hoped that he would not wait until the last minute. And let him not blame himself, he is a good child. However, Liud, is it true that he is okay but the letters no longer arrived? While breaking the dishes, the Duke, as if enraged by something, shouted at the Duchess to clean up immediately, and a shard hit Charlie. She fearfully shouted to her dear one that she had not done it, that she simply could not have done it, and asked him to listen to her. Charlie was screaming at Calix Bauder, and the knights had immobilized the Duchess, and she was already screaming at them. Many of the household members watched this whole scene, as did Ludwig himself, but the boy did not understand why everything turned out this way. After returning from the capital, the parents' relationship, which had been in crisis until recently, suddenly became calmer. It seemed that they had somehow come to an agreement among themselves, and he began to hope that peace would come to their home too. That even if they don't end up like the Duke and Duchess of Avery, they'll at least fight less though. One day, Charlie attacked her husband with a scream. He promised how he could do this to her and offered to divorce. The Duke had already taken a swing at his wife, but having calmed down, he walked past and asked if she really needed it. He told her to shut her mouth and live quietly if she didn't want to lose her position, but Mom didn't break. Even when this woman came pregnant to their house, and the father gave her his mother's room, located next to his. Even when she saw their happy smiles, his mother was not broken, until one moment. The maid, wiping away her tears, told the master that the mistress had ordered this medicine to be given. Charlie was stunned. Not only did she receive a false accusation, but her husband came closer and slapped her. Frightened, Ludwig ran out from behind the maid who was protecting him and rushed to his mother. Hugging his mother, he excitedly asked his father what he was doing. The Duke looked at him with a cold gaze and ordered him to be removed. Ludwig was forcibly pulled away from his mother, and Calix ordered the maid to repeat what was said again. Charlie stared at one point. She said that the lady ordered to give this medicine in a small amount once a day, and she just followed the order. And it was poison. In small doses, it does not cause harm, but if taken regularly, it will put the mother's life at risk. The Duchess, completely at a loss to understand, asked what she had said, and immediately began to refute what had been said to her, asking her dear one to listen to her. She asked where she could have found him, but Calix angrily shouted that there were plenty of possibilities. Maybe he had left her as a duchess in vain. So that's why she was acting so quiet. Nonsense, Charlie screamed. She was following his words. Why does he even doubt it? Is there no reason to doubt? He asked. There is even a witness here, and he ordered her to be locked in another building and to be watched so that she does not take a step. Rumors immediately spread throughout the palace. They did not know that the lady was capable of provoking a miscarriage. The owner, of course, is going beyond all bounds, but to think about killing with poison, how horrible. The young gentleman was a witness to such conversations, a woman driven mad by jealousy. His mother couldn't do that. All she did every day was drink tea with him. If she had thought of something like that, he would have noticed first. He had to see her, and Ludwig came to the room where her crying mother was being held. When Ludwig opened the door, a tearful woman looked up at him from the floor and asked, "Calix, when did it all go wrong?" Charlie pounced on her son and asked her darling to listen, that she didn't do it. He knows that she would never do something like that. No, it was she who did everything wrong, destroyed his world. That's why she asked Calix to let her out of here. When did his father take a mistress? When did that woman come to their house? Or when did he become so similar to his father? The maid was combing his hair, and he asked how his mother was. She replied that the doctor said that thanks to the medication, her condition had improved. But when he could visit her, no one could give an answer, and at that time the name Calix would pop up in his head again. And after this terrible name, he remembered how his mother smiled caringly and called Ludwig handsome. He lacked self-control, and the boy wanted to break the mirrors more and more so as not to see his resemblance to his father. Tears flowed from his eyes. He and his mother never saw each other again, and at some point he realized that he had not exchanged letters with Dahlia for a whole year. He had to clear his mother's name, but what could he do? Not only his father, but also all the servants were sure that she was guilty. Will they listen to him? And in the meantime, the problems did not become less, but then a hand reached out to him. Ludwig reacted, and the knight immediately removed his hands, saying he didn't know if something like that was allowed, and asked if he remembered him. But the next moment, handing the envelope to the gentleman, he said that this was the letter that the lady had asked him to deliver. If they catch him, it will be the end for him, said the knight, hoping for understanding from His Highness, but Ludwig understood without words, running into the room with the letter. It was precisely that same letter from Chapman that had not arrived earlier. Yes, it was Dahlia who asked if he was okay. Ludwig cut off contact with her without even really explaining the reason, and thought that he would never receive a response again. She worried about him and reminded him of his promise and asked him if he was having a hard time, not to keep it all inside, but to cry. He needs to let out all his bitter feelings, and I hope that he doesn't endure it until the last minute. Doesn't blame himself. He's a good child. No matter how close they were still different people, and this was the only way to know each other's feelings, she once said. So if he wants the other person to understand him, he just needs to say, they can all quarrel. But if he tells everything honestly, one day he will definitely be understood. And if not, her friend asked her then. Then, Dahlia answered happily, he must talk until he gets it, just like at their first meeting. Remembering this conversation, Ludwig remembered that he thought then that someday he would be able to speak as freely as Dahlia. But I often wondered if such a day would ever come, and when, if not now, was the time to speak frankly. With these thoughts in mind, Ludwig unceremoniously opened the door to his father's office and, entering, said that his mother had not done this. But Calix interrupted his son and said that it was human nature to change in an instant, no matter how kind he was, which would prove her innocence. Ludwig said he knew this because he had been visiting her frequently since she moved in, and he would have been the first to notice any signs of trouble. But she behaved quite normally. Calix interrupted him again and said, no, he would not have noticed when he opened the drawer. What? The son asked uncertainly, and added the answer, or rather, he would not have found out anything, and asked how much he trusted her. He rolled a bottle of black liquid across the table to Ludwig, saying that it was in his mother's room, and he was stunned when he found it on the shelf. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, but it was impossible. He screamed that this simply couldn't be happening. It hadn't existed a few days ago, and who would have placed a wiki in such an easily accessible place? Someone must have used this trick to frame Mother. If he gives a little time, he will find evidence. But interrupting his son, the Duke addressed his son respectfully, and he shuddered in surprise and, pursing his lips, lowered his gaze. Coming closer to the child, he slightly bowed his head and said that he had changed so much that he even dared to raise his voice in front of him. Well, since he had already begged, he would say something. Ludwig's heart began to beat faster and he looked up at his father anxiously. Grinning, Calix explained to his son that the truth was that he didn't care who the criminal was. All he cared about was that someone was trying to harm his family. Ludwig's heart sank. It didn't matter who did it. The main thing is that this could happen again. Ludwig thought in horror what he was saying. Why? Everything worked out quite well. The Duchess will be a good example if that even a person of her status can be ruthlessly disposed of. In the future, no one would be so reckless in harboring a grudge against them, but Mother was also part of this family, he thought, seeing the approaching hand. Stroking his hand on his son's head, he said that such is life, and he is unrecognizable before he trembled just from one movement of his hand and barely breathed. And now he is trying to convince him, when did he manage to grow up so much his father was touched? However, he immediately squeezed Ludwig's hair tightly and rudely explained that this was the Avarien's path, not the Bauder's. He allowed him to go to the capital, but he brought back all sorts of rubbish from there. Calix clicked his tongue and said that he needed to be taught a lesson. But suddenly, he stopped, if you think about it right. He's already 12, although it's early, but considering his current state, now is the right time. Looking greedily and murderously at his son, Calix asked Ludwig if he wasn't interested in why all the Dukes of Bauder had the same character. Dukes have always been described in the same way, regardless of generation: cold, unfeeling, ruthless. Ludwig, realizing that everything was moving towards something terrible, tried to tell his father that he was wrong. But then the father appeared before Ludwig in his most terrible form and said, "This is all because it is created by hand." He smiled so frighteningly that Ludwig began to think that it was a dream, but then the father handed his son over to the knights. Ordering him to be taken away, Calix looked back at the last moment and grinning said that he would soon become the same. The next moment the Duke threw his son into a room that looked like a storeroom. Ludwig asked him to stop. But the door slammed shut and a terrible smell hit Ludwig's nose and he closed his eyes. He looked back, trying to figure out the source of the smell, which smelled like raw fish, as if something had rotted. And the next moment he saw behind him a pile of bones and animal remains. It was not a storeroom. It was a place where they dumped corpses that were difficult to get rid of. Ludwig backed away in fear. His breathing was ragged. Why had his father locked him here? How long should he stay here? Half a day, 2, 3, a week, a month? Had his father really decided to get rid of him? What would he do? What would it turn into? It was even painful for Ludwig to think about it. He began to pound on the door with force and call his father. Breaking his voice, he asked to let him out, saying that he was wrong. At first he called his father, asked for forgiveness, saying that he had interfered in vain, that he had made a mistake and would not do it again. Then he tried to shout to his mother, apologizing for not being able to stop his father, breaking his fists until they bled. He apologized for pushing her away when she rushed towards him, saying that he was scared then and asked for help because he was afraid. Then he called the butler and even the knight with whom he once trained, but no one answered him. And then the name he had been trying to hold back all this time flew from his lips. He called Dahlia. He remembered that she had said that if his heart was very heavy, he should burst into tears like a little child. And when the handkerchief gets wet, she will come to him. Sitting with his back to the door, he buried his head in his knees and called Dahlia. How much longer does he have to wait? He screams and cries until he is exhausted, until he falls asleep. And when he wakes up, there is bread and water in front of him. He eats, knocks on the door, screams, passes out, eats again, knocks, screams and passes out, opens his eyes, closes them and closes them again. But suddenly, in the midst of all this horror, a voice was heard asking if it wasn't calm here, and if there was no need to think about anything. The darkness warms him, and the silence immerses him in peace. Memories of his father and mother no longer haunt him. Memories, right, are why it was so hard for him. Emotions are nothing more than a waste of time. He doesn't feel anything. It became so calm after the boy realized everything. The knights, on his father's orders, carried him out. But then, waking up, Ludwig suddenly thought, by the way, what happened to the handkerchief, leaving it abandoned in the basement? The maids were worried about whether the Duchess was okay. It was very difficult to dissuade her from hanging herself last time. And what about the one the Duke brought? They said that she would no longer be able to have children. Anyway, the atmosphere lately is quite scary, and the young master has also changed a lot. He began to go out with the knights much more often. It seems they won't see him anytime soon. The maids anxiously hoped that nothing had happened there, that everything was fine, that the Duke would also be absent during the winter punitive campaign. Apparently, not only the Duchess became strange, the young gentleman went crazy along with her. It is not surprising that the Duke even killed his own son. How tired Ludwig was of hearing all this, of life going round in circles and the unchanging reaction of people. I was bored to death. Couldn't I find anything more interesting? But suddenly there was a loud bang and a scream. The mistress screamed, calling for someone to help her. She screamed that the Duke was wounded and that many people and Lud had gathered. The woman asked to call a doctor immediately and sat anxiously over the bloody Duke. However, the son of this unfortunate man himself did not seem to regret it at all, and was not worried when looking at Calix's bandaged face. Suddenly a laugh was heard, Ludwig mocking his father's condition and grinning said, "It serves him right." Dahlia suddenly woke up in tears and, as if recovering from a nightmare, jumped up, evened out her breathing and clutched her chest. Having calmed down, the girl wiped the tears from her face and thought, "These dreams again, scenes that were not in the original story." Adelio received an order from the imperial palace and Dahlia asked if he had to go. They could have sent someone else. There was no need for him specifically, but Adelio said that he was glad to have the opportunity to protect him and his mother. Maybe, wiping away her tears, Dahlia thought, this is what Dahlia had to go through. The emotions that she experienced then were so vivid. But why bother with details if she's just a minor character? My head was pounding. The girl felt sick from all these dreams. Just the thought of it made her head hurt. The events in the novel Lady Lilies of the Valley begin several years after the end of the war, and she had no idea how to prevent an event that had lasted almost 10 years. She didn't even know how it all began and ended. Because initially, the war was only a temporary means necessary for the development of the relationships between the main characters. Even though she knew they would win, she didn't know what would happen to the Avarian family if her father did go to the front. Somehow Dahlia must ensure his safe return, and she must do everything in her power. Over the course of several days, she feverishly wrote down everything she could remember about the events of the original novel, and even found a few clues, the most useful of which was the words, "No matter how many kingdoms formed alliances." Compared to the Empire, their unions are a chaotic gathering of people the war could have ended much earlier if not for the epidemic. Exactly, an epidemic. Since the conflict cannot be avoided, we can at least bring its end closer. If she can find a cure before the events begin, she could shorten the war by several years. After that, Dahlia had a lot to do. She watched the situation in the neighboring kingdoms so as not to miss any problems. She searched for information about infectious diseases and even discovered a cure. She checked all sorts of information and rumors, and as she did so, her dreams became more and more meaningful. No, the girl hoped that it was just a dream. Even if this was Dahlia's fate, she would not allow everything to go according to the original scenario. The girl tried hard to calm herself down, saying that everything would be fine, and went out into the yard. Today she had 2 classes. But suddenly Dahlia saw her parents and mother in front of her, who were joyfully calling her daughter to them. Dahlia's eyes opened wide. After a long time they shone as before. Her parents sat her down at the table. Adelio started the conversation by asking if she was still as busy as she was lately, and Claire said that she still doesn't tell them anything. One way or another, their princess should rest from time to time and spend time with her parents, said Mom, pulling on her cheek. Dahlia asked her father if he had planned to leave today, and he replied that he had talked to her mother. Sometimes such things are simply necessary. And looking at Adelio's daughter, he smiled and told Dahlia not to burden herself too much. For a moment, Dahlia was surprised, but still a smile appeared on her face. She was flattered by such concern. They probably guessed that she was doing something outside of school, but they pretended not to know because she didn't want to talk about it. Meeting such parents is the greatest luck of her life, which is why she will do everything to protect the happiness of their family. Now she needed to sum up the information she had found so far. She had almost solved the mystery of the origin of the epidemic. But I still didn't find anything suspicious or alarming about the war if it had broken out so suddenly. What was the reason? And Ludwig, he hasn't sent letters for some time. I wonder how he is doing, the lady thought. And soon, Dahlia learned the answers to both questions, but not in the most pleasant way. One day, the butler, shouting in alarm, informed the lady that Duke Boter had lost consciousness. The worst of all regions, it is bitterly cold and teeming with barbarians and monsters, which is why the Empire cannot worry about safety. It consists of Duke Boter, who is there, protecting this territory and his strongest knights. An undefeated order, bred through rigorous training, it recruits people who meet the Duke's personal standards. The existence of such an order gave the Boters a power that even the imperial family could not ignore. However, due to the sudden increase in the number of monsters, half of the knights were destroyed, and the Duke himself lost consciousness during the operation. People wondered if he would recover, but the Duke had not opened his eyes for 15 days, and even the doctors could not say for sure. Rumors of what had happened spread quickly, and whispers began throughout the empire about the future of the Bauder family. They thought about who would take the place of the Duke. Remembering the son from his legal wife, these rumors did not bypass the Avarian family. Help from old friendship will not give them anything. The North has practically no income, except for the products received during operations. This year, having failed, they lost many knights, so there is a high probability of ruin. If he sends this amount, it will interfere. Still, wouldn't it be better to write off the debt in advance? They still had half the knights. Even if the Duke recovered, what would they get? Everyone was against it. Even if he could overcome the crisis, the amount of funds needed for a full recovery was unbearable. After overhearing the conversation, Dahlia understood what she had to do. All the information she had found was intended for this moment. So, going out to the father, Dahlia asked if he intended to call a meeting to discuss the situation, asking to allow her to take part in it. Today they gathered to decide how the Avarian family should respond to the crisis in the Bauder Duchy. Dahlia needed to convince them at all costs. After all, Avarian was a family of merchants who carefully calculated their profits and losses. Still, the father allowed his daughter to attend the meeting, and the vassals will not help the Bauders with just pity. And raising her hand, Dahlia revealed a desire to show them all something, a reason why they simply couldn't help but help them. The girl began the story 5 years ago. Panatos separated, and about 3 years later, Kinzine, Stello, and Hillsides. More recently, Rutenberg, Fontaine, Carthago, and other small kingdoms have increasingly begun to break alliances with the empire. She asked if they knew that most of these countries had united with Rohendel, and explained that a war would break out in a few years. The vassals were making noise. There were no prerequisites for this, and the young lady was told that they could not be 100% sure of this. Besides, no matter how many defectors there were, they still wouldn't be able to compete with the empire. But no, war was inevitable. Dahlia told the vassal that he was right. It was impossible to know for sure. However, it was not worth denying that such a possibility existed. And when that happens, the Knights of Bauder can be of immense help in the fight. People began to buzz in discussion again. Still, doing charity work just because something might not happen is a big waste of money. But then Dahlia interrupted the man and asked again, "Charity? No, they will demand something in return." The vassals were stunned. Just look at their reaction. You can see right away. They are real traitors. They asked her what she was going to ask for, and the girl sweetly answered, part of the rights to their knights. "We, Averine," she continued, "do not take part in battles, but the Knights of Bauder have deep knowledge. If we help them to revive and they gain strength, they will make a great contribution to the war. In this way, they will be able to get half of their influence. In other words, they will leave only spoons on the prepared table." It was more like a gamble, but it was a good opportunity if they were talking about their knights. Excellent, thought Dahlia. Everyone was in a positive mood. It was right to emphasize the benefit that their family would receive. But then the old lady asked if she meant to say that they would humbly hand over the rights to them, which was actually the whole problem. The knights were the mainstay of the Bauder family. It would be strange if their rights were exchanged for some money. The thought of the Avarians using the Bauder family's military might at will would certainly hurt their pride. However, even if she puts forward this condition and says that they are not going to use the knights left and right, Ludwig will believe her. And so, smiling, the girl said that they would certainly make concessions, hoping for Ludwig. And Ludwig actually accepted their offer despite the fact that the vassals were raging and asked if there were any problems. Problems. The knight was angry. They decided to use this word. Did he really agree with such humiliation? "This is not humiliation, but help," Ludwig explained to them. The knights kept appearing. "He is still young and does not know much. Averien have gone too far." And then the young gentleman asked what would happen if he refused, whether they had other options. In the current situation, when most families have turned their backs on the Bauder family, did they think who would care about their pride? The knights were contorted, but suddenly Ludwig heard a whisper. He was all like his mother, no sense of self-worth. Ludwig sighed, looked around at everyone sitting at the meeting, and sadly announced that he wanted to act differently than his ancestors. But nothing can be done. With these words, the boy pulled the sword from its sheath and, piercing the room with a bright glow, cut the table. All the knights immediately jumped up from their seats and said in shock, "He showed an aura." and Ludwig coldly explained that power decides everything, and now they know who makes the decisions here. After some time, a reply letter arrived in which the young Duke Bowder accepted their offer. Judging by how many days it took, there was strong internal opposition, but Ludwig had no doubt about it, and it would repay the trust. Dahlia felt warm in her soul, but in addition to the support of the knights, it was worth requesting supplies from the northern lands. And now Dahlia only had to meet one person, and now she was already standing in front of the dilapidated building. The girl knocked. No one opened the door. Unable to wait, she clenched her fist tighter and began to babble at the door as before. The door immediately opened and a red-haired girl came out and irritably asked who dared. The disgruntled scientist asked if they were ready to take responsibility if the door broke, but suddenly noticed the little girl. Startled by the sight of the knights behind the young lady, the lady asked in surprise who they were, and Dahlia smiled. Without further ado, she named the price of 100 million and 2,000 in gold, pouring the money out of the bag in front of the lady. Hestia Eustace, a man of extraordinary ability who developed the first cure for infectious diseases. And later, she became the chief physician of the imperial family, but she has one peculiarity. The fact is that she is very obsessed with money. After graduating from the Imperial Academy early with honors, she chose Count Zorvan's pharmaceutical laboratory. However, the Count, who was jealous of Hestia's superiority, stole all the medicine recipes and drove her out. Leaving a genius to rot in the village, it would never have occurred to Dahlia, she thought, watching Hestia. While collecting the coins, this genius said in disbelief that it was a good joke, but Dahlia explained that she was not joking. Picking up the coin, Dahlia said that she would give her much more if she helped. Hestia needed her. Hestia asked how she could help. Dahlia asked what disease she was currently researching. She is continuing the work of her now-deceased grandfather. The girl asked with a shudder how she found out. Without answering, Dahlia continued, she heard that it was something rare and highly contagious. Hestia confirmed this. Before the war, Hestia was studying rare diseases, all because her grandfather died from one of them. There is a high probability that he became infected during his research work. Dahlia apologized for finding out everything secretly. There was little time. Hestia asked why she was looking for her, and Dahlia, looking down, said that she needed medicine. Not right now, but the life of someone dear to her was at stake, she said sadly, and the girl was moved by the story. She heard that Count Zorvan had cut off the investment funds and that due to lack of funding, research had been temporarily halted. It will cover her monthly work and living expenses if she develops a cure. Then she promises her the best pharmaceutical laboratory in the empire and the corresponding title. Then even the Count will not dare to touch her. Hestia recognized the Avarian family crest, and then Dahlia realized that she had not introduced herself, calling herself the only daughter of the Avarian house, Dahlia. And smiling, she said that she came because she wanted to invest in her. Hestia's eyes widened. Doesn't she want to get rich? Dahlia asked, and immediately Hestia, seeing the opportunity, shook Dahlia's hand, calling her mistress. So Hestia accepted her invitation and dove headfirst into research, promising to create a drug within 5 years. After negotiations with the Bowder family were completed and development of the drug began, she began receiving progress reports. But every day felt like the calm before the storm, because she didn't know when the war would break out. And in the year she turned 17, a message came from the imperial palace. The war began much faster than in the original. Adelio promised to return. Hugging his daughter, he told Dahlia that it would be hard for her to bear this burden. But it's okay, he'll do anything to protect their family, and then turned to a tearful Claire. The girl asked her husband to return safely, and he asked her not to worry. Holding his despairing wife tightly to himself, he asked her not to cry as he said goodbye, promising to return soon. And watching the carriage leave, Dahlia asked her father to be sure to return unharmed. A year and a half later, the garrison of the Imperial Army, they found out who was the commander-in-chief of the alliance. It was necessary to deal with him as soon as possible, and the Crown Prince, the commander-in-chief of the army, asked who would bring him his head. 17-year-old Ludwig Bowder stepped forward, wanting to do just that and to be sure of success. The people at the meeting began to make noise. The Duke was still too young, and their target was shrewd and always hid deep behind enemy lines. If he failed, he would only die in vain, but then the Crown Prince interrupted them and asked if the Duke was up to the task. Yes, Ludwig answered His Highness, informing him that he would assemble a small elite squad. But he was late with the mission. The knights thought that he had failed. If he was killed or captured, then the Bowder family. But suddenly, their speculations were stopped by a scream, and Ludwig appeared from behind the hill holding a head with blood dripping from it in his hand. The men laughed joyfully. They thought he would wet himself from fear. Who knew that he had cut the enemy's throat? They were ashamed of their judgments. The men understood the circles for the Bowder family and the victory, selfishly saying that they would like to make him their own after the war. Duke Averin did not want to stay here because just yesterday these people assured him that the young duke would not return. Adelio went outside, and breathing in the fresh air he felt much better, but suddenly he heard a rustling sound, and pushing aside the branches of the bushes, he saw Ludwig Bowder, who was sitting near a tree, holding his bleeding wound. A year and a half ago, Duke Avery met Ludwig Bowder for the first time after so many years. The young duke will also take part in the war, although he has no choice no matter how young he is for such a thing. Adelio was terribly frightened and disconcerted by the sight of this child, simply not believing that he really was Ludwig Bowder. The man remembered him as a child, shorter and more vulnerable than his own daughter, Dahlia constantly dragging him somewhere behind her. He remembered how, every time they met, he covered his face in embarrassment, yet when he was with Dahlia, Ludwig smiled brightly. But now it was as if he was a completely different person. Adelio shuddered as he realized what he saw. When fighting enemies, he had a complete lack of emotion and a blank look. Even when killing, he remained unperturbed, which was terribly reminiscent of his father. But then one day, Adelio approached the young duke and he looked behind the man. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he asked if he remembered him. He kept wondering how he was doing, Ludwig answered more or less. Even seeing the boy not in the best condition, Adelio chuckled, enjoying their meeting and conversation. Smiling, he said that Dahlia was very worried that she couldn't contact him. Ludwig shuddered. This name became a trigger for Ludwig, and at that moment, he simply could not find the words to respond, squeezing the fabric of his clothes. Even though they talked for some time after that, for some reason he felt uncomfortable. And now he rushed to help the wounded youth and worriedly asked how he was, why they had not informed him of the decision. "Everything is fine, not normal," answered Ludwig. And of course, the Duke said sarcastically, it is fine in such a situation. Even though she couldn't even move, Adelio knew he didn't want to appear weak. "But there is nothing wrong with relying on someone in a difficult situation," said Adelio, carrying Ludwig on his shoulder. "Well, yes," the Duke said with a sigh. "Neither he nor Dahlia will ever say that it's hard for them." Ludwig froze. He seemed to be pleased with the words of Duke Avrian, and smiling through the pain he said, "So Dahlia is the same." A year and a half after the war began, at the residence of Duke Avrian, Dahlia was exhausted and asking her father why there was so much work. In the morning, she sorts out the paperwork that she didn't have time to do yesterday, and in the afternoon she looks through documents related to the estate. And in the evening, he listens to a report on the development of a medicine. He was already going crazy from being so busy. Dahlia was dying of fatigue. But there were no problems in the estate. It's good, of course, that everything is happening gradually, but how can she distribute the medicine when it is ready? Since the epidemic was caused by a new disease, in the original story, the imperial doctors were powerless. And if a noble lady resembling a hothouse flower appears with such a remedy, someone will begin to praise her as a savior. And others doubt that this is not the merit of the entire Avarian family, and not just one girl. Be that as it may, if such doubts arise in the imperial family, which holds back 3 ducal families, they will pretend to be grateful, but in reality they will watch their every move, and if they find something to complain about, they will start to oppress them. She needs to find a way to distribute the drug so that it looks like a coincidence, but she's so busy that she can't think of anything. Here, the man asked the lady to look at the list of candidates for the position of personal secretary. She was supposed to hand it over to the temporary secretary, Raoul Kidman. By today, the girl said she would look at it and leave it at that. Let's take a closer look at who a personal secretary is. This is an irreplaceable person for all the heirs of the Avarian family. He has been with his successor since his compulsory education abroad and helps even after becoming the head of the family. And by the way, at the moment, her father's secretary, Raoul, is temporarily acting as her assistant. However, due to the war, the training was postponed indefinitely, and she was so terribly busy. Was it really necessary to bother her now? But suddenly, opening the first of the contenders, Dahlia saw a familiar name. Jerome Hayward had they met. After graduating in economics from the Imperial Academy, he worked as an investment strategist at Levavel. Levavel is one of the most influential companies in the empire. If Jerome worked in such a position, he is definitely a genius. But why then did he apply for the position of secretary to the heir, she thought, and decided to read the motivation letter. In it, she read the lines, "Mistress of my heart, I have never forgotten about you." Dahlia was stunned and wondered if he was crazy. Jerome Hayward, 19 years old, 8 years ago, trying to get over his unrequited first love, he immersed himself in his studies. And thus he was able to develop his talent. From being a headache for his family, he turned into the best graduate of the academy. And I was even able to become an investment strategist in such a large company as Levovel, and then one day, they saw an advertisement that the Duchy of Averain was looking for a personal secretary for its successor. The Duke has gone to war. Can he afford to recruit new recruits? The young Duchess must be having a very hard time. Not only is she worried about the well-being of her father, who is off to the battlefield, but she also has to take care of the family in his stead. The young Duke of Bowder had also gone off to war, although he was unlikely to be of any help, Jerome thought. At one time, there were even rumors that they were engaged, poor Duchess, but this is his chance to become a support for her. It's been 8 years, a long and short period at the same time, although he did give up one day. Now behind this door stands a young Duchess, and then the door opened, and behind it the young man saw the young Duchess Dahlia, but suddenly he asked who she was. After the explanations, only Dahlia's laughter could be heard throughout the room. She could not calm down. Jerome felt awkward. What a coincidence. He met Ludwig and got it all wrong, but he said he didn't see anyone in the garden. What can he do if the mistress of his heart rejected him? Jerome tearfully begged his mistress to forget about that letter. Dahlia agreed and thanked him. She hadn't laughed like that for a long time and understood that there was a misunderstanding, but what would they do? Will the interview continue despite the current situation? It would be a sin to miss out on such talent, or would he prefer the Bowder family? The guy blushed shyly and said that he would pass the interview. Dahlia answered perfectly and asked if he would answer a couple of questions. Jerome was truly talented. Even when asked difficult questions, he answered them as if they were mere trifles. This man could definitely know the answer to the question that has been bothering her all this time and said, "An epidemic will break out." Jerome flinched in surprise, and Dahlia hastened to reassure him, saying that she was asking what would happen if an epidemic broke out during the war. Let's say he is trying to secretly distribute the medicine. What would he do in this situation? Jerome asked if they couldn't just give it away. Dahlia said nothing good would come of it, and seeing his look, she thought he suspected something. But after thinking about it, he asked, so it was necessary to distribute the medicine in such a way that no one would find out. He would simply pass on the prescription. Assuming the epidemic does break out, it will require quite a bit of the drug. Where is she going to supply it from? What if they build a production facility in other kingdoms? Dahlia asked. Then they will have to do it in large quantities, which is why they will soon be caught, which means there was also a problem with the distribution of the product. If you think like a merchant, producing a small amount of a drug at a high price and establishing a monopoly on it might be a good idea. But that's not their goal. The guy realized it as soon as she said she wanted to distribute it secretly. Then Dahlia asked why he asked. Scratching his neck, Jerome said, well, he needs to know her motives before making a decision. Motives, he realized that this was not an ordinary question. If he knew that she was not just asking about it, then everything became much easier. And then Jerome proposed the creation of a shadow guild as an organization that would not be subject to any country. The shadow guild, as stated, is an institution that does not belong to any of the states. At first glance, it may seem that it is independent, however, due to the existing risks and without support or benefits from states. Well-known organizations usually establish shadow guilds to create a so-called lubrication fund. This requires money and some other resources that should be used immediately. We need to buy as many small retailers as possible in different countries, but the main problem is financing. And how to find out about them, Jerome made some connections during his studies and work and knew several specialized investment clubs. This is exactly what he had done before in the company. He had several guilds in mind, Dahlia said in surprise. He was simply perfectly prepared. Did he really know what exactly she was going to ask him? Jerome flinched and asked, denying it. But this reaction was alarming. It couldn't be that he also knew the future, or that he knew about the coming war. But suddenly, embarrassedly covering his face, Jerome said that he never wanted to be useful to her someday. What? Dahlia asked, and he explained that she needed to achieve success in order to be recognized as the heir. Even if it wasn't a shadow guild but something else, he wanted it to be useful to her in the future. Is it really so? Dahlia asked him excitedly since childhood, and Jerome, covering his face, exclaimed in mid-sentence, "That's right, she can laugh." At that moment, Dahlia decided that she would definitely introduce him to Ludwig. Jerome blushed. Dahlia returned to the previous conversation and asked if it was really just about money, holding out the book. It was a book of income and expenses. Dahlia had money, a lot of money. Here it was, the privilege of rebirth. It's time for the money invested and accumulated over the course of the original story to shine. So where should it start? 4 years had passed since the beginning of the war. The Empire was advancing towards the core of the enemy forces. The majority of the enemy forces had declared their surrender. Only Rohendel remained, the center of the Allied powers. The Imperial army attacked the fortress in the southwest. It took some effort, as it was there that the heart of the alliance that could win was located. In the barracks, Duke Goldman River's second son said that they would send another envoy and be able to convince them. The remaining vassals would not last long without a lord, but then Duke Ludwig reminded them that the castle was surrounded by mountains. If they gather the mages and attack with fire, thereby setting fire to the inside of the mountains, they will surely open their rear waterway. But before he could finish speaking, they interrupted him with a shout, calling the strategy nonsense. All they needed was an open gate, no need to burn the lands of the innocent. Then Ludwig asked when this would be possible. River told His Highness that he would review the negotiation plan again, and if necessary, he would personally go there, to which Ludwig coldly said that then only his head would return. The Crown Prince listened carefully to the strategies being proposed, and Ludwig insisted that a fire should be lit to drive the rats to the water. Not understanding why they were spending so much time on something that would only take 1 day, the discussion began again. Adelio was worried about the young duke. Because of the protracted war, he began to lose his composure, and he roughly understood the reason. After he treated him, they began to talk occasionally, mostly about family and their shared memories. They thought it was good for each other. He thought he could find his old self if they chatted like that. He thought it was a good sign when Ludwig, who usually just listened silently, finally started to communicate with him. However, after that he began to act as if he didn't care what happened to him, if it brought the end of the war closer. He was not afraid to hurt himself. There were even rumors that he killed someone on the secret orders of the Crown Prince. So Duke Averin became worried that he was the one who made him nervous, and he was about to turn to the young Duke Bauder. But suddenly a report about something came to the Crown Prince and, asking for attention, temporarily suspended the meeting. Adelio thought, an epidemic at such and such a time, a new disease that is spreading quickly and for which there is no cure yet. Now they can only isolate the sick soldiers at this rate, while Rohendel will defend the fortress. Their entire army will perish. Was everything okay with his family? Had the disease reached them? But then Ludwig appeared and announced that he had received mail from the front. Having received the box, the Duke realized that it was from Dahlia. They had not corresponded for a long time, and he thanked the young Duke. It was necessary to answer. She was probably interested in how he was here, and Adelio asked if he wanted to. But he quickly realized that it would be better if the young man returned and met her in person. Ludwig looked depressed, although he had recently thought that the war would soon end and they would be able to return. But he seemed interested in the contents of the letter, so Adelio said that he would read the letter. Maybe there was good news in it. After unpacking the parcel, Adelio found letters and a bottle inside. Dahlia wrote that she had heard rumors that an epidemic had broken out at the front. Mother, she and all the servants are worried about their safety. Of course she hoped that he was okay, but just in case she sends a food supplement. Dahlia asked to accept her if he felt ill. Hearing this, Ludwig immediately perked up. He saw hope for salvation in Dahlia's sudden letter, but then Adelio confirmed that it said it was a food supplement. They said that someone gave them the medicine and everyone was cured, but the man who bought it in the village said that it didn't work. Wasn't it about a neighboring village? The locals got infected and were isolated, but one day they got better. And not only there, in the village they passed, the situation is identical. These are rumors in which lies are skillfully mixed with truth. It was as if someone was deliberately sowing doubts, but the prince personally verified that there really were people who had been cured. They said that this medicine was sent by an unknown guild. Maybe it was Rohendel's idea, but they found the organization that had the recipe. The prince said after studying the source of the vaccine's distribution, he found that it was connected to this guild. Its representative was a foreigner. The founder is unknown. The enterprises managed by the guild are completely different, as are the countries in which they are located. Since the organization appeared out of nowhere several years ago and has grown significantly in size, it must be quite well known in local circles. He didn't know who exactly, but there was definitely a nobleman involved. The Duke standing behind asked what the next instructions would be. The prince said with difficulty that he had recently contacted them, and everything was indeed very suspicious. The new guild had a cure that they couldn't find on the entire continent and immediately put forward conditions, as if they had been waiting for it for a long time. The condition was that they would share the recipe if they gave up the mine in the mountains to the far east of Filitos, the Duke thought. Anyone connected with the Empire knows that mining in the Filitos Mountains ceased many years ago and is now a wasteland. "Isn't this man from the Empire?" the prince asked, reasoning that it was a trick, and the Duke asked if he intended to negotiate. Initially, the prince thought to entrust this to Duke Avarian, since he understands trade better than anyone, the prince said, looking at the young Duke. But since things had turned out this way, he should entrust the matter to a knight, and ordered Ludwig to go to negotiate with the guild in a few days. And he also ordered to study the situation, but as soon as he discovered something suspicious, to kill them. As he walked away from the prince, Ludwig thought that the new guild had a cure that they couldn't find, and had put forward conditions as if they had been waiting for it for a long time. All this was really strange, and he would have suspected something was wrong, but had rumors of the epidemic already reached the capital. And initially, the negotiations were supposed to be conducted by Duke Avarian, even though he called them food additives. But whether this was true, and whether Dahlia was involved in this matter, Ludwig was tormented by doubts, and he was tense. He told the 1st and 3rd squads to disguise themselves as mercenaries and set up an ambush at the negotiation site, waiting for the right moment. In any case, the Duke thought, the Crown Prince didn't completely trust him, so there was no harm in being on guard. That is why he ordered his squad to get rid of all the prince's puppets who would interfere with the negotiations. Soon, Dahlia learned that her father did not show up for the negotiations and that there was someone from the Bowder family. They sent one of the knights. Or the young Duke personally came there. How did it happen? Jerome asked her to calm down and said that he heard there was a black-haired youth there. True, his first love, Jerome hysterically asked not to remember. Dahlia thought hard about why her father didn't come, what happened. Or maybe the Crown Prince got in his way. What was Ludwig doing there? A good swordsman, but not a traitor. Dahlia awkwardly asked if maybe she should have secretly followed and observed his actions, what Jerome had gotten drunk on. She herself said that it was dangerous. She would have been caught even in disguise. In the end, no one was hurt. Everything ended well, Dahlia agreed. Immediately after the interview, Jerome became her personal assistant, and Hestia easily agreed to hand over her research. Create a shadow guild, make the medicine, distribute it, and pass on the recipe. It seemed like everything they had worked on would be completed. Embarrassed, Dahlia praised Jerome for his efforts, but the boy said that it was not over yet. He asked why she asked for the Filitos mine. She should have asked for something more significant. It would have aroused much less suspicion. But this was the only way Dahlia could get what she wanted. No one except her, who was already living her second life, knew about it. After all, the abandoned mine actually hides huge deposits of magical ore, although in the original, it is the main character who finds them. Thanks to which she wins the trust of the Crown Prince, but this time she decided to take everything into her own hands. She would prefer Ludwig's recognition to the prince's trust. Jerome said he would go. Many still doubted their guild, so it was worth being more careful. It's true that they might not know about her presence in the guild, but he's in plain sight, so he should be more careful. But then Jerome stopped and asked if Averine had a secret organization for secretly accompanying or getting rid of enemies. "What?" asked Dahlia. "No, why, after all, you can ask for a certain fee." Jerome realized that she didn't even have an escort outside the guild. "Not a single one," Dahlia answered, and the guy thought about it. He cautiously explained that he had the feeling that someone was helping them. "What does that mean?" the Duchess asked, stunned. Jerome was sure that the Crown Prince suspected them, but someone was constantly taking care of his spies, and skillfully. It could be either a faction opposed to the prince or those targeting them, although it would be better to find out everything first, he explained. Dahlia fell onto the table, breathing heavily. She didn't even do it personally, and her head hurt to death. But there is no point in worrying about this. The war is not over yet, and she, as the successor of the family, has a lot of work to do before her father returns. Until then, she had to do everything she could, and Dahlia thought that if only the war would end soon. However, according to the young duke's plan, the knights started a fire, luring their opponents into a corner. The emperor, who was left alone, begged for mercy. The knights fought outside the palace, when suddenly a huge bell rang. It took one cut, and the illuminated white room with the throne was filled with blood in the center. Having cut off the emperor's head, Ludwig breathed a sigh of relief and, looking at the dawn, wearily asked if that was really all. The war ended in a year and a half, and the duke sent a letter to his beloved daughter. He apologized for the late reply. He had little time as he dealt with the remaining enemy forces, but now he can report that the war is completely over. At the moment, the imperial army is preparing to return. Perhaps by the time she receives this letter, they will already be on their way. All he wanted to know was how much she had grown in these 5 years, how well her debut had gone, and how she was as a mother. He was very upset when he found out that she cried a lot. Claire doesn't eat well when she's having a hard time, so he hoped she was taking care of her. Adelio apologized for putting such a burden on her and did nothing but ask for something and thank her, because it must have been very difficult for her. When her baby girl managed to grow up so much, his sweet daughter, Dad, was always proud of her and loved her from the very moment she was born. She can say everything she couldn't say before when they meet, because it looks like he'll get to the capital before she can answer. As soon as Adelio got out of the carriage, Dahlia threw herself into his arms, and then he called the tearful Claire to them. So having met with his entire family, the man joyfully said that he had returned. Adelio said that everyone returned to the capital, and His Majesty personally expressed gratitude to each of them for their services. Young Duke Bowder, too. Here he stopped, but Dahlia asked, they saw Ludwig, how he was doing. But then the father said in a crumpled voice that it would be better if they met in person. Such a chance would surely present itself soon. As was said, literally the next day a letter arrived with an invitation to the victory celebration ceremony. Dahlia immediately began to pick out dresses, but one was too grown up, another was too cute, and the hair in the third didn't fit very well. It was worth trying to assemble them differently, but then the seller presented them with their new dress made of imported fabric. Now the Duke's affairs were being handled by his father, and for some reason Dahlia was more exhausted than before. No, of course she enjoyed shopping, and she was glad that her mother was so inspired for the first time in a long time. But her daughter did nothing but work, so she had no one to dress up for, although that's not entirely true. Ludwig, Dahlia thought, embarrassed and fascinated. They hadn't seen each other for almost 12 years. I wonder how much he's changed. In the original, he is described as a sexy young man with a cold aura, so he must have grown a lot. Whether he has the same long hair or he cut it, in old letters she confidently stated that they could become closer. Despite the long separation, but what if nothing works out? What if she feels mortally awkward? He would immediately figure it out whether everything would be okay. He wanted to see how she would look with this ribbon in her hair. Remembering fragments from Ludwig's letter, Dahlia fell asleep, but in the morning she found the box in which she kept the ribbon. It was very shabby, and all because she used to love it madly and wear it every day. She wanted to throw it away, but she was so busy that she completely forgot. Besides, this ribbon does not match the dress. And just tying it was somehow not very good. It would stand out too much. Maybe it's not worth wearing it at all, Dahlia thought. But having made up her mind, the girl turned to the maid and asked shyly if she could tie this ribbon too. The celebration began, and His Grace Duke Adelio Avery and his wife, Duchess Claire Avery, entered the hall. And then Lady Dahlia Avery was announced, who managed to combine the dress and the ribbon on her head and neck. The Duke was immediately approached with questions about the war in order to find out the details of his personal participation. They were glad to see his beautiful face again after a long time. They remembered the lady, but Dahlia immediately ran away. Taking a glass of champagne, Dahlia sat down on the sofa. Mentally apologizing to her father, she was not yet completely confident in herself to survive here. Suddenly, Jerome addressed the lady formally, as if they were not close, saying that he did not recognize her. They had not seen each other for a long time. Dahlia said cheerfully that it would be difficult if he fell in love with her like that. She adheres to the principle of not getting involved with colleagues. Jerome sternly said that he would not say another word to her. Then she laughingly said that she remembered that she liked the black-haired beauty better. He almost cursed her out in anger, but one way or another the lady asked how he was doing and if anything serious had happened in the last few days. Everything was going smoothly, the assistant replied, and then Dahlia asked about the details of their last conversation. The Crown Prince continued to keep a close eye on their guild, but it seemed like he was constantly being stopped. Unknown forces helping them constantly stand in his way. It seemed as if this someone was deliberately hiding their identity. But suddenly Dahlia overheard the ladies' conversation about the arrival of the young duke in the capital. It couldn't be that he, the main hero of the war, wouldn't come. They said that the emperor would personally express his gratitude to him. They heard that he had broken through the battlefield and beheaded the king with his own hands. There was an opinion that today he would be granted the title of duke, which meant that the generation had changed. Jerome noticed that she was very worried. A lot of time had passed since their last meeting. Dahlia said with emotion that if anyone was worried, it was him, because he missed her so much. And he never forgot for a moment. Jerome remained silent about the mistress of his heart. The mistress returned, "The heart is fine." "Oh, really?" Jerome exclaimed, and Dahlia laughed cheerfully. She was really worried. But thanks to Jerome, the tension was easing. At her age, she wouldn't have any problems controlling her emotions. No matter what form Ludwig appeared in, she would be able to greet him with a smile. This is what Dahlia thought until the announcement that Duke Ludwig Bowder was entering caused a hubbub in the hall. A tall man with short dark hair and blue eyes walked quickly into the hall, looking for a familiar figure. "It's crazy," thought Dahlia, looking at this face. Although, no, what kind of thoughts are these, and is he walking straight towards her? She stood up. Suddenly, a handsome man approached her, waving his cloak and hugged her tightly and tenderly, calling her by name. However, Dahlia was so unusual to see Ludwig that she was frightened to think who it was. Young Duke Bowder, Ludwig Bowder was the man in front of her. Really Ludwig Bowder? She asked in surprise. Was it him? That's right. The incredibly handsome man answered proudly. Dahlia looked at his face, trying to get used to it. God flashed through her mind, but at 10 years old he looked completely different. All of Dahlia's expectations were shattered. Of course she knew that he, being the main character, would grow up into a sexy Black Panther, and even sometimes imagined it. But she was still in shock and a little scared when Ludwig extended his hand. She flinched and then turned her head away. She realized that they definitely wouldn't be able to get closer quickly. Despite the long separation, she had screwed up. The girl awkwardly tried to start a dialogue, asking how he came to life, how they were doing, not knowing how to address him. And Ludwig immediately said that there was no need for formalities. Dahlia understood that he wanted her to speak freely. But is it really necessary to ask for something like this so abruptly? No, it was time to back down. This was not an escape, but a tactical retreat to give oneself time to adapt. "Okay," she said nervously, her voice shaking. She was glad to meet him anyway. It was hard for the girl to put two words together. "And he looks healthy." Dahlia was looking for someone to pin her care on. She recently spoke with one person about something important, and she thought that it was time for her to go, as if hinting at the next meeting. But suddenly she saw Jerome, who had so brazenly abandoned her. Then Ludwig asked who this man was, but seeing such a beautiful face, Dahlia, under pressure, simply asked to forget him. As the emperor spoke of their great empire, the war, and the empire's past, Dahlia and Ludwig stood together. Ludwig kept looking at the thoughtful Dahlia and thought that at the moment when he hugged her, she seemed scared to him. The Duke clenched his fist. Under normal circumstances, he would never have appeared here because he hated noisy places. That was why he always ignored the Crown Prince's letters, however, the moment he learned that the young Duchess Averyne would be attending the ball. His body simply began to act on its own, reminding him of the man whose face had blurred into the stream of time. The reason why he personally went to the place of negotiations and even took part in an event that only caused discomfort. It was hidden in one person he unbearably wanted to see, Dahlia, his childhood friend. He liked the feeling of warmth in his arms so much that he didn't want to let her go. However, he was also scared, and now thinking about it, he tried to understand why he did this. She was so small and fragile that it seemed that if he applied a little more force, he would break her right away, although as a child, Dahlia was significantly taller than him. It's been more than 10 years now. There's nothing to be done about the awkwardness she feels. It'll probably take her some time to get used to it. She said that they would see each other again after some time, but when, how many years would he still have to wait? The Emperor hoped that they would all enjoy this evening. Dahlia's gaze searched for Jerome. She needed to say something and disappear because she was so nervous, but Ludwig was also nervous and swallowed his saliva. Finally, plucking up the courage to utter a word, Ludwig extended his hand to Dahlia and asked her to dance. Calm music was playing, and the two moved slowly and laconically, twirling in a dance. To the sounds of music, each of them was thinking about their own things, not daring to start a dialogue and simply not knowing what to talk about. In the end, she couldn't refuse and took his hand and began to remember if something like this had happened before. He needed to say something, but his mouth just wouldn't open, and tons of questions were running through his head about whether he was living well. She heard that he had shown himself well on the battlefield, like his father. It must have been very hard for him, Liud, all this time. She was sorry that she couldn't meet him, and wondered if he had kept her handkerchief. Had he received her last letter when suddenly, out of the blue, Dahlia said, "Legs." Looking at Ludwig with a mixed riot of emotions, she spoke with embarrassment, but more confidently. Now she does not step on feet, and now she doesn't get nervous because she has practiced dancing a lot, and she doesn't get her steps mixed up anymore. She did say that next time she would show her true abilities, she said excitedly. Dahlia asked him later if he remembered it, and Ludwig looked at her with concern and smiled softly at her in response. "Ah, it was really Ludwig." Dahlia was convinced through her friend's smile and simply couldn't hold back her own. Suddenly, Keller looked closely at the image of his girlfriend, and his gaze was caught by the red ribbon on her neck. "This ribbon," he said timidly, and Dahlia asked modestly if he remembered. Of course, Liud answered. He personally chose it. Dahlia laughingly said that she thought he had already forgotten. Since a lot of time had passed since then, the guy agreed. "Then do you remember this too?" she asked. He wrote that he wanted to see her with her as soon as possible. At that moment, it was necessary to postpone it until more opportune times. Well, so what does he think? Dahlia got dizzy. And, skirting the lady in the dance, Ludwig, without taking his eyes off Dahlia, said smilingly that it suited her very well. The girl smiled happily, and after that their dialogue moved on to more pleasant topics and memories. It seemed like the end was already here. What a pity. They managed to talk only a little, and Dahlia was already thinking about saying goodbye. She was referring to the next time when suddenly Ludwig grabbed Dahlia's hand in concern. And he looked at her with such hope that the girl understood what Ludwig wanted without further ado. Ludwig asked her not to say that and suggested going into the garden to talk, when suddenly he was called out and Dahlia looked back. The fair-haired man approached them and said in surprise that the hero of today's ball was also here. "So he dances. Tomorrow what? The sun will rise in the west," and also asked if he was doing well. Dahlia recognized this character. Number one among all the secondary male characters in the novel, one might even say the standard of pure love for the entire romantic genre. River Goldman, who devoted his thoughts to Olivia and lived the rest of his life alone. The second son of the Goldman family, he was the one from their family who went to war, so they knew Ludwig. The man turned his attention to the lady next to him, as if asking Ludwig to introduce them. Dahlia also waited for the moment for Ludwig to introduce her to his comrade, but there was silence in response. And looking back at him, Dahlia saw an irritated expression on his face and thought that they had a tense relationship. He was about to say that there was no need for that, when the girl left him behind and introduced herself as Dahlia Averin, the Duke's only daughter. Realizing who he was dealing with, the man bowed and kissed her hand, saying that he had heard a lot about her. Dahlia was happy to see the manners of a real knight, and then the guy introduced himself as River Goldman, the second son of the Duke. Flirting, Dahlia said that she was pleased to meet him and asked him to call her by her first name. Ludwig remained silent. River wanted to refuse, but Dahlia happily insisted, but from Ludwig's look she realized that she had gone too far. Embarrassed, Sir River addressed the girl as Lady Dahlia and blushed slightly from awkwardness. "What a cutie," Dahlia thought contentedly. "He has a handsome face. He comes from a good family and has a friendly disposition. He has it all. Besides, the second son, isn't he the perfect match for marriage? Can she just grab him?" But suddenly Ludwig called Dahlia. The girl turned around in surprise and asked what was the matter, but Ludwig coldly reminded her that they needed to talk about something. Mr. River realized that he had disturbed them without even noticing. Dahlia said that it was nothing. Everything was fine. But at that very moment he said goodbye to the girl, saying that they would talk next time, and with that he left. Dahlia awkwardly saw him off, but he left so quickly that she could not say a word. The Duke was calm. Then the girl turned around capriciously and asked Ludwig what was wrong with him. He had put him in an awkward position. But suddenly Ludwig interrupted her and said with displeasure that the smile never left her face. Did she really like him that much? It seemed like she was smiling so hard that she couldn't see anything at all, he said, addressing her respectfully. Seeing and feeling this approaching cold, Dahlia nervously and worriedly thought, "Who is he anyway?" Dahlia claimed that she didn't like him and that it was just politeness, but Ludwig asked with an offended expression, with her smiling from ear to ear. He folded his arms across his chest and seemed to pout. Dahlia said that she couldn't look at him with a stony face on their first meeting. It's crazy what she did wrong. Maybe she was dividing the skin of an unkilled bear. Yes, she really is guilty. Although now is not the time for such a thing, but since it is the case, Dahlia asked how she can look at another when there is him. He himself knows that she has pretty high standards. Does he really think that she can like someone when the most handsome friend in the world is standing next to her? Besides, his abilities are much better. He has a higher status in general. It cannot be that she would fall in love with him so easily. He is better in almost everything, the girl thought with disappointment. Had she really betrayed him in her past life for her own benefit? And looking at Ludwig again, she asked if he thought so too. Ludwig looked at Dahlia, and confusion was visible on his face. The resentment passed, but his character became truly strange, and Ludwig asked what she wanted to talk about. Dahlia thought sadly that she had meant to tell him this when the atmosphere was a little more relaxed. "The thing is," the girl began, "that Duchess Bowder, his mother, lives with them." Ludwig looked at his friend in bewilderment. When their family brought Duchess Charlie to their home, Claire hugged her friend and desperately asked what had happened to her. Charlie was so broken that it seemed she would never come to her senses. Everyone around her believed that she, blinded by jealousy, had used poison, because of which His Highness became angry and ordered her to be locked in the annex. Anyone would say that this is a false accusation. But he pretended not to know. The scum! Dahlia didn't know where the young master was kept, but after that, he too changed. Mother tried her best to bring the Duchess back to normal, often sitting next to her. And she asked her friend not to worry, comforting her and saying that nothing threatened her here. Fortunately, over time, Duchess Bowder gradually began to come into her own. But at the same time, she thought more and more often about Ludwig, who was left there all alone. Perhaps tired of the pain and endless trials, he had already thrown the image of his mother out of his head. Why is there a boy with such a bright smile who liked it best when his mother combed his hair? He didn't go to see her after returning from a protracted war, as if he had forgotten about her existence. But it wasn't so, Dahlia realized, even if only for a moment. But she caught that expression on his face. Ludwig only pretended not to know because he didn't want to talk about his traumatic past. Dahlia said that the Duchess was already feeling much better. Sometimes she went for a walk, and she also became interested in flower arranging. The girl said that she was not going to force him to meet, but if he was even a little interested, would he like to visit their house? That's how Dahlia brought Ludwig to the courtyard of the Avarian estate, and looking around, asked how he was, if anything had changed. She said that even the gardeners here are still the same, only now they are thinking about retirement, and after examining Liuda, she realized that he looks good. Afterwards, she asked him if he remembered the tree stump where they used to play, and the conversation about childhood started again on its own. Following Dahlia, he, blinded by the sun, saw a familiar image nearby. An elegant lady, painfully familiar to this little boy, came out from behind the greenhouse and called him by name. By name, his mother called him Ludwig, and the young man's chest fluttered, seeing his mother in good health. The woman came closer and, touching his short, beautifully styled hair with her hand, said that he had grown a lot. Charlie said she was going for a short walk and asked if he would join her. Mom gently and reverently touched the familiar features with her hands. Ludwig agreed, and Dahlia left them alone. It was already closer to evening when Ludwig returned to Dahlia. His friend was waiting for him on the bench and asked if he had had a good time. She suggested that they take a short walk, and during the walk she suddenly said that, to tell the truth, she thought he wouldn't come. After all, he didn't ask anything about the Duchess, and she thought that he had forgotten about her invitation. Ludwig said that he was busy. Dahlia happily agreed because he probably had a lot of things to do. He had to manage the family's affairs and go to war in place of his father, so why shouldn't they take a walk? He hadn't been to the capital for a long time, and during this time she had found out about many restaurants, or maybe he still hated sweets. "A little," the young man answered, and then his friend said that they could do without dessert, and she also wanted to introduce him to Hestia and Jerome. These were the people who had been helping her all this time and who offered Liuda to play, just like in the good old days. If he could rest by spending time with her, the girl asked, wouldn't that at least make his burden a little easier? Holding her friend's hand and crossing their fingers, Dahlia closed her eyes and told Ludwig that she wished him happiness. And if he wants to choose the path that will lead him to it, then she will always support him. Ludwig's ears turned red. Dahlia ran her hands over the scars on his fingers, moving her hands to his shoulders, and Ludwig's eyes widened. Her arms suddenly wrapped around the young man's neck, her warm breath touched his lips, and she wanted to offer something. Suddenly, Ludwig woke up in horror, as if he had seen a nightmare, but found the ceiling in front of him. He swayed as he rose and, covering part of his face with his hand, thought, "What a stupid dream! Why did he even dream something like that?" Day after day passed, and now Ludwig was sitting at a meeting with a dissatisfied and sleepy face. One of the assistants asked His Majesty if he had slept poorly. He had dark circles under his eyes. "So what?" Ludwig asked, looking coldly at the vassal. "Nothing," he answered awkwardly, and the meeting continued. However, Ludwig didn't even listen to what his subordinates were saying. Because of that dream, he hadn't slept normally for several days. The nonsense repeats itself over and over again, all starting with Dahlia taking his hand, just like that day. And then she hugs him and looks at him playfully for a long time, smiling slyly while he drowns in her red eyes. And then she starts kissing him on the cheek, then near the eye, naturally embarrassing him. And in the end, hugging him and looking him straight in the eyes again, he asks Ludwig if they could kiss. Lost in his thoughts about sleep and ending all this, Ludwig suddenly slams the table and orders everyone to stop. Everyone present at the meeting immediately falls silent, and Ludwig blushes and covers part of his face with his hand. The man reading the report, trembling with fear, asked his lordship what was wrong, and the Duke, clearing his throat, said everything was fine, asking him to continue. "The northwestern border is occupied by the 6th Division, and the frequency of monster appearances equal," he continued. At this time, Ludwig tried to pull himself together, because at this rate he wouldn't even be able to look Dahlia in the face. At this point, the knight of the Bowder family finished his report and asked the Duke if it was because of those rumors. Ludwig's eyes widened in amazement, and he froze in fear. 4th Division Commander Eden Miller made this bold move, and Ludwig asked again if he had heard correctly. All the commanders present shouted at him in whispers, asking why he was interfering in the Duke's affairs, and asked him to shut his mouth. There was no longer any talk of embarrassment or sleep, and Ludwig looked coldly at his subordinate and asked what rumors he was talking about. Realizing that things were not going smoothly, Eden looked away and said, "They say that passion is burning between him and the young Duchess Avrian." But it wasn't just the Bowder commander who was so tactless, and at the Avrian estate, Dahlia was already being asked about the engagement. For the sake of the future of the Avrian family, she should choose a groom for herself quickly, because until now she was busy with the Duke's affairs. But now that he has returned, it is high time to think about marriage. The engagement cannot be postponed, and he brought a list of unmarried aristocrats. Dahlia asked them to wait and calm down a little. She understood their feelings, but everything was too sudden. And she never thought about dating, let alone getting engaged. And besides, people marry those they love. Her parents also think so. After a short silence, everyone again began to figure out what was wrong with this. You can fall in love with a person even after marriage. Unable to withstand the pressure, Dahlia ran away. She did not understand what was wrong with the servants, whether they were being haunted by a ghost because of the failed engagement. Having escaped from them, Dahlia ran to her mother and desperately asked her to calm them down, because they were ready to marry her off tomorrow. Closing the book, Claire said that at her age it was quite normal to have a fiancé, but her daughter loved her work more than men. Dahlia had said that there wasn't a single hot guy on the horizon yet, and Claire knew that her daughter had pretty high standards. And squeezing Darling's cheeks, she asked her not to worry. She was not going to bring some nobleman here and try to force him on her. And Dahlia was already glad that they wouldn't put pressure on her when suddenly her mother suggested that she get engaged to Ludwig. The girl's face immediately changed. The former joy disappeared somewhere, and she tried to understand whether her mother was joking. "What does this mean?" the girl asked her mother worriedly and asked her to repeat with whom. Dahlia didn't want to believe that her own mother considered her as a friend and a candidate for a husband. In truth, Claire said, she had already arranged their engagement. Dahlia asked in shock, and why was this the first time she heard about it? Claire said it was just talk at first, but they got along so well that she and Charlie decided to get engaged. Ludwig tried to imagine Dahlia as a husband, which turned out to be very difficult. He is, of course, the sweetest, most handsome and charming young man in the whole world. She recalled the image of her little friend. But marrying him was something else entirely. It was too awkward. Dahlia immediately remembered the image of the adult Ludwig. Who knew, Claire continued, that something like this would happen to the Boder family, but one way or another she asked her daughter not to rush into making a decision. Because just as she met Adelio, she too will one day find her destiny. Dahlia smiled and agreed. And squeezing her hands, she thought, I wonder what kind of relationship there would be between them now, if not for Ludwig's numerous misfortunes. No, she thought more confidently. Smiling, she had decided to become like family to him, and he liked her the way she was now. So one day the girl dumped piles of folders and other papers in front of her assistants Jerome and Garcia, and explaining that these were portraits of her husband candidates, which the servants had selected, she asked them to try to choose the best one. The assistants asked in horror if she was going to get engaged, and Dahlia said indifferently that she was, but she didn't like any of them. Then the assistants tried to find out from their mistress what her ideal type was, Dahlia thought, and after a while she exclaimed enthusiastically, her parents. She wanted eternal love like her parents. Long ago, a princess from a neighboring country came to the empire to marry a prince. She was assigned a knight to accompany her, but due to his poor physical condition, she could not rely on him. And although their quarrels were countless, at some point they became imbued with each other and, without even noticing it, fell in love. It was fate. However, they could not be together, and then the knight realized something. He had to take back the duchy that he himself had left. To dare to take the bride away from the prince, fortunately, the heavens were favorable to them, and they swore to each other to always be together. And soon the fruit of their love was born, that is, she, Dahlia Avarian, the girl, finished her story. Jerome said that it was a big mistake to educate her from novels since childhood, and for a long time, Garcia finished. Then Jerome asked Dahlia to tell him specific criteria, and the girl began to describe her standards, but then she was stopped. The lady said that people who met such criteria did not exist, and told her to simply admit that she did not want to get married. Hestia asked if she thought it would be hard to find someone like that, and then Dahlia asked what kind she liked. Hez. Those who have money, the redhead answered, and then Dahlia, grinning, asked if maybe she should marry her. Garcia was all for it, and then Jerome whined that there wasn't a single normal person here, just as Dahlia asked him about his ideal type. He answered proudly, someone innocent with long black hair, snow-white skin and the like, referring to little Ludwig. From the first lines, realizing that he was describing his first love, the girls looked at him with sympathy, but he did not understand what was going on. Once everyone had calmed down and had a cup of tea, Jerome asked her what she thought about those rumors. He asked if it was worth leaving everything as it was, and Dahlia looked up at him and asked what these rumors were. Jerome explained that rumors about the passion burning between her and the young duke had already spread throughout the capital, and Dahlia even spat out her coffee. She cried out in alarm and asked who had spread such a ridiculous rumor. Who knows? He answered. Maybe it was because at the last ball they continued to dance together without changing partners that Dahlia became depressed. Jerome asked if it was true that there was nothing between them as far as he knew. The young duke also did not have a bride yet. Interrupting, Dahlia explained that they were just friends, although something similar had been discussed before, but Ludwig was not right for her. And he is also the first son, she explained. They will both head their families, and asked what they should do with the heir then. Besides, she will need to travel abroad on business, and Ludwig will need to protect the northern lands. What kind of relationship is this? But then she suddenly stopped and screamed, asking why she was even talking about marrying him. She just wanted to live happily with the man she loved, and Jerome said that this is not something that can be predicted. Dahlia looked back at him, and the guy asked, "It doesn't mean anything that nothing will work out between them and the young duke." And he also asked a leading question, whether she was sure that Ludwig was of the same opinion. Dahlia froze in embarrassment. Dahlia said thoughtfully that they were similar in this regard. Ludwig probably didn't consider her in that way. And even if rumors reach him, he will consider them nonsense. Whether he likes her or not, Ludwig considers marriage to be shackles. And then, looking out the window, the girl remembered a moment from her childhood and thought that maybe she should have told him something different. He once confessed to Dahlia that he thought marriage brought nothing but suffering, but the girl thought otherwise. There were happy couples like her parents, but the young man was worried that one of them might grow cold. If he likes someone, they will get married, and then this person's relationship will change and he will suffer just like his mother. Of course, he will think exactly that way, every day seeing the tears of his mother who is tormented by her own husband. He told Dahlia that he liked being friends with her, no matter how much they fought, no matter how far apart they were. On all these conditions, the boy, smiling, offered to remain friends and be together forever. Then she agreed, and therefore thought that she wanted to stay in a relationship that was comfortable for him. At the same time, the Duke ordered his subordinate not to talk nonsense, to which Eden pounced on him with many other questions. Asking something along the lines of why they immediately hugged each other when they saw each other at the ball, Ludwig coldly asked what business it was of theirs. He thought that he really shouldn't have acted so rashly in front of everyone, but his body moved on its own. "Well, anyway, it looks like she cares about him," Eden said, and someone behind him supported him. This tactless guy asked if an ordinary friend would behave so kindly. He was unable to finish, catching an angry look on himself. The girl heard that the young Duchess was constantly busy with work, and she drove away all the applicants with a smile on her face. The vassals discussed her tenderness among themselves only with their duke, and then Ludwig tried to order them to stop this nonsense. But then the same Eden interrupted him and enthusiastically declared that she definitely liked him. Ludwig immediately shuddered and froze, remembering everything that happened after the war, but embarrassedly thought that this was impossible. And, picking up the papers from the table, he said that they would finish with this, adding that there was nothing between him and the young Duchess. So he ordered them all to stop talking nonsense, and the subordinates became agitated, realizing that the master was angry. As he left the meeting room, he wondered what they knew about Dahlia at all. He knew her much better. And even more so, he understands better what high standards she has based on novels. Ludwig sighed heavily and thought that they couldn't know this, but Dahlia was a person who went beyond common sense. At the same time, behind the door they were murmuring about unrequited love, and especially for such a cold person as his lordship. But then the girls said that they got along quite well and that they didn't have any significant others, asking why they didn't get married. Ludwig could still hear these discussions from behind the door and wondered if Dahlia would say that she needed a groom. When they suddenly remembered another unmarried man among the aristocrats, Ludwig immediately shuddered. After all, everyone understood perfectly well that this unmarried man whom Dahlia liked was River Goldman. Seeing a familiar face at the banquet, River put down his glass of wine and headed towards the young Duchess Averyne. Behind Dolly's back, everyone was whispering about why she was alone, and believing the rumors, they were waiting for Duke Bowder to appear. Dahlia just wanted to make the rumors die down, but no one approached her at all. Even those who discussed that Count Zorvan immediately fell ill upon learning of the passionate affair with the young Duchess Averyne. And even they, who were whispering about trying to approach and talk, worried that Ludwig was watching her. For some reason, everyone just looked and didn't come up to her. Let at least someone come up, or she should go home. But the girl immediately abandoned this idea, hoping to meet the love of her life here. And suddenly, Lady Dahlia was called out by River Goldman, who had come closer, and the girl immediately looked around embarrassedly. She was surprised to meet him, and the young man asked if she was doing well. Dahlia answered yes, but she didn't know that he would come. Otherwise, she would have found him first. The guy embarrassedly said that he thought not to come, but found out that she would be there too. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and her heart began to beat faster, and she asked what he had just said. Dahlia paused for a second, and then fireworks began to sparkle in her soul. And what if she had just met her destiny? Dahlia asked if he hadn't come here for her, to find her father, and River answered yes. He had something to tell him, and he asked if perhaps the Duke had already told her about him. Dahlia was touched by how embarrassed he was, and explained that her father had told her about him, a little flatteringly. Watching his reaction, the girl understood that she needed to control herself, otherwise he would run away before she could act. While talking to the live music, she remembered that disagreements had arisen again between him and Ludwig. River admitted that sometimes they have a hard time getting along, but Dahlia thought that their relationship was not bad, and he even calls him by his nickname. He explained this by the fact that they were peers among the commanders, and Sir Bauder was a respected knight. Although he had now reached the level of a swordmaster, Dahlia proudly confirmed that Ludwig had always been confident in his abilities. River noted that she, as his childhood friend, probably knew him better than he did, and Dahlia was surprised. She modestly turned her head away and, embarrassed, replied that she was not really sure about that. However, she did not receive any news from him for 10 years, and met him again at a ball. It might be a little different, River said, with some people spending the rest of their lives replaying memories in their heads. Although a period of 10 years cannot be called short, but if Sir Bauder also cherishes the memories of those days. Doesn't that mean that his image that Lady Dahlia remembers also exists? He asked with a smile. Dahlia noticed some faces standing behind them, when suddenly River asked if she would give him a dance. Already whirling in the dance, Dahlia thought that he seemed like a good person to her, even better than she imagined. Suddenly, the gentleman meekly asked the lady if they had yet shared their feelings with each other. The girl was in a stupor, but she suddenly recoiled from him and exclaimed, "No, those warm embraces at the ball were simply from joy." She was glad to see him. She justified herself it was impossible to allow the atmosphere to be destroyed because of her. And she asked where they would find time for feelings if they hadn't seen each other for so long. River asked if these were rumors. And Dahlia anxiously swore that this was exactly so, and then the fair-haired youth smiled and said that he was glad. But then the music ended, the end of the banquet came, everyone began to say goodbye, and River left the girl with them. And Dahlia herself froze in a stupor, trying to understand what this man was happy about, what he was happy about. While visiting Ludwig, she thought about that day. Did he really say that because he found out that there was nothing between her and Ludwig? What should she do, she thought, sighing heavily and covering her face with a pillow, and Ludwig, sipping tea, thought that this was happening to her. Just recently she burst into his office and suggested distributing military merits, and then she lay down on the sofa. The Duke wondered when he should approach her, and whether he was the only one who was glad to see her after so much time. Suddenly Ludwig froze and thought that the rumors had reached her too. He thought that Dahlia would ignore them in every possible way. But if she's doing this because of him, then maybe he should pretend he doesn't know anything. Ludwig suggested getting down to business. Since she said that she had come to distribute military merits, the girl stood up. And without taking her eyes off Ludwig, she threw her head back and said that this was just an excuse to see him. Ludwig's heart made the familiar sound as Dahlia asked if the imperial family had gotten in touch yet. As far as Liud knew, there would soon be an award ceremony for military merit, but Dahlia was not talking about that. She asked if there had been another proposal to marry the princess. Ludwig asked why something like that would happen. "What do you mean?" his friend asked again, explaining that the emperor was clearly interested in him. Ludwig looked at her in confusion. At the last social event she attended, everyone kept saying that the emperor wanted to become related to the Bowder family. From their perspective, he is indeed an eligible bachelor, a war hero, and also a handsome man, but in any case they have a main character. All these stories did not please the young man, and he asked if Dahlia was not interested in rumors about them at all. After what was said, the guy sadly lowered his gaze and did not look towards his friend, who was trying to answer something. She wanted to say that she didn't care, but suddenly she began to worry that Ludwig was silent. Had she really done something wrong? A moment later, Ludwig suddenly stood up and informed Dahlia that he still had some business to attend to. And with these words, Ludwig left, slamming the door. Dahlia found herself in a stupor, not understanding why he was angry. On the way home, the girl wondered what she had done wrong, and why he had even started talking about the rumors about them. And anyway, all this is not true, but what difference does it make? Does it matter to her or not? Dahlia thought as she assumed that he was secretly seeing someone. Have they already met the main character? Maybe he's worried that Livia will misunderstand everything. Dahlia continued to think. After all, it was too early for the main character to go on stage. Leaning back on the seat, she sighed and asked why her mood had changed so much she felt disgusting. That same night, she learned that Count Zorvan had arrived to borrow money, or rather, he hoped to receive investments from them. He needed funds to develop a new drug and said he was willing to share the profits from sales. But he couldn't go to the exchange, since the amount was too large, and they were conducting thorough checks. The girl thought about it. Father put the matter aside, but it was not for her to judge Count Zorvan was lucky to hire Hestia and achieve success. He is also an idiot who, out of envy, decided to drive out a priceless talent, which is why Hestia suffered for a long time. But the girl could create better medicine than before. Remembering this dialogue, Dahlia seemed to understand something. And having informed the servant that she would return immediately, she quickly ran away, in response to which he was indignant that he had not received an answer. Hestia said that everything is quite easy if you know the type of medicine, and she also knows many ways to prepare it. So she's capable of creating a drug in a short time that's twice as effective as Count Zorvan's. Dahlia asked breathlessly. The girl confirmed, and it was a success. Dahlia grabbed Hestia's hand and asked if she remembered that she had promised her something. The best research center in the Empire and a worthy title after she becomes a duchess. Jess answered fearfully. And that was true. But with the institution, everything could have worked out already now. There was one place, a recently built modern research center. Hestia looked at her mistress in surprise, but quickly realized what she was getting at and asked, "Really?" There was excitement in the blood of both of them, and Dahlia, laughing with anticipation, asked if she could develop a new medicine. Turning around to see all the bubbling bottles, Hestia turned her gaze to Dahlia and confidently said that from this day on, she would not close her eyes. Dahlia returned to Raoul again and grinned, and asked if Count Zorvan had forgiven the money, telling him to say that she would give it to him. Raoul realized that it was useless to try to persuade her and asked how much % she would demand. "Not at all," the girl answered excitedly. Hestia saved her father and made a medicine that helped end the war much earlier. And such a talented person was first used and then kicked out of his first job. The Count caused a lot of suffering to her dear friend. And so she asked me to tell him that in exchange she wants his pharmaceutical laboratory, a debt she would gladly accept. Her plan was simple. The girl thought of lending money to Count Zorvan and taking his laboratory as collateral. The Count will consider it an incredible stroke of luck that there is no need to pay interest, and that he will be able to get the entire amount back after selling the medicine. And he will probably call her a stupid aristocrat, but contrary to all his expectations, the drug will sell poorly. And all because it will distribute a similar medicine in advance. Moreover, its effectiveness will be much higher due to improvements by the manufacturer. Because of this, Count Zorvan's medicine will be considered a fake, and bankruptcy will only be a matter of time. And if he still can't pay off the debt, Dahlia will have to take ownership of the lab. Dahlia told about her insidious plan to get and take revenge on Jerome, who, after listening, said that even the devil would cry. That is why the contract had to be drawn up very carefully in order to avenge Hestia and spend the Count's property. Jerome asked where she was going. She herself said that she had no plans today, and the girl answered to meet with an informant. And she explained that Hestia would make the best medicine if she knew about the Count's actions. Jerome was amazed at such efficiency. The informant spoke about a stimulant that helps a person's physical condition reach its best levels. The Count even boasted of feeling well after several sleepless nights, and a more detailed report is contained in the documents. Raoul took the candy box with the documents. Dahlia praised him for his work, saying that she would contact him if she needed more information. On the way out, Dahlia thought about the stimulant. It was really impressive, and who would have thought that she would end up in the pharmaceutical business? But while she was thinking about all this, Lady Dahlia was called by a familiar voice and saw Sir River nearby. Dahlia didn't expect to see him here and asked if he came to buy dessert. River had heard that the local cakes were quite popular. The girl laughed and said that she had already bought it, realizing that he was not aware that this store was a meeting place with an informant. And then the guy sheepishly asked if she had some free time. Dahlia sweetly agreed. He asked her if she was doing well, and the girl replied that she was doing well, although she was worried that she could not meet the man who had promised this. The young man gasped, blushing, and awkwardly made excuses that he was so busy that he couldn't. Dahlia was very amused to watch his cute reaction and how he just blushed from awkwardness. But suddenly he continued, still embarrassed, saying that he had thought about sending her a letter but had been afraid. That he could embarrass her if he did it suddenly, which meant he had been thinking about her all this time. And then what's the point of all the excuses, because Dahlia said that he should have come up with a reason. The young duke asked what she meant, and the girl, blushing and stammering, replied that from now on he could write to her whenever he wanted. For a moment this made the guy stop in a stupor, but at the same moment he said with a soft smile that he would keep it in mind. But now it was time for Dahlia to go to the carriage, because Raoul was waiting for her. River volunteered to accompany the girl. Suddenly, passing by one of the counters, Dahlia stopped, seeing ribbons reminiscent of those that Ludwig had given her. Noticing that the lady liked the ribbons, River asked if she wanted him to give them to her. Dahlia could have bought them herself, but then River explained that buying them yourself and receiving them as a gift are two different things. After all, a gift reminds them of someone specific, even if it is an ordinary object. Every time they look at it, they will remember the giver, which will make this thing special. After this, River was taken aback and asked if he was being too sentimental in thinking that they should go back. Not at all, the girl answered, slightly embarrassed by these words, but looking at the guy, she did not refuse. And smiling, she asked to give her a memory. The words spoken awakened the sleeping butterflies in her stomach. As a result, Dahlia received a bracelet as a gift, and the longer she looked at it, the more beautiful it seemed. Remembering Rivera's words, Dahlia hugged the pillow. He is not only handsome, but also eloquent, a real fox. They say that 3 coincidences is fate, and they have already met twice, which means they are with River. What should they do? It was difficult for Dahlia to contain her emotions, but suddenly she jumped up, remembering that now was not the time for this. Looking at the jars that had been made the other day, Dahlia thought that maybe she should try selling the medicine. Her Grace was greeted by the commander of the 2nd Division, Duke Bauder, Russ FedEx, and the commander of the 3rd Division, Leona Selbik. The commander of the 4th Division of the Knights, Eden Miller, and the commander of the 6th Division of Duke Bauder, Michelle Dimitri. The girl was pleased to meet them and introduced herself as Dahlia Avarian, although she thought they had already heard about her from Ludwig. Leona responded sharply and just as unexpectedly enthusiastically asked who needed to be killed. She was good at duels. Dahlia was dumbfounded. She asked to know who needed to be gotten rid of, but then Roos, adjusting his glasses, said that the lady probably intended to fight a powerful army. Eden said that it would be difficult to wage a national war, but a territorial one was quite possible. Michelle asked about the method of getting rid of it. But before she could finish speaking, Dahlia interrupted her with a shout and asked Ludwig what he had told them, and he replied that she needed a nightly order. And he asked if she was going to someone. Not at all, Dahlia answered, and presented a new medicine developed by their family. It's called a stimulant, but they could have thought of it as an advanced version of an anti-fatigue drug, and she would like to entrust its advertising to the Knights of the Bauder family, whose popularity has reached sky-high heights. Eden was surprised by their popularity, and Russ asked if it wouldn't be better to leave it to the professionals. No, the girl answered cheerfully. They will do a much better job because they will do everything for free. Nothing is needed. They can just walk around with a bottle saying, "Take the medicine and the fatigue will be gone." A powerful surge of energy is guaranteed. They will be reborn, and all this is a stimulant from Averine. The Knights were simply at a loss for words after the product presentation, and some even held back their laughter. Eden turned to His Majesty, but he coldly asked why he looked away, ordering him to listen to what Dahlia was saying and remember it. Dahlia asked Ludwig to be sure to try this medicine as soon as he got tired. After that, she held her friend's hand and gave him 1 bottle. Ludwig thanked him. Dahlia asked if he could spare her some time. She wanted to say last time, but he suddenly left. Ludwig remembered that he then got angry and said that he had some things to do, just leaving and wanted to apologize. But suddenly, after a long time, Dahlia called Ludwig by an affectionate nickname and smiled sweetly. The guy's eyes opened wide. The girl said that they agreed to have fun like they did in childhood, go shopping and eat delicious food. And so to rest, right? Having finished, she asked. A barely noticeable blush appeared on Ludwig's cheeks. Ludwig said that he did not remember making such a promise, but nevertheless gave in to the persuasion of the young Duchess and smiled happily. The curious division commanders watched this entire dialogue from afar, and Michelle asked if they had seen it. And then, Eden answered. Stunned, goosebumps running down his spine, Leona could not in her right mind accept that His Highness had smiled. Russ reasoned that, as expected, the young Duchess was not indifferent to him, but Michelle thought that they were close because they were childhood friends. But who so tenderly holds a friend's hand? Eden did not have such friends, and the last words of the Duchess were the most real invitation to a date. The knights ran up to His Highness and started telling him that the lady had a soft spot for him and ordered him to take advantage of this opportunity. And if the lady becomes their mistress, Michelle will accompany her. The Duke, clutching a bottle, told them not to talk nonsense and headed to the estate. Suddenly remembering the image of Dahlia, who offered him to spend time together, he suddenly blushed and froze, covering his lips with his hand. His heart was beating so hard. The maid said that if she twitched, the makeup wouldn't go on well, and when else could she dress up like that? It was a date after all. No, Dahlia tried to argue, saying that it was just a walk, but they seemed not to hear and exclaimed, "The first date." She looked great in this image, and then the girl immediately ran away, saying that she was late. The Duke was also dressed more handsomely, which was taken care of by servants and caring knights under his command. Seeing her old friend, Dahlia nervously thought that maybe it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But he seemed dazzlingly handsome to her. At that moment, Ludwig noticed Dahlia, who came out to him. Dahlia muttered, upset and embarrassed, asking why he had dressed up if they were just going for a walk. Then the lady called out to Leon and remarked that she had put special effort into her image today, and she let it slip that the Duke also carefully chose his clothes, but she quickly caught his murderous gaze on herself. Calling out to Dahlia, Ludwig extended his arms to her and easily lifted her by the waist, seating her in the carriage. After which he told the driver that they did not have much time, ordering him to leave quickly. There was no particular conversation in the carriage yet. Dahlia just looked sheepishly at Ludwig, who was sitting in front of her. The carriage rocked gently, and Ludwig's head was still filled with various thoughts, which is why he did not look at Dahlia. Then the girl's head replayed the moment when Ludwig easily lifted her, and her heart began to beat faster. Maybe he will be able to hug her too. In her eyes, he is still the same kitten, but it seems he has finally turned into a real Black Panther. Where they were going was a secret to Ludwig, and when they arrived, the girls began to discuss a suitable costume. Ludwig didn't enjoy this much, and he frowned and asked irritably, maybe that was enough. Dahlia enthusiastically and carefully persuaded Ludwig to have just one suit, but he said he didn't want to. Then Dahlia suddenly asked if this didn't bring back memories of how they used to play house as children. Leona asked in shock if she had heard correctly, but Dahlia ignored her, trying to persuade Liud. She told him to just imagine how cool he would look, so cool that he would drive her crazy. Dahlia's sincere smile and persuasion finally melted Ludwig's heart, and he sheepishly agreed, but only for one. Today was really fun. First they played mother and daughter, and now this is how they ate dessert. Ludwig said he had fun too. Dahlia said that as a child, there were many things she wanted to do with him, and now that her wishes have come true, she feels joy and asks what he thinks about spending time together next time. The warm summer air blew the hair on Ludwig's head, and he happily smiled and agreed with Dahlia. Seeing such a happy friend, Dahlia felt embarrassed and wondered why he was so happy. Did he really miss her that much? She then asked if he would go to the title ceremony wearing what she had bought him today. Ludwig confirmed. The girl was sure that everyone would look only at him because she chose him. Suddenly, Ludwig, overcoming his modesty, asked Dahlia if she had already chosen a partner for the ceremony. Dahlia's ruby eyes sparkled in the sun and widened slightly at the unexpected question. Well, yes, the girl answered anxiously, having already agreed to go there with Sir River. Dahlia looked innocently at Ludwig, not yet foreseeing trouble, and the guy's face instantly changed, frowning. Dahlia would go not even with him, but with River Goldman. Ludwig's universe was collapsing right under his feet. Smiling sweetly, Dahlia asked why he was interested. Did he really want to go with her? Suddenly, he responded, offended, that he had not asked who she was going to go with and that such things did not bother him at all. Sitting boredly in the office, Dahlia suddenly remembered Ludwig's happy smile that day. It had been a long time since she had seen such a bright smile on his face. Did he really enjoy spending time with her that much, the girl thought? But she still didn't understand why he was so suddenly offended, hoping that she could appease him if she invited him to meet again. She heard that there is a beautiful lake not far from the capital. Maybe next time it's worth taking a boat ride. Dahlia thought about the trip and the picnic for a while, when suddenly Raoul ran into the room. She wanted to ask why he was in such a hurry, but then it dawned on her and Raoul confirmed the lady's guesses. Count Zorvan had finally gone bankrupt. And now Hestia was already waiting for Lady Dahlia in her brand-new pharmaceutical laboratory. The girl asked how she was here, whether she liked it. That's an understatement, answered Hess, who had already settled in here. But the scientist shared that she got much more pleasure from trampling this worthless thing. Yes, she looked even happier than when she received the money, Dahlia thought. But suddenly Hestia turned to Lady Dahlia and said that during the development of the new medicine, she also fulfilled her request. And then she reported that the drugs that Count Zorvan was selling were narcotics. Dahlia was stunned. Hestia, clenching her fist, said irritably that with their help it was really possible to stay awake for several days. After all, the ingredients put the body into an excited state. But why would it do something like that? Dahlia asked. Even if he had made a fortune from this, he would have been exposed eventually anyway, so it is unlikely that he would have brought in anyone from outside. But suddenly, she thought, the Count came to Duke Averian to borrow money, and not to a brokerage house. Was he really going to lure them into a trap? Gritting her teeth, Dahlia thought that perhaps Count Zorvan's words weren't so meaningless, and that she needed to make inquiries. Jerome asked if she was tired, and Dahlia yawned and replied that she was a little tired, and he asked her not to say that she had taken on a lot of things again. Although she tried to find out about the Count, she could not find out anything. One thing was clear. Someone had provided the Count with impressive support earlier. But he soon stopped doing this. And probably this person targeted their family. Perhaps that is why everything is so carefully hidden. Maybe she should touch the criminal underworld to dig deeper, and then Jerome asked if she could take Hestia's medicine. Dahlia was flattered that he cared about her, and he promised again that he would not say another word. But then he asked if River was not supposed to accompany her. Dahlia explained that he had not been able to come because the preparations had taken a long time, which meant that she had arranged to meet with Duke Bowder, he realized. And then Jerome proudly declared that he would certainly be pleased, especially with the fact that she went with him and not with Sir River. "And where does he get so much confidence from?" asked Dahlia. Jerome clicked his tongue and said that she had no ingenuity at all. Probably because the banquet was hosted by His Majesty, the hall was simply drowning in luxury. It seemed as if all the nobility had gathered there. But on her way, the girl met Ludwig and, smiling sweetly, congratulated him on receiving the title. She wanted to, at least, but he looked at her so coldly that the words ate themselves away. And how should this be understood, thought Dahlia, blaming Jerome, because he said that he would be glad and immediately decided to introduce Jerome. He was about to wave it off, realizing that this was completely out of place now, when suddenly Ludwig coldly asked who this idiot was. The girl froze in amazement, and Jerome froze in fear. Then Ludwig repeated the question even more sternly. "Who is this fool?" Snorting, he asked pompously. Goldman wasn't enough for her, so she started dating this piece of green. Dahlia froze in shock, thinking why he was looking at her as if she were an unfaithful wife, and he even brought Sarah Rivera into this. And immediately she exclaimed, alarmed and concerned, "Nothing of the sort. He had misunderstood everything. Jerome was her escort." Ludwig resigned himself a little, and she continued. He was the one she wanted to introduce him to, the third son of Count Hayward, Jerome. The guy's heart almost jumped into his heels, and Ludwig asked him again for his last name and remembered meeting this boy in childhood. Dahlia laughed nervously and told Jerome to introduce himself as well, but when she looked back, she saw that he was crying. Covering his face with his hand, he turned completely red and, unable to hold back his tears, ran, saying that he needed to go to the toilet. Ludwig said he was still behaving the same way, and Dahlia thought anxiously about why it seemed to her that something like this had happened before. The award ceremony began, and it was the turn of Duke Averion, who showed truly knightly nobility and made a great contribution to the war. Everyone present joyfully applauded their hero, and Dahlia thought that her father truly had no equal. Next in line was the second son of the Goldman family, River, a young man in full dress who came forward closer to the emperor. As a reward for his great services, River Goldman received lands and the title of Count. The guy thanked His Majesty, and Dahlia, looking at him, went crazy from his beauty. He was like a prince. Before the next challenger, everyone in the room began to whisper, saying that the main character always appears at the end. And now, finally, the appearance of the eldest son of the Bowder family, Ludwig Bowder, was announced, shining in the outfit chosen by Dahlia. Seeing him now, from the side, Dahlia stood transfixed for a moment, blushing, and her heart responded even more strongly. The emperor said he had shown unprecedented determination and saved the lives of countless subjects of the empire. When people saw the award, they immediately realized that it was a precious sword that had been passed down from generation to generation in the imperial family. They whispered about whether His Majesty would allow him to enter his family, then Sir Bowder would become his faithful dog. After what the lady said, her friends told her to watch her language, and at the same time the emperor granted Ludwig the title of Duke. Clapping in congratulations, Dahlia thought, Ludwig has now truly become one of the three most powerful dukes in the empire, and she was still only the heiress of the family, and it seemed to the girl as if Ludwig had left her far behind. But suddenly she caught his cold gaze and, waving at him, smiled happily. She also had to try hard. So that one day she could stand side by side with him, Ludwig smiled at his friend in the same kind way. Everyone made a big noise, trying to exchange at least a few words with Ludwig. Did this mean that now, having received the title of Duke, he would return to the north? If they part now, who knows when they will be able to see each other again? Dahlia thought with a downcast expression, when suddenly Lud noticed her condition. Ludwig walked around the people surrounding him and approached Dahlia, carefully touching her face and asking if she was feeling well. "Not at all," she answered anxiously, already hearing whispers behind their backs. Because of him, strange rumors could start in society. But then, distracting them from their conversation, a man approached Ludwig and said that His Majesty the Emperor was calling him. There it is, Dahlia thought anxiously. Of course she had assumed that the Emperor would want to introduce Ludwig to the princess, but she never thought that he would do it in front of everyone. Apparently, this is how he wanted to show his sincerity. Ludwig asked to convey that he was busy, and then the man explained that in that case he would personally approach him. Ludwig involuntarily clicked his tongue and looked sadly at Dahlia, but the girl took it as him being afraid that she would cross paths with the princess, which made her say anxiously that she was fine and he could go, but Ludwig didn't really want to leave her. But there was nothing to be done. Clutching his head and frowning, he said that he would be away for a short time and it would not take much time. And then he leaned over Dahlia, swearing and asking her not to misunderstand and just wait, promising to return soon. After that, the girl went out to avoid people talking about her behind her back, but she had nowhere to go. She was tired, and besides, she was not in good health at this rate. It was not far off from getting sick. She decided to go and rest a little, when suddenly she ran into River in the garden, who was clearly no less surprised by their meeting. Dahlia's gaze was instantly drawn to his half-naked appearance and bare, sculpted torso. Several red drops fell to the ground and Duke River immediately rushed towards Lady Dahlia in fear. A thin stream of blood flowed from the girl's nose after such unexpected mood swings. And now Dahlia was already wiping the blood with a handkerchief, saying that it was normal. River was telling her how to hold her head correctly. He was a little embarrassed, looking at Dahlia, and after thinking for a while, he asked her to forgive him. The next moment he picked up the girl in his arms, Dahlia's face turned red again and she called out to Sir River. The guy thought she should sit down and promised to let her go as soon as they came to a suitable place. But then Dahlia stopped him and, in front of him, very embarrassed, asked him to get dressed first. Only at that moment did River realize how he was dressed. Putting on his shirt, he awkwardly said that he was not one of those who undressed at every opportunity. Dahlia grinned, saying that she knew. But judging by his shirt, I realized that he accidentally spilled wine, and River told me about the situation that happened to him. The girl smiled contentedly, looking at River's broad shoulders and chest, amazed by this man. River noticed that the bleeding had stopped, and Dahlia, removing the handkerchief from her face, thanked him for his help. And hugging the girl by the shoulder, he leaned the girl against himself, saying that he still thought she should rest a little more. Lilo Dahlia blushed deeply again, and she wondered why he was being so gentle. It seemed like her nose was about to bleed. River asked, judging by the fact that her nose was bleeding, it must have been hard for her lately. Dahlia thought rather that it was because she saw the naked body and said that everything was not quite like that. No, to tell the truth, the girl explained, she had been pushing herself hard these days and thought she was trying hard enough. But not seeing any results, she began to lose patience. River said that he could understand her feelings. He too had once been overcome by similar thoughts. Rest is for losers. He will achieve all his goals, and then he will rest. He just wanted to say that it was okay if she took a short break. After listening, Dahlia asked brokenly, "But what if something does happen? What if during the rest everything around goes wrong? And there would be no way back then. Could he then relax in such a situation?" River froze, looking at the lady. Dahlia saw all this horror on the guy's face and hastened to calm him down, saying that she meant this as an example. Although she herself thought guiltily, Sir River said this with the best of intentions. Well, she is an idiot. But when the young man suddenly asked her what she thought about sharing her burden with someone else, Dahlia's eyes widened. And he continued that if she needed someone she could rely on, and his candidacy suited her, then she could contact him at any time. Dahlia really needed such a person now, and she smiled and asked if he could stay with her a little longer. "Of course," River answered happily, and after this conversation, Dahlia lay down on his shoulder, continuing the conversation. If there was a person with whom she could afford to relax, then he probably looked exactly like this. She wanted to stay like this forever. Coming out after meeting with the Emperor, Ludwig sadly wondered where she had gone alone. Ludwig's gaze made her look unhealthy and exhausted, and he wasn't going to leave her like this. As he was leaving the palace on the porch, Ludwig suddenly heard footsteps and turned sharply towards the source. In the face of the source of the sound, he saw his hated rival River, in whose arms the sleeping Dahlia was huddled. At the sight of this, Ludwig almost lost his temper and, frowning, walked quickly towards River, ordering her to be given here. River, holding the lady in his arms, frowned and coldly explained to Ludwig that the lady was not some kind of thing. He angrily told the guy that he couldn't do whatever he wanted with her. Ludwig asked who he was anyway. "And what about him?" River asked, pointing. She looked like something was bothering her, and her appearance was quite painful. So what had he been doing all this time that she had reached such a state? Ludwig was very angry and clenched his teeth with great force. While handing over the girl, he said that if anyone saw this, rumors would start spreading in social circles again. He wasn't looking his best today, so he let Lady Dahlia escort him, going behind him. His recent words might have sounded like a reproach, but River only hoped that he wouldn't do something he would later regret. After that, he disappeared, and Ludwig thought even if that were the case, he thought it would be better to remain friends. But he didn't want to lose this warmth in his arms, he thought, watching Dahlia's sleeping and happy face. So what does he want anyway? Ludwig wondered, embarrassed by the sight of his friend's sleepy face. In the morning, Dahlia woke up in her room and wondered how she ended up there, when the door to the room swung open. Her frightened parents ran into the room asking if she was okay and if she had any idea how scared they were when she fainted. That's how it is, the girl thought guiltily. That means she lost consciousness. That's why she doesn't remember how she ended up at home. Taking their daughter by the hand, the parents asked Dahlia that if she was having a hard time, she should not keep it to herself and share it with them. Okay, the girl answered them, smiling. From now on, she will do so, accepting the care of her parents. Her father asked her to be sure to contact Sir River, and her mother asked her to contact Ludwig, saying that he was very worried about her. Ludwig? Dahlia asked in surprise, thinking, not Sir River, yes, Claire answered her. It was he who brought her here. They asked her to rest a little more first. Claire was glad that her daughter was not hurt. Returning to bed, Dahlia began to think about the scenario in which they crossed paths, that Ludwig brought her home. I should have asked, but more importantly, was River really a man from a good family? Handsome with an amazing body, reliable. And he also has an impeccable character. Is it possible to be so perfect? Or maybe, she thought, she should just confess to him. Dahlia was pondering the point of getting married this year, so what if he was a minor character in the original? But he hadn't met Olivia yet, so if she stole him before that happened, the girl had a cunning plan. But soon, Dahlia was informed that there were those who supported the Marchioness Myers as the next head of their family. Rowell explained more precisely that her son, young Mr. Myers, was appointed successor. But Myers was her aunt, Dahlia said, and Rowell confirmed that she had renounced her right to inheritance in the past. Then why did you suddenly change your mind now? She asked angrily. Although the exact reason was unknown to her, rumors had been circulating for a long time that the vassals supporting the Marquise Myers had united again. Then the girl awkwardly asked if her father already knew. Rowell explained that he had already fainted. The young Marquise has the right to inherit, and Rowell needs to properly prepare him to compete for the place of successor. She heard that her aunt was once the young Duchess of Averine and was quite capable, and it was Adelio who was able to leave the house to his sister. Then he became a knight, but fate played a terrible joke, and in the end his aunt fell in love with the Marquis and decided to take over his title. She renounced her right of succession, and Adelio became the heir, inheriting the duchy in order to marry Claire. And it all had to end with the sister leaving the house, entrusting the house to Adelio. So the situation was strange, because her aunt was not one of those who would become greedy for power. Could all this really be the Marquise's wish? Dahlia wondered anxiously. But even so, it was all too sudden. But what if this is somehow connected to an organization targeting their family? No, it's too early to draw conclusions. All she could do now was maintain her position as successor and asked Rowell what determined the outcome of the legacy. The time has finally come to use it, the mine once received from the Crown Prince to the east of the Felidos Mountains. Abandoned to all, the mine contains huge deposits of ore, and until now it belonged to a ghostly trading organization. But then Rowell informed the lady that there was one problem if she decided to enter the struggle for succession. After all, then she would have to get involved in the hotel business and not in trade turnover. Dolly's head went blank. She screamed and swore at the conditions that had been set, and suddenly changed after all. She had specially held the mine for this occasion. It can't be helped, Jerome replied calmly. The tourism and hotel markets have been in decline lately. And this is not the main business at one time. Travel was in demand among the nobility. During the height of their prosperity, Averin acquired several buildings, but everything quickly ended because elite courtyards were purchased for the aristocrats. It would be difficult now, but someone was definitely standing in her way, and Dahlia was ready to find him and skin him alive. Looks like she'll ruin everything before things go down the drain, Jerome noted with a grin. Well, it's not like they didn't have any options, he said, crossing his arms and tapping his foot. There were two ways. The first one was quite easy, but would take a lot of time, and the second one was difficult but fast. Therefore, Jerome asked which of these methods Dahlia would choose. The girl was rushing about, trying to understand the most reasonable one for her. However, the very next moment she brazenly and briskly said that she wanted a quick and easy way. Without arguing with Dahlia and accepting her position, Jerome suggested starting with an easy method that required less time. Rebuilding the hotel will attract more clients, and if you also diversify the services and make quality advertising. But Dahlia didn't like this option right away, so Jerome said that this option was long. The girl asked about a quick way. Jerome warned her again that he was complicated and, as if nothing had happened, said that she needed to acquire commercial rights to the Wellowa site. The rights to the port area? Dahlia repeated thoughtfully and then screamed in horror, getting involved in Wellowa's business. The port city of Wellowa, being the maritime center of the Kingdom of Hesse, was considered a key city on the entire continent. Due to the city's worldwide fame, the Kingdom of Hesse is also called the Kingdom of Wellowa. Building a hotel here would have a significant effect, but she didn't believe it was possible. The competition would probably be fierce, but Jerome encouraged it by saying that the Avarian family was influential. Although they may have to face the Levaviel clan, their youngest son is also seeking to obtain rights. Ah, Dahlia remembered. It was the friend who recommended him, a classmate, Jerome corrected her. Dahlia asked if he was really such an important person, and he replied that compared to his brothers, he was of average ability. Few consider him a potential heir, but he has extensive connections, and there are rumors that he even knows the Prince of Hesse. Dahlia wondered if there was a more effective way. She couldn't lose like this. But all was not lost. The King of Hesse continued to delay the auction, and the girl asked if he knew why. Jerome had just started his story, when everything swam before her eyes and she couldn't make out the words he said. In the pop-up image, the emperor said that she gave him hope for his daughter's recovery, and he asked how he could thank her because he was sincerely grateful to her, not as the King of Hesse, but as a father. And then the girl asked whether the king's condition was connected with his daughter's incurable illness. Oh, wow, Jerome asked in surprise, making sure she knew about it. As Dahlia thought, it was definitely mentioned in the original novel, but was it such a big deal that she remembers it? And then there's this sudden headache from the memories. Well, knowing the details doesn't hurt. There is, the girl suddenly said confidently. There was a way to convince the King of Hesse. Only a few weeks had passed since the princess's sudden illness, and no one had even been able to alleviate her symptoms. Not that she could figure out the name of the disease, but she knew, well, honey, it was a deficiency of magic. If she heals the princess, then the rights to run the business are only a matter of time, but where will she find the remaining ingredient? From the pages of the book, she discovered that glossy beetles lived in a dark forest that was in the north. Duke Bauder kills monsters there every winter, so maybe she should ask Ludwig. And it's true, in a few months he will already be leaving, and yet they saw each other only recently. Both in childhood and now, their meetings are fleeting, and although it was not a farewell forever, for some reason she felt very sad. Oh, so she knows? Leon asked the lady in surprise, since she had just mentioned the dark forest. Dahlia said it quietly. It was true. The commander of the knights was in front of her. The girl should have been more careful with her words. Laughing, Dahlia said that she had simply heard rumors that more monsters had appeared there, and that was true. Ludwig sent the idiot from the first squad north. It's a good thing he wasn't here, and anyway, many were worried about her fainting at the ceremony. Since then, Ludwig sent one of the detachment commanders to their house every day, but they were not some kind of duty officers. She was, of course, grateful to him for his concern, but it was too awkward. Why didn't he come himself? Wasn't he worried about her? Dahlia had absolutely no idea what was on his mind, and it also turned out that His Highness was personally organizing a punitive detachment. The forest had been quite restless lately, and there were more and more witnesses of high-level monsters on the outskirts. But what seemed suspicious was that reinforcements were sent there. The imperial family wanted to conduct an investigation, which seemed strange. Dahlia thought that they would have to leave early, and that the journey to reinforcements would take some time. Leona's eyes widened in shock, and she asked Dahlia if she hadn't heard about this yet. And she said that they were setting out this month. Dahlia was horrified by what she said. At the same time, her precious friend confidently and discontentedly refused to go north. The messenger said hesitantly that it was better to prepare for a large-scale operation in advance, but they arbitrarily changed the dates. Didn't he warn them that they would be going there in winter? But the messenger complained that they were not used to the cold, but that was none of his business. The knight shouted indignantly, trying to convey that the order had been given by the emperor himself. But Ludwig did not let him finish and asked what they would do if he disobeyed. Would they really point a sword at him? The commanders standing behind showed their readiness for battle with all their appearance. The messenger took a step back and, frightened, stuttered, saying that this was not what he meant. And running away from them in fear, he shouted that he would convey his words to His Majesty. Eden approached His Highness and informed him that ignoring the emperor's orders would put him at a disadvantage. But Ludwig was like a fish with an umbrella. They wouldn't be able to exterminate the monsters without his help, so they wouldn't touch him. Besides, now wasn't the time, but whenever he thought about the night he held Dahlia sleeping in his arms, his heart would clench slightly. He didn't know what to say the next time they met, or what expression to look at her with, even though he was hiding in the mansion out of fear of change. But he continued to worry about her well-being and sent subordinates in his place, having received almost no news. If they moved away now, the awkward atmosphere could arise again and Goldman could come between them. Therefore, Ludwig could not leave before the appointed time under any circumstances, and first sort everything out. Of course, Dahlia knew that he would leave in the winter, but to do it all at once it was a pity, but nothing could be done. And this does not mean that they will not see each other again, when suddenly she found a letter from Sir River, who answered her just a day after sending it. A real man, she liked him more and more. Even when she lost consciousness, he left her in the care of Ludwig. Then the girl discovered a bookmark with a flower. River wrote to his dear Dahlia that he had discovered a beautiful flower on a walk and thought of her every time he looked at it. He enclosed a homemade gift with the letter and asked to keep it, but did not insist. It was nice, but then Dahlia also discovered a postscript. As it turned out, Sir River had also received orders from the emperor to go north and offered to meet before his departure. Dahlia realized with horror that Sir River would also be heading north, and after a while she decided that she would go too. He couldn't be let go there alone. She shouted at Jerome about it, and the guy asked if she was going to go too. Blushing, Dahlia said lovingly that they would go together and return as three. Jerome's face twisted, and the girl continued to persuade him to go with her, but asking him not to talk nonsense, Jerome explained that, besides, he didn't like him. "Who?" Dahlia asked him in surprise. "Ludwig," but Jerome answered irritably. "No, Sir River!" Dahlia screamed and tried to find out the reason. But what was suspicious to him was that she kept crossing paths with him wherever she went, and Dahlia was sure that it was fate. Suddenly, Jerome's tone changed sharply to a colder tone, and he said that he was serious. He asked if she had heard much about the current Duke of Goldman, especially how obsessed he was with power. With Duke Baudor becoming a war hero and the Avarian family controlling the empire's commercial zone, he was restless. That's why Jerome carefully asked Dahlia to be careful. After all, they didn't know what Sir River had in mind. After listening to her friend, Dahlia froze in amazement and became frightened, trying to comprehend and put everything in her head. Taking into account Jerome's words, she thought that she would have noticed if he was pretending to like her and believed in his sincerity. She believed, but she also didn't forget about herself. If he really got close to her with some intention, it was worth thinking about how best to act. But after some time, Dahlia came to visit Hestia in her new laboratory, and a girl came out to her without strength. Dahlia realized with horror that Hestia had been up all night, telling her she needed rest, explaining how and why. But Hestia, while dying, kept repeating only that she had to do this if she became a duchess. But there would be no point in this if she died from overwork, and so he suggested that she live a long and rich life without denying herself anything. Getting down to business, Dahlia asked if she knew about the magic deficiency, and Hestia had just seen that it could be cured with mana input. And then Dahlia asked her not to worry about the main ingredient because she planned to go north and get it. Hestia, surprised, told the lady that this was not at all necessary, but Dahlia replied that whether she would be chosen as successor or not depended on it. After all, Dahlia couldn't say that she was going there because of the man she wanted to win. When Hestia learned that the lady would not be going there alone, but with his childhood friend Sir Ludwig, her eyes lit up. And since she would also be living in his estate, Hestia was very surprised by how much they did not want to part. And at that very moment she grabbed Dahlia by the hand and excitedly exclaimed that she was well versed in love affairs. And so she enthusiastically declared that she would go with them, looking forward to watching her lovers. Dahlia did not understand the interest that had arisen and only cried out in shock and said, "What?" So their daughter finally decided to follow Ludwig north, her mother cried. Dahlia wondered with confusion why everyone was so concerned about Ludwig. First it was Hestia, now the parents. Adele asked his wife why she was so emotional after all. Dahlia had wanted to go to these parts since childhood. Claire was sad for a little while longer, and then, wiping away her tears, she happily asked what if she left together and the three of them arrived. Unable to bear all this embarrassing conversation, Dahlia jumped up and asked what they were saying, because she and Ludwig were just friends. To reassure her father, Claire innocently explained that relationships always begin with friendship. Finally calming down, Dahlia sat down and said that there was nothing and would not be anything between her and Ludwig, asking them not to make things up. Then Adelio tensed up and, looking suspiciously at his daughter, asked if it could all be about Goldman. Dahlia immediately blushed, puffed out her cheeks, and anxiously asked how they even knew. Adelio explained that he had been receiving a lot of letters lately, so he thought about it, and besides, it was known that he didn't have a fiancée yet. After that, the man threw his head back and thoughtfully, with sadness in his voice, asked, "Goldman, then?" Dahlia immediately tensed up at the expression on her father's face, which did not inspire much hope. Then the parents asked since when they had been dating, since an award ceremony or a title assignment. And suddenly, Dahlia asked if they wouldn't like to see their golden-haired grandchildren, and the parents froze in shock. And only then did it dawn on Dahlia what she had just managed to say, and she blushed with shame. Claire reflected that in social circles he was known as the most eligible bachelor, and also had a pleasant character. True, he got along well with people, his daughter confirmed, although this whole atmosphere somehow weighed on her. But then Mom said that they would probably quickly become friends with him, and asked to bring him next time. Her mother had long dreamed of going shopping with her son-in-law, and Dahlia found understanding in her mother. But suddenly Adelio, who had a question spinning around in his head for a long time, asked, "What about Ludwig?" True, with sadness and some resentment for the boy, the Duke asked if he was aware of this situation. Dahlia noted that they had become close over the years, pointing out that they had even secretly chosen him as her fiancé. They were just friends, and she didn't see him as a man because they grew up together, and Goldman made her heart flutter. At that moment, the Avrian family looked at each other and realized that this was it, and that it was all true. What did it mean that Dahlia would go north and return with a fiancé? The daughter happily continued her mother's thought. This was her first meeting with Ludwig after the title award ceremony. If she didn't make contact, he would keep quiet. Although, he probably didn't have time to worry about her now, since the Emperor was openly using him. No matter how many monsters bred in the dark forest, Ludwig and his knights, who returned from the battlefield, were quite capable of suppressing them. However, by sending reinforcements there, the Imperial Palace leaves him in debt, ensuring a secure future for itself. Of course, he is not a fool and understands everything perfectly well, but since this is an order from the Emperor himself, he cannot refuse. She hoped that he wouldn't be angry if she went with him and decided to stand her ground, even if she refused because of the danger, because Ludwig was her support. But now, sitting in front of Ludwig, Dahlia had the feeling that the atmosphere around her friend had changed. He seemed to have lost a little weight due to being very busy, and he always looked unhappy before. And now, for some reason, it seemed as if he was worried, while Ludwig, meeting Dahlia's gaze, turned away in embarrassment. Unexpected changes in her friend made the girl nervous and worried. And then she decided to ask him directly if he was worried about her, and that was why he was restless. She noted with suspicion that it was he who had carried her to the estate after she had fainted. "That's right," Ludwig replied with a heavy sigh. He was really worried about her, very worried. Then Dahlia reproachfully asked him why he had never visited her during all this time. And all the knight commanders, as one, insisted that they knew nothing. Ludwig felt guilty, but could not find words of justification. Dahlia realized that she had put him in an awkward position and apologized to her friend for it, admitting that she knew in truth what he was doing and asked if he was going north. Ludwig found it difficult to come to terms with his feelings and his reluctance to leave, which is why he explained that he would not go. "What?" Dahlia asked, stunned, and tried to find out why he was ignoring the order, because this could cause problems. "Not really," Ludwig answered confidently, not intending to obey, but Dahlia thought he would go there again. And she worriedly reported that she even told her parents that she was going with him. "What?" Ludwig asked, pleasantly horrified, as knights poured out of the door and Eden screamed and asked if they would go together. Realizing that they had been eavesdropped on from outside the entire time and seeing the commanders lying on the floor, Ludwig ordered them to take a prone position. And then he began to hesitantly ask Dahlia what this meant, that she would go with him. "Well, that's what it means," she answered nervously, glancing sideways at the knight's precarious position, and Eden asked the lady not to be shy, to consider that they were not here. Ludwig ordered them to hold the corner and asked Dahlia solicitously if she must have some reason for this. Dahlia was a little embarrassed and hesitated before giving him an answer, and her heart was uneasy. Ludwig's heart began to beat faster in anticipation of the answer, and the knights pricked up their ears with curiosity. And then Dahlia happily explained that in order to win the battle for succession, she needed a glossy beetle from the dark forest. However, the answer somewhat upset Ludwig, and taking a deep breath, he wanted to say that she didn't have to go at all. Suddenly, Michelle interrupted him and asked the lady in surprise if she had just mentioned the glossy beetle. Dahlia asked Michelle if she had ever seen him, and the girl replied that she had not, but she had heard about him from her grandfather. He lived next to a dark forest, but that village no longer exists. The dark forest gradually grew and eventually swallowed up his grandfather's house. And knowing how dangerous it was, she asked the lady why she wanted to personally go all the way to the north. If it was because of competition, then wouldn't it be better to send someone else? Dahlia's heart began to beat faster. Even in the north, this place is considered especially dangerous, so she must have other reasons for insisting on the trip. There was no way she could have made a mistake. Maybe she wanted to follow someone despite the danger, Michelle finally asked. After a short silence, Dahlia hesitantly, embarrassedly, and stutteringly asked the girl how she found out. This answer gave great hope in response to Ludwig's feelings, and his face flushed in anticipation. The long, extinguished gaze came alive again and sparkled even more than before. The man with whom she did not want to part. Could it really be him? The knights, laughing and skipping, headed towards the lady, enthusiastically asking since when she liked him. So she finally dared to take the first step and had been gathering her courage all this time. Dahlia awkwardly confirmed this. Before this, she had not taken any action, afraid that she would only cause trouble. Ludwig wavered. Remembering the unpleasant moralizing and words Sir River addressed to him, he clenched his fist with anger. And Dahlia embarrassedly said that it was time for her to decide on a groom, because she needed someone she could rely on. And besides, Ludwig asked with impatience and trepidation, having been waiting for an answer to this question for so long. Looking at him, different feelings also raged in Dahlia's heart, and it seemed that she saw support in her friend. Dahlia began to answer awkwardly, saying that they all knew him anyway. The commanders could not contain their interest. Everyone was excitedly waiting for a direct answer from the lady, who kept dragging out the answer, saying that Ludwig also knew him well. When Goldman asked him that question, Ludwig couldn't answer, but he was right. He wasn't there when she suffered. But if the opportunity arose and Dahlia chose him over Goldman, he promised that he would never let her go. He will become the person she can rely on now, and he decided to confess to her first. River Goldman immediately escaped her lips, and everyone present immediately fell silent, their faces changing. In her love, Dahlia almost sang about how she was going to propose to Sir River. Everyone gathered simply did not have the words to respond or even to be happy for Dahlia. However, everyone had different ideas and expectations, and the knights immediately returned to the prone position, hiding their tears of hope. That same night, Ludwig stood near the panoramic window and looked into the distance, thinking about today's meeting. Now he had no choice but to admit why he hadn't taken his eyes off her since their first meeting. And, having met after a long separation, he hugged her madly, constantly watching where her heart was moving. And he gave meaning to her every movement, a feeling that he desperately passed off as confusion. And also the reason why he did not forget about her in his sleep, and even in the deepest despair. Dahlia Averian, as if addressing the girl directly, eventually fell in love first. The door behind him creaked open, pulling Ludwig out of his thoughts, and the squad leaders called out to His Highness. Leona said that Eden wanted to tell him something, and so a real awkward argument started at the door. None of them knew how to start the conversation properly. They felt very sorry for him, but Ludwig ordered them to stop it by asking what was going on with Dahlia. The knights reported that they had seen her off, and then the most responsible of them, Russ, asked what he would do now. With what? Ludwig asked emotionlessly. Roos explained that he meant whether he would return to the north with the punitive detachment. So, Ludwig thought, he had to return, and indeed he no longer had any reason to stay in the capital. He had to. After all, he still won't be able to get reciprocity, together with the young Duchess, his commander asked. What? He asked, looking back, and Russ reminded that the lady said that she wanted to follow him north. Ludwig corrected Roos, not for him, but for Goldman. But even if we exclude that of their troops, the ladies will remain with him in the capital, Roos wilted. Ludwig was wondering if it was possible to leave them alone. Given Dahlia's determination, he was sure that in a couple of months they would be married. And he will learn about this from a few lines of a letter and will remain alone in the north, as if trying to escape. Ludwig muttered under his breath the question that he would have to be a witness to this. No way. He didn't want such an outcome, and it would have been better to get off the plane, asking Russ to tell the Emperor that he would immediately set off north without any changes in his composition. If there is no chance of winning, he will create one, and even if Dahlia has another, he will make her change her mind. The solution was extremely simple, and Dahlia would not have a single opportunity to confess to Goldman. Already in Hestia's laboratory, Dahlia suddenly felt a shiver run through her, while Ludwig had prepared a reliable plan. It was strange. There was no wind, and Hestia suggested closing the window, but Dahlia refused. She was not cold. They were leaving only tomorrow, and Hestia had already packed her bags, all because there was a lot of stuff to prepare for the research. Dahlia's trip really turned out to be quite strange. Ludwig decided to recover this week, although he assured that he would not go. It was interesting to know why he changed his mind, and that situation was also strange, but at least they took her with them. It had been a long time since the girl had been out and about, although as a child she had often been to the country house with her parents, ever since she started having that ominous dream. And even when the war finally ended, she had never been able to rest properly. Well, now she was not going there to have fun, but she hoped that she would be able to relax at Ludwig's estate. And all that was left for her to do was to confess to Sir Goldman, and while everything was going well for the girl, the commanders went into mourning. Roos, the former brain of Duke Bowder's knights, spoke with concentration that it was their responsibility. Eden felt very sorry. Leona asked him not to blame himself, and Michelle supported them. She could not even imagine that they were talking about another person. But it was impossible to deny the fact that the Duke had received a mental wound through their fault, and he had been waiting for this so much. And yet, the lady had someone she liked, and they couldn't do anything about it, but Russ thought they had something. Since the two hadn't met yet, Leona asked if he was offering to make the lady change her mind. But they could not act willfully without the Duke's knowledge, but then Russ reminded them of that expression on His Highness's face. He looked as if he had already made up his mind, his face with its permanent indifferent look for the first time expressing the full range of emotions. That is why they simply have to help. And the comrades agreed to try, especially since only other girls know what is in the lady's soul. "Excellent," Russ said with a proud smile, announcing that they were starting a strategy meeting. The Duke was quietly working in his office when suddenly 4 heads popped out of the doorway, saying that they wanted to tell him something, and it was connected with the young Duchess. Ludwig decided to pretend that he had not heard anything, but they begged him to give just a little time. "First of all," Eden began, "they wanted to apologize. They were very sorry that they had confused him by not having enough information. However, they united and tried to find a solution. Leona promised that this time they would not disappoint him." Nonsense, thought Ludwig. Do they really want him to take any action? But what kind? Curious about what his subordinates had come up with, he decided to listen to what they had to say. Leona had the chance to learn about words that would definitely please the lady. The reward would be a daily visit to the Avarian estate. As he knew, no one was as close to the young Duchess as she was. Ludwig asked her to lay it out with interest without wasting time. The girl thoughtfully explained that it was difficult to explain and suggested that he imagine that she was standing right in front of him. And she said the phrases, "She is beautiful up close. The longer he looks at her, the prettier she is, the young Duchess. Simply a beauty." Ludwig remained silent in disappointment. Roos looked at his comrade with despair and thought, she promised to do everything. However, Leona proudly thought that she had coped with the building given to her, expecting an enthusiastic reaction. However, the Duke's eyes showed only pain and devastation, which is why he quietly sent the knights away. At this time, Dahlia was brainwashing her loyal confidant, rehearsing a declaration of love to River. She used phrases similar to those she called Leon to Ludwig, but then Jerome, tired of listening to Dahlia, wished her dead. Dahlia didn't understand what was wrong, because she would have been pleased to hear something like that. Tearing up the text, Jerome angrily asked where she had even typed this. It was 101 ways to seduce River, but Jerome was so fed up with it that he told her to be quiet if she was going to say anything like that. and he asked to listen to him. She is a girl with a beautiful appearance, status, and abilities, but he, Jerome, did not have all this. But if her heart so desired, at that moment Dahlia, realizing how harsh it sounded, said that she would abandon his idea. Jerome was offended by such a cruel refusal and did not understand what kind of unpleasant feeling came over him. Dahlia had only one option left, although it was a kind of classic, but the result was guaranteed. Love blooming during the journey, she followed him to such a dangerous place because with him she wouldn't be afraid of hell. Soon the day of departure to the north arrived. Dahlia met a sparkling Ludwig emerging from the carriage, and blinded by his superb face, she thought that no matter how much she looked at him, she always admired him. Dahlia continued to watch. If it was Ludwig, how beautiful River would look, but she still couldn't find him with her eyes. Alarmed and worried, Dahlia began to get irritated, not understanding where he had gone, when Ludwig called out to her. The guy asked if she was ready, and Dahlia nodded, asking him to tell her where Sir River was. But suddenly, interrupting herself with laughter, she excitedly said that she had simply lost an acquaintance. And I thought maybe he knew where he was, but then Ludwig proudly and slyly grinned and said, "He's not here." And for his friend, who heard it not the first time, he repeated that he had already left several days ago, shattering all her dreams into dust. At the same time, River was sitting outside in the dark, warming himself near the fire with an extremely thoughtful look. To get north, they first had to head to the portal, and through it move to the village, then to another portal. But due to the reinforcements, they had to split the troops into two parts because a certain number of people can pass through the portal. Realizing how long this would take, Dahlia asked in horror if it was possible to travel straight to the final destination. Yes, Leona answered, but then she would have to go to the magic tower, and that would cost a pretty penny. Well, if it's possible, then why not take advantage of the convenience? Asked Dahlia, taking out her checkbook. And now, after a couple of days, the entire delegation was already in the north. Hestia said that it really felt like they were in the north. Somewhere in the distance, Leona rejoiced that they had covered a distance that would have taken a month in just 3 days, and idolized Dahlia. And Hestia, of course, understood that this was good, but she asked if everything would be okay, seeing how the Duke's mood worsened with every second. Leona thought that there was nothing to say about it, since they themselves had strongly recommended sending Sir Goldman as part of the vanguard. Walking deeper into the camp, Dahlia met Sir River, their first meeting since the banquet, and meeting Lady Dahlia, the guy asked if she had been living well all this time, dreaming of visiting her before leaving. "Everything is fine," she answered happily, because they were constantly writing to each other. Ludwig standing behind was darker than a cloud. The girl asked why he didn't immediately say that he was being sent as part of the vanguard. River admitted that he himself had only recently found out about it. He couldn't tell her because he was busy preparing, and timidly admitted that he wanted to arrive as quickly as possible and be the first to meet her. But it seemed he was late again. Dahlia was pierced by his cuteness, but she was ready to wait for him all her life. "Well, what about him?" the lady said, hugging him, asking him to be sure to warn her in advance next time. "Otherwise, 100, Duke Botter asked discontentedly, approaching their sweet couple, and Dahlia immediately recoiled from River. She asked what he was doing there. Didn't he want to rest? But Ludwig told Sir Goldman that he would have to behave himself. Assuming that he had been grabbed, Dahlia immediately laughed nervously and said in a trembling voice that Ludwig liked to make stupid jokes. However, this was the first time Goldman had seen Sir Botter joke, and he assumed that he behaved differently with a lady. River said that he would behave well in the future, asking him not to hate him too much and also asking him to let him improve. Taking his hand, Dahlia asked if he knew that her favor was not so easy to earn, and River replied that they still had a long way to go. Ludwig had to tell her something, Dahlia realized during the boys' bickering, seeing that they weren't getting along very well. They arrived here in a specially enchanted carriage, but the north is completely rugged terrain, and the magical impulses are confused. Because such a carriage would break down quickly, so wouldn't it be better to go with him on a horse? River asked. Kissing the girl on the hand, he looked up and Dahlia's heart began to beat stronger and faster. But suddenly she froze. In horror, she comprehended the words he had said, because she was terribly afraid of horses. And Dahlia was already ready to tell Sir River about her fear, when suddenly Ludwig refused Goldman's offer. He asked Sir Goldman how many times he had been to the north, reminding him that he had lived here all his life. And he also pointed out that this was not a quiet ride for him in the capital. Dahlia wondered if he decided to brag. But then Ludwig explained that it would be much safer on his horse than on his, and Dahlia realized why he had started this conversation. River countered. He was confident in his riding skills, even though the training was not easy, but he had seen it for himself on the battlefield. "I don't know," said Ludwig, as if not noticing nothing special. River said, no matter how indifferent he pretended to be, it didn't change the truth. Besides, it was not his first time in the north, and he was quite familiar with the area, but Ludwig claimed that he lacked experience. Dahlia wondered in horror if they hadn't gotten along well before the conversation about horse riding. She couldn't tell if they were friends or enemies. Stopping their argument, she worriedly asked both of them why they even thought she would go with them on a horse. "That's right." Both guys agreed. In the end, the choice will be Lady Daly's, and they turned sharply to her. "Yes," the girl asked them fearfully. And interrupting each other at the same time and in their own way, they asked who she wanted to go with. What the girl said, dumbfounded, wondering why they were arguing, and she was the one getting it for it. Continuing to convince his friend, without giving up, Ludwig told Dahlia that she herself knew that he was good at horse riding, and Sir River told Lady Dahlia that his skills were not inferior to his, and moreover, if something happened, he would protect her with his life. "If something happens?" Ludwig asked him with a smile. Shouldn't he try to prevent such a situation from happening? Then River asked angrily if he meant to say that when he rode Lady Dahlia on a horse, this did not happen to them. Ludwig's eyes widened at what he heard, and, lost in horrific memories, he looked at Dahlia. But the girl loudly clapped her hands and told the guys that she had already decided who she would go with. The carriage was shaking and Dahlia was feeling quite sick. Hestia, who was riding with her, asked the lady if she was okay. Dahlia asked Hess if she had a medicine that would make her pass out. Hestia offered her poison. She didn't understand why she decided to go in the carriage. Dahlia asked her to keep quiet because she already regretted it terribly. Although she would never have ridden a horse anyway, she hadn't ridden since she was 10 years old. After Ludwig was seriously injured, she could no longer ride a horse, not without trying. She made attempts to saddle the horse, but each time she heard a terrible ringing that tore her ears apart. Her eyes immediately darkened, and the image of the wounded Ludwig appeared in her mind. Horseback riding was impossible for her, so she explained to the quarreling boys that she didn't know how to ride a horse at all. While explaining that the carriage was the best option, Ludwig looked at her with a frightened expression at that moment. Dahlia thought that it was just an accident and not Ludwig's fault, but she didn't think he still remembered what had happened and hoped it didn't bother him too much. Still, Hestia felt like Ludwig cared about her very much. It must have been hard for him to find a comfortable carriage on short notice. But apparently she is quite tolerable here. She expected that everything would be much worse and was sure that he values her very much. "Ludwig too?" Dahlia asked, and Hestia explained that she had been so reluctant to part with the Duke that she had followed him north. Thank God, Hestia thought there was still hope. Dahlia tried to say that it was a misunderstanding, but didn't have time. The carriage suddenly stopped, and Hestia assumed that they were going to make a short rest stop. Hestia ran out of the carriage to get some water, and said that when she returned, she would give her some advice regarding relationships. Dahlia needed to clear this up for her before it went too far, but suddenly there was a knock on the glass, and Dahlia looked back. And in the window, she saw Sir River, who had come to visit Lady Dahlia and find out if she was okay. "I wouldn't say so," answered the girl, who was already seasick. Showing the jewelry, River awkwardly said that he thought it might help her, and if she wore it, she would feel warmer and better. And he said that it does not contain mana, but the element of fire, so in a sense magic does not affect it. Dahlia was, of course, surprised, but she thanked River anyway, but suddenly he began to fidget awkwardly. Speaking about the decoration, he suddenly asked modestly if he could put it on her. Dahlia was a little taken aback by this proposal, but readily agreed. And standing behind Dahlia, River began to put the jewelry on her with extreme caution. At the same time, the hearts of both were beating wildly, and their cheeks were flushed. Not at all from the frost, and now everything was ready. River nervously apologized if he made her uncomfortable, but Dahlia just as awkwardly replied that everything was fine. Seeing this strange scene, Ludwig, who was carrying a basket of groceries, immediately froze behind a tree, continuing to watch. They soon parted ways, and River wished Dahlia a good rest as he left to join his subordinates. Dahlia was very pleased to see River's embarrassment, and Ludwig asked how long she was going to be nice to him. Dahlia immediately shuddered in fright and, screaming in fear, asked when he had arrived. Ludwig's vein in his temple began to throb. And chuckling, Dahlia asked her friend if it wasn't obvious until they started dating. Something inside Ludwig was cracking. but he said with an uninsightful look that he understood everything. However, very soon Dahlia very much regretted her words. Sometime later, Dahlia tried to invite Sir River to have a snack together, but Ludwig immediately dragged him to a meeting. She again suggested that they have lunch together with Sir River, but Ludwig immediately intervened in the conversation, joining in. And every time she wanted to spend time with Sir River, Ludwig would show up and ruin all her plans. "Stop interfering, damn it." And he even called him her friend. She was indignant, but he hasn't even done anything yet, he replied. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Sir River, who said that a pharmacist girl was looking for Dahlia. Dahlia immediately turned away from the conversation to greet Sir River. Ludwig maintained an indifferent look. And only with indifference did Lady Dahlia say, reproaching Goldman, it seemed he had not called her by her nickname. Only close people could call her that. But then Dahlia shut his mouth and nervously laughed and asked what he was saying, refusing the nickname. "Nickname?" River asked, and Dahlia said that it was, but since she hadn't been called that in a long time, it was awkward to hear. In her mind, she scolded Ludwig Bowder, that scoundrel, for daring to blurt out such a thing. But even so, River, smiling, showed a desire to also address her in this way, and it was a great pity that she felt awkward. In River, Dahlia continued to see the ideal man who did not pressure her. But no one forbade him to speak like that, Ludwig said through Dahlia's fingers, which covered his mouth. "Darling," Ludwig said sweetly and tenderly, asking if that wasn't her nickname. River stood frozen in shock, and Dahlia mentally scolded Ludwig. And overcoming herself, the girl exhaled nervously and embarrassedly confirmed that her nickname was Darling. She assumed he was surprised, as it was quite strange, but River denied it and said he understood why she couldn't tell about it. But he was also serious when he said that he would like to call her by her nickname, but now he was not quite sure about it. But Dahlia, as if ignoring his last words, continued to look at him lovingly, and her heart responded. She was looking forward to River using the nickname and them getting closer. Ludwig was getting more and more irritated. Seeing Dahlia's happy mood, Hestia asked if something good had happened, and the girl asked how she knew. She said that Sir River said he would call her by her nickname, that they held hands, and that he hugged her from behind. Hestia's reaction seemed dry to Dahlia, and she asked to rejoice for her even more. And of course, her happiness was above all else for Hestia. It's just that until recently she saw her affair with Duke Bauder and couldn't get used to it. Dahlia wondered why Ludwig kept interfering in her relationship with Sir River, and also this incident with the nickname. He used to be very shy, which made it fun to tease him, but now he's become so brazen. The girl wondered if he wanted her to get closer to Sir River, or if there was another reason. And without understanding anything, she decided to go outside to get some fresh air. She heard that the area would soon become more dangerous. You will need to take a few more duvets and other things to increase the weight. Suddenly she came across Sir River, who was coming out of the forest, and asked what he was doing there. He heard from his subordinates that there was a stream there, so he went to check it out, and it was not far away. The guy suggested that the girl go there together if she wanted, and besides, there was a pretty good view there. Looking into the darkness, Dahlia worried about safety, but River reassured her that the reconnaissance results showed it was safe. Besides, he won't go deep into the forest, and even if something happens, he will protect her. Dahlia simply could not refuse the guy after such reliable persuasion, and they set out on their journey. Holding River's hand, Dahlia looked at the waterfall and was amazed by its beauty. Even the streams to the north looked different. River hummed and looked at Dahlia and said, "Yes, it really is beautiful," as if complimenting her. Then Dahlia began to justify Ludwig by his immaturity, suggesting that he was greatly tiring him out by interfering in their conversations. "That's not true," Cinder River answered her. He thought he knew why Cinder Bowder behaved that way, but laughingly said he wouldn't tell her. Dahlia hissed, realizing that he was much closer to him than to her. River kindly replied that he was his comrade in arms. Interaction with him was inevitable, but in exchange for this he allowed me to ask him any questions, promising to answer. How fortunate it was, Dahlia was just interested, and with some kind of intention in her eyes, she asked why he decided to get closer to her. If you meet for the first time, it's an accident, the second time, a coincidence, and the third time, fate. True, it might be fate, but what if it wasn't? And so Dahlia was going to find out for sure and see if he could be trusted. Sir River would probably laugh, thinking that this was some kind of joke again, but why did he have that expression on his face now? River started from the day they first met. His father began to watch her closely. It was the day of the victory banquet, so it turns out Duke Goldman had planned it all along. Surely his father was attracted by her status, her outstanding abilities, and also the fact that she had no fiancé. It so happened that he also did not have a bride, so after the banquet he called him and asked him for information about her. He spoke the truth, and he did not listen to his father, although he still did not give up trying. He had no intention of getting closer to her based solely on the interests of the family, and Dahlia's heart sank, and she asked him to answer honestly just one question, whether he decided to get closer to her because he sincerely liked her. River wasn't prepared for the answer to such a question, and he flinched in shock. But he could not find the correct answer in the subcortex of his consciousness, so as not to offend the lady. Dahlia mentally supported him in waiting for an answer, but why did he find it so difficult to answer? The girl stopped the guy and said that she understood him, offering to discuss it later. She, like him, needed time to think about everything. River followed her, asking if she was okay. But the girl, shielding him from herself, said that she had already heard everything. To some extent, she was ready for this. But hearing these words directly from a person you trusted was unpleasant. Not far from the river, Dahlia noticed Ludwig standing behind a tree and asked in surprise what he was doing there. Ludwig was looking for Sir Goldman to tell her something, but it was time to go back and he offered to take her to her place of lodging. Dahlia didn't quite understand why he needed it because it was so close. She said goodbye to River. Abruptly abandoned and left behind, Goldman did not utter a word, although he sadly thought about stopping Dahlia and explaining himself. After seeing his friend off, Ludwig returned to Goldman, who sadly said that this was the first time he had been interrogated twice in one day. Goldman asked his comrade if he had done something wrong since he had been at the waterfall, so why was he following him? Ludwig replied to stab him if he did something stupid, in a place where no one would see them. River explained that he had done nothing of the sort to the lady, as Ludwig asked him angrily. And I asked him to explain his thoughts about her, the guy said sadly. If he was asking whether he thought in the same way as he did, then no. Ludwig was torn between anger and resentment at the shattered hopes for a relationship between him and Dahlia. And he growled irritably, "What kind of nonsense is this? He himself told me not to do anything I would regret." And he says something similar. Even without knowing about her feelings, Ludwig was already shouting. He acted like he was going to be with her all his life. River had nothing to say except that he was terribly ashamed. Poking River in the chest, Ludwig advised him to step aside if he didn't have feelings for her, and he told her not to even think about hurting her, after which he left River to think about his behavior. Lost in his thoughts, Ludwig returned to his sleeping place, but immediately stopped in the passage. Looking at his unrequited love, he said that he thought she was in the room and asked what Dahlia was doing there. Raising her head from her knees, she tensely asked Ludwig what they were talking about because she heard her name. "Nothing like that," he answered proudly. Was she really that worried that he would do something to him? That she even eavesdropped without even having slept properly, and Dahlia did not understand him and why he was constantly interfering in her affairs. He explained that Goldman was simply suspicious, and he didn't understand why she continued to cling to him. And even when she herself knew it perfectly well, it was already up to her to decide. She herself decided to trust him. It was her choice, and even if it turns out to be wrong, she will take responsibility for it. Besides, shouldn't friends not interfere in each other's relationships? She asked. Friends, he paused and asked coldly. And if they are not friends, then it is possible. Following the logic of a friend, he asked right there. Dahlia shuddered. The girl tried to figure out what he meant, but then Ludwig turned to Averine and explained that he was no longer going to play family with her. Come to think of it, he might have been feeling this way since then, the girl realized. This means that all this time he loved her, but he always told her that he liked being friends with her and always being together, and that even if they quarreled, they would not separate like his parents, and therefore everything suited him. Dahlia's heart beat faster and her face expressed a wide range of emotions. Ludwig bowed her. Does he understand what he said? Now Eden was whining that he didn't want to return to the residence. Everyone liked it in the capital. Leona herself got goosebumps at the thought of it. They were going to a place where people didn't seem to live. Dahlia asked about this, but Leonie didn't want to upset her. Still, the duchy was the best place on earth. In comparison with it, the Duchy of Avrienne was paradise. Soon she would see everything for herself. From that place, River set out with the Imperial Army, so some time would pass before they met. Goldman turned to the lady again and said sadly that he had not had the opportunity to explain himself then, and he was very sorry that he had not told her everything at once. Although Dahlia had some problems in her love life, there was no time for emotional suffering. After all, literally half a day after talking with the knights, they arrived at their destination. The place looked more like a fortress than an estate, but Dahlia was still worried about that. They said that no one lived in this place, but servants met His Highness. The preparations were just completed by the time of his arrival, and the butler escorted them inside. But turning to the servants with their heads bowed, Dahlia was worried about why they were all trembling so much. But Dahlia slept so soundly in her new place that she didn't even dream, probably having been very tired the day before. Then she noticed the maid opening the curtains and happily thanked her for cleaning and her sound sleep. "What are you?" she asked modestly, saying that it was not worth thanking her for her work, and ran away. For dinner tonight, they had roast suckling pig seasoned with herbs and a side of salad. However, the maid's hands trembled violently as she approached the Duke with the tray, and suddenly the plate of food slipped from her trembling hands and shattered with a crash. The maid immediately fell to her knees and, screaming that she had committed a mortal sin, asked His Highness to spare her. She was shaking so hard, as if something terrible and irreparable had happened. Dahlia, looking at everything that was happening in horror, felt uneasy and wondered if this was too much. However, Ludwig reacted to all this with the utmost calmness and ordered that it be stopped and that the place be cleaned up. And the girl realized that they were all afraid of Ludwig. The commander's comments about the duchy immediately popped into her head. They saw him as an executioner who would kill them someday, and all this time Ludwig was alone in such a place. Dahlia didn't think she could stay in such a stifling atmosphere for long, and she felt awkward meeting Ludwig's eyes. At first, she thought about taking the key from him and collecting information about the glossy beetle, quickly finding it and returning. But suddenly she stopped abruptly in front of the doors to Ludwig's office, frightenedly watching the man in front of her. And looking at his characteristic features such as the color of his hair, his face covered with scars, she realized that it was Kassar. He was a descendant of a now extinct barbarian people and commander of the 1st Division of Bauder's Knights. The reason why this macho joined the Knights of Bauder and rose to such a rank is simple. It was an order of the strongest, and seeing other tribes being destroyed en masse, the desire to win was awakened in it. In an order where the only criterion for obtaining a rank is ability, thanks to one's strength, a foreigner without noble origins was able to become the commander of the 1st Division. Yes, Dahlia remembered all these details. After all, although he is one of the main secondary male characters in the novel, it's all about his bad character. As soon as he looked at the girl much shorter than him, he asked irritably, "What kind of little thing is she?" But then Kassar grinned and said that he understood everything. And he explained that she was that very witch, and Dahlia's temple began to throb violently. No matter how hard it was to contain one's emotions, one had to keep oneself in hand after all. The enemy was the strongest knight of the order. To which Dahlia apologized and said that she was seeing him for the first time, thinking that he had confused her with someone else. However, I couldn't help but make fun of him and suggested that he had a bad memory. This immediately infuriated Kassara, and he realized from her disgusting character that she was that very witch. He had already started to press the girl when Ludwig came out of the office and advised Kassar to keep his mouth shut. Kassar wanted to explain everything to His Highness, but Ludwig sent him away if he had finished. This was a terrible blow in the back for Kassar, and he did not understand why His Highness was on the side of the witch. Dahlia couldn't answer her friend's question about what was going on here, but simply said that she had come for the key to the archive. Ludwig invited her to come through, and Dahlia looked back at the end. Seeing the contemptuous look of the offended man, she wondered why he was behaving like this. Once inside, Dahlia thanked Ludwig for the key and promised to return it as soon as she learned everything about the beetle. Ludwig said that she could take her time, and then added that she shouldn't take what Kassar had said to heart. The guy explained that his subordinate was telling everyone such nonsense and asked them to ignore it. Dahlia liked how he cared about her and felt guilty for being angry, asking him not to interfere in her relationship. Ludwig explained that he was acting this way because she had demanded the right to a knightly order, and Ludwig knew that she had made a deal to help him, but since he didn't know the whole situation, he felt insulted. Dahlia thought about telling him the next time they met that it was a misunderstanding, and soon such an opportunity arose. In the novel, he respected Ludwig excessively, so she planned a plan of action. But even after explaining that the Duchy of Averien had never used a knightly order, he was adamant. Dahlia said she did it to help His Highness, but Cassar snorted and had no intention of believing a witch like her. He believed that she wanted to take the place of the Duchess, and the reason why a greedy woman was next to His Majesty was obvious to him. In shock and irritation, Dahlia screamed that everything was wrong, and then Cassar just told her to get out. He gave her one day to pack her bags and get out of their estate. Where had such a thing ever been seen? Unable to bear it any longer, she asked Cassar if his tight shirt was stopping the blood flow to his brain. And while he stood in shock, she began to attack him with questions. Maybe he was trying to attract her attention in this way. She knew that the reason for this attitude was that he was trying to seduce her and become the husband of the Duchess. Or maybe it was Ludwig that he liked. Cassar was exposed and humiliated, and Dahlia continued to press him. The servants who had overheard the dialogue immediately spread various rumors throughout the estate about Dahlia's seduction with her breasts and about Cassar's jealousy of His Highness. No, Dahlia asked him. That meant he was in love with her after all, and she didn't think that the division commander would be a suitable match for the future Duchess. But only if he corrects his bastard character, then she will think about taking him as a lover. Cassar was shaking with anger at the young lady, and the servants behind his back were whispering more and more actively about the new drama. After this, Cassar suddenly burst into the Duke's office and complained, shouting that the girl was talking some kind of nonsense. However, the division commanders were already waiting for him in the office. Ludwig, who was sitting at the head of them, suddenly turned to his subordinate and asked east or west. He was wondering which outskirts to send him to and asked to give a sign so that he could decide. After this, Ludwig ordered Leone to take him away while Cassar himself, in horror, tried to comprehend reality. Resisting Leone, he tearfully told His Highness that he was simply trying to drive this witch away from him. The girl holding him had a hard time matching his strength, and Cassar whined about how he hated His Highness. Suddenly, a button from the chest of his shirt came off and bounced onto the table, and silence fell. Ludwig clutched the pen and asked himself so Dahlia liked tight shirts. And blushing, he turned to Russ and asked him to bring a tighter shirt, intending to seduce his childhood friend. During one of their meals together, Dahlia suddenly noticed a change in Ludwig's appearance. It seemed like her friend was wearing a tighter shirt today than he had before, and she paid special attention to the button on her chest that was barely holding on, tightly squeezing her body. Dahlia turned awkwardly to Ludwig and he asked what was the matter. Looking at her friend with embarrassment, she started talking about his shirt, and Ludwig's heart began to beat faster in anticipation of her answer when Dahlia said that she was too small for him. She invited him to go shopping with her and asked if he had his own studio or if she should call a tailor. Without waiting for the desired reaction, Ludwig got up from the table and said that he didn't need it and left the dining room. The girl felt uneasy, assuming that it was a fashion she didn't know about. Ludwig stood behind the door, embarrassed and a little offended, while his friend thought about an apology. At the same time, Leona was dying of laughter and saying that this idiot deserves it. This idiot, asked Eden. Michelle explained that she was talking about Cassar. Russ said that he never thought, no matter how foul-mouthed he was, that he would say something like that to the young Duchess. And Leona laughed and said that she had imagined it all just like that, asking if they remembered how the Duke had kicked his ass at their first meeting. He said that if he wasn't put in his place, he wouldn't even look like a human being, and decided to call him the big-breasted knight from now on. The whole room was filled with laughter and discussions about Cassar, and Roos thought it was a long war. Therefore, he thought that as soon as they returned from the capital, this oppressive atmosphere would return to normal. But thanks to the young Duchess, they could smile calmly, and their souls felt warmer. An older lady arrived in the room, and it was a great honor for her to meet her, Lady Averine. The woman introduced herself as Rosetta Frederick, the estate's headmaid. Dahlia was glad to meet her and introduced herself as Dahlia Averine. She heard that she had a conversation with her. Count Frederick's wife, who had dedicated her life to serving the Bowder family, was currently the headmaid in charge of the arrangements. After her husband's death, she moved into the estate on the advice of the Duchess and was also one of the main characters who kept it afloat. Rosetta wanted to ask how she felt about hosting a reception. Dahlia was not against it, but she did not understand why they were asking her. Rosetta said that, as she already knew, things were not going well at the estate after what had happened to the lady. The gentleman had to lead the clan and even go to war, but the atmosphere remained tense. To be honest, Rosetta thought that she wouldn't change anything, but that was the case before she arrived. She has made the place more lively, and the headmaid would like to keep it that way. And she had such a request for her that she convinced the gentleman because he would hardly listen to her, Dahlia thought. Indeed, it was not in Ludwig's nature to hold receptions. She was only going to find out about the beetle and return, but she could not refuse such a request. She also believed that the atmosphere in the estate needed to be changed, and then resolutely headed towards Ludwig. At this time the Duke was in his room and ordered the servant to go out and not to loom before his eyes, wanting to be alone. Leaving his change of clothes, he went out, and Ludwig, left alone with himself, thought how naive it was on his part. Grinning with pain in his heart, he reproached himself for his hopes and called himself an idiot. Suddenly, Dahlia burst into the room and told Liud that for some reason there were no guards in the corridor today. And then she stopped abruptly at the sight of her half-naked friend in front of her. The girl's gaze immediately stopped on his pumped-up and seemingly shining torso. Her face turned very red and she rammed his body with her gaze, embarrassed, but unable to tear herself away. Soon they both turned away, fussy and embarrassed. Dahlia asked why he was half-naked, and he asked why she burst into his room. She stepped back awkwardly and exclaimed that Lady Frederick had said it would be nice to have a reception and that she had come to ask permission. But unable to withstand such embarrassing pressure, she apologized and immediately ran out shouting that she would come back later. Ludwig ran out after her, but did not dare to stop her, instead stopping at the door, pressing his hand to his chest. And Dahlia, having run away further, was confused and worried about how she could now look him in the eyes. Even before going to bed, it was hard for her to forget about it, and throwing the pillow, she screamed what the hell that was and why he was walking around half-naked in the middle of the night. Dahlia tried to convince herself that she hadn't seen anything and wondered when she had become so shameless, but Ludwig was good too. He walks around like that in front of a man who has been friends for 10 years. Yes, they have practically become strangers, but still. This is something that needs to be warned about. Who knew that he would grow up to be such a hot man? Dahlia was going crazy. But, burying her face in the pillow, she wondered if he had put on that tight shirt on purpose so that she would see. Just recently, she made him put on a dress and brought him to tears. When did he manage to mature so much and become so attractive? The next day, Dahlia met with Ludwig and handed over the guest list compiled by Lady Frederick. It included aristocrats who had contributed to the development of these lands over a long period of time. Since there is not much time left to decorate the banquet hall, they will use the largest living room. Dahlia looked at Ludwig. He was still handsome, but because of what happened that day, she tried to avoid him for some time. She thought he would be embarrassed too, but he seemed fine, and then Ludwig asked why she was looking at him like she wanted to say something. "Nothing like that," she exclaimed and stuttered, asking that the final list be approved and handed over to her, but she had a lot of things to do. Without really explaining what she was doing, the girl rushed out of the room, leaving Ludwig alone. He was both amused and pleased that she became nervous in his presence, but he still had no intention of treating her like a childhood friend. Lady Rosetta, having finished decorating the hall, met Lady Dahlia and invited her to look at what had been done. Everything looked just wonderful, and Dahlia was looking forward to the guests being very surprised. "She will say the same," Lady Frederick answered. "It is all thanks to her. They would not have been able to arrange the reception if it were not for her." "What are you talking about?" Dahlia responded. Embarrassed by the compliment, she had done almost nothing. "Not true," said the woman, all thanks to the fact that she was able to convince His Highness. It had been a long time since they had last prepared a banquet, and all the servants were so excited that the smile did not leave their faces, and Rosetta sincerely thanked the lady. Dahlia was worried that she had taken on this task in vain, but everyone seemed very happy, and she could breathe a sigh of relief. Dahlia asked what these flowers were called. She assumed that they could only be found in the north, since she had never seen them before. But Rosetta was seeing them for the first time, so she ordered several varieties and offered to find out the name, but Dahlia refused. She said she would look around a little more, so if she had anything to do she could go, and the lady said goodbye to Dahlia. Dahlia was curious about how they would decorate the room for a small reception, but Lady Frederick was indeed a very capable maid. And these flowers were so incredibly beautiful that the girl thought about putting some in her room when she arrived in the capital. She leaned closer and listened to their amazing aroma, when suddenly a loud cry disturbed the peace. Kassar threw a vase of flowers on the floor and shouted menacingly, asking what she was doing and if she was tired of living. Dahlia looked at Kassar and the shards at her feet in fear. The worried man asked her not to say that she had just inhaled their scent and asked if she saw one or more of him. He continued to shake her mercilessly, and with such shaking, Dahlia felt like he was 3. Kassar was afraid that the hallucinations had already begun. Dahlia asked him to stop shaking her, saying that she was joking, and Kassar cursed, exhaled, and asked if she knew what kind of flowers these were. "No," answered Dahlia. She saw them for the first time, but then she cried out, "Why did he break the vase? Did he want to ruin the reception?" "Actually, no," he answered anxiously. "It is a poisonous plant that grows only in the dark forest, and a couple of flowers are harmless. But if you inhale their smell indoors, hallucinations will appear after a few hours, and their toxic smoke can even cause you to fall into a coma." And then Kassar asked again what something like that was doing here. Dahlia tensed up. These were not ordinary flowers, and an ordinary person could not get them. The girl asked how he knew about them, and he explained that he used to live near a dark forest. But then Dahlia remembered that they were going to send him far away. Kassar was indignant, and whoever would be sent away was her. She made fun of him just as she had Jerome, and then Kassar told her to get out of the way so he could clean up. But then Dahlia had a great idea and asked not to tell anyone about it except Ludwig. Someone deliberately planted poisonous flowers to ruin the reception. But who? The girl didn't know why he did it, but it was going too far and she immediately threw down another vase. She scared Kassar so much that he thought she was crazy, but then Dahlia suggested that he break all the vases to see the reaction. The servants will of course be surprised, but the criminal's behavior will be different, but if anything, they will say that it was all his doing. This is where his bad reputation came in handy, but the girl asked him not to worry, promising to tell Ludwig everything. Crazy. After the Duchess's scream, everyone ran into the hall. The maid anxiously asked if Dahlia was okay. Even for the night, this was too much. The fact that he didn't like the Duchess didn't allow him to behave like that. Dahlia told Serene that everything was fine and asked her not to blame Kassar while everyone was whispering behind the guy's back. Dahlia looked at Sir Kassar with a broken expression and asked sadly if he hated her that much. But at first the knight was at a loss for an answer because of the gazes pressing on him, but then he shouted that he hated her fiercely. Yesterday, Dahlia explained the whole situation to Ludwig and said that she was going to use Sir Kassar in this situation. Ludwig was worried about her being a guest and asked her to leave the rest of the work to him. But stopping him, Dahlia explained her point of view. Everyone expected that she would be the organizer of the reception. To lie on such an important evening would be to stand in her way. It would be a challenge and she had to intervene. Ludwig noticed that this was in Dahlia's spirit and, leaving the capture of the criminal to her, appointed a reliable servant, Serena, as his assistant. However, Dahlia was upset that he did not trust those who had been with him for a long time, which is why he singled out a servant who got a job after his return. The candlestick was broken and looked like the one from the warehouse. If used, it would fall during the reception. The warehouse was a place where broken items were temporarily stored, so almost all servants had access to it. Their first attempt would have been almost perfect if it weren't for Kassar, but the candlestick could have been discovered at any moment, no matter how careless. Probably because of the rush, or maybe they don't care and it's just important to ruin the reception, but still, what is their goal? Serena could change the candlestick without the others knowing, but if that was too difficult, they could repeat the scenario and just smash everything. Hestia brought the bottle that Dahlia had asked for. In fact, the substance was transparent just before the interaction. Afterwards, the area of contact begins to turn blue, but the drug is not dangerous and disappears after a few days, so she asked everyone not to worry. Serena was shocked that Hestia had created this, and the girl blushed and admitted that it was an accidental development of a failed attempt. Their goal was to force the criminal to touch an object with this substance, and for this, Serena needed to work hard. Given today's events, their culprit was one of the servants. Serena was worried if she would be able to help. But Dahlia supported her, saying it was okay if she made a mistake, she would think of something. And she promised that if everything went well, she would take her with her to the capital. Serena immediately swore to keep an eye on everything. Kassar asked what he should do and advised him to think carefully. He was sure that a professional like him could help. Of course, Dahlia answered. There was still work left for him, and this was certainly an important matter. The guy chuckled. How could they do without him? Dahlia told Kassar to do what he had done before. Kassar shouted that it was natural, but suddenly froze. More precisely, his role was to create confusion, to disrupt the criminal's plan and distract him. It was all very simple, and all he had to do was what he was doing now, shouting, throwing things and making a mess. And he also has to spread the rumor that all the commotion happened because of her, like everything is simple and all the roles have been assigned. So they began to carry out the plan. Day after day, Cassar did not stop rioting and destroying everything. The maids reassured the young duchess and took an attentive interest in her condition. But then Leona saw all the consequences of the riot and scolded Cassar very loudly, calling him a psychopath who was playing the fool. Cassar was chasing Leona away from here, and Dahlia was saying that he should have said it more harshly because he was good at it. Frightened by the lady, he worriedly asked if she understood how much damage he had already caused. Dahlia was amazed by his devotion. Every day, the Asar turned everything upside down, and removing it all, the servants no longer knew about the well-being of the reception. Someone says that everything will be fine, because he will soon start working on the road. It's good that the girls no longer come to the reception. This preparation only increased their workload and made them incredibly tired, and Alice asked when the guests would finally leave. Betsy understood Alice, but suggested that she not interpret good intentions as hostile. Betsy said that she was not giving the reception to mock them. The Duchess was kind to them. Alice had nothing to say in response. They finished their business by nightfall and, tired, were about to rest. But then Betsy saw that Serena had remained in the hall. She asked what she was doing, and the girl kindly asked them to go first, saying that she needed something. Well, if that was the case, then responsible Betsy wished her good night and disappeared behind the door. The smile instantly disappeared from Serene's face, and she looked intently at the chandeliers whose candles she had to douse with the potion. In the morning, all the maids met for breakfast, and one of the girls noticed something blue on one of their hands. Watching this, Saren was alarmed to realize that the criminal had indeed been discovered. In an attempt to wipe it off her hand, the girl ran away. She did not understand what it was, worrying that it was poison. She couldn't come to terms with this, heading wherever her eyes looked, when suddenly her passage was blocked. Looking down at the girl, Cassar asked the criminal lady with displeasure where she was going. Betsy asked the Duke in front of him why he was acting like that and talking as if she had done something bad. Ludwig's retinue, and in particular Roos, began to explain to Betsy what she had done wrong by bringing poisonous flowers. But her plan failed. Because of this, she began to break interior items, namely candlesticks, and even decided to unscrew the bolts from the chandelier. What was he talking about? Betsy asked, screaming. They had no evidence, but Roos explained that the blue and red on her hands was evidence. At night, after cleaning the chandelier, a special solution was applied to it, and over time, the place of contact on the body begins to change. Shuddering, the girl said that it was all slander, but Russ ordered her to stop dodging and show what they found under her bed. Cassar explained to the girl that it was a poison that puts a person into a coma and asked how she would explain it. What impudence to think that she would be able to hide it in such a volume and not get caught, or she did not take them into account. This entire revelation took place in public, causing a whisper of condemnation of the criminal to spread through the hall. Betsy fell to her knees and said devastatedly that this couldn't be happening. Watching this whole scene, Ludwig was spinning and sickened by the memories. He felt sick and uneasy. The bottle and the image of his mother in front of his father appeared before his eyes, and the boy almost threw up. Betsy mumbled that she had been told it was not life-threatening and that only mild symptoms of poisoning should have appeared. She was assured that nothing dangerous would happen, and Cassar asked irritably if she was a fool. "That's right," Betsy confirmed. "It was all him. He promised to sort everything out and ensure her safety." Russ asked who it was. Betsy, breathing heavily, screamed for them to call him because he had promised, given his word, and asked them to listen to her. When suddenly Betsy coughed and a few drops of blood fell from her mouth, the girl cringed. There was a commotion and noise among the servants all around, and Saren and Dahlia froze in horror. Betsy dug her fingers into her chest in pain and threw her head back, staggering in place. And after that, she instantly fell face down on the floor. The man immediately approached her to check her pulse. And he explained to everyone that she was dead. This event greatly shocked the servants, and they began to fuss. Dahlia shuddered. Goosebumps ran across her body, and she thought in horror so suddenly. After the investigation, Ludwig told Dahlia that she had already been poisoned, and assumed that she was being forced to take poison regularly. Nobody noticed that she had health problems, and yesterday they got rid of her. "Got rid of it?" Dahlia asked worriedly. Ludwig confirmed this. She became a discarded card. This man knew that she would be caught and prepared in advance. It is difficult to find out who he is now. There were no traces of any contacts from the outside, which means he was somewhere here. Although it is unknown whether they are directly connected, Something was wrong, but it would be nice to understand what. Count Zorvan also spoke about them. Dahlia told Ludwig that they would take the poison for analysis, but he said that this was not necessary and that it was better for her not to interfere. What? Dahlia asked. She was the one who started it all, but Ludwig explained that a person died, which meant that now it was their business. He told her to quickly find what she came here for and return. Otherwise, when winter came, she would no longer be able to return. Ludwig left and the blood rushed to Dahlia's head and she screamed in anger, asking if she had ever listened to him. Slamming the door, she indignantly thought that they were not strangers, but he refused her and told her to go back. He drew a line between them so harshly that the girl felt extremely offended. But seeing the confusion of the young Duchess, Russ, who was standing nearby, turned to the lady. And he explained that His Highness was behaving this way only out of concern for her. Dahlia did not quite understand. Then Russ revealed that this poison was similar to the one used to falsely accuse the former Duchess. Ludwig's childhood and his past sufferings are known to her little, but they are the basis of his relationship with the main character of the novel. If it really is connected to the past, then she will hardly be able to help, since she knows little. Although she understands this realization does not relieve the feeling of annoyance. The only thing she could do to help was to prepare the perfect reception. In the end, the reception took place as planned, although Rosetta doubted that it would be a success, all thanks to the lady's persistence. But Frances also tried her best while she was running around aimlessly. But Rosetta thought the opposite. If it weren't for her, the reception would have been ruined. She was convinced of this. Suddenly, Dahlia started talking about flowers. But she immediately fell silent when she saw a familiar figure from the balcony. Sir River looked back at the lady's call from the balcony and soon rose to meet her. Dahlia asked how he was doing, and the man replied with concern that he was glad that she was doing well. What Dahlia asked him in surprise, assuming that he was talking about what had happened. There was a misunderstanding, and then River promised to tell her later. Dahlia agreed, letting him inside. She was eager to find out what this private conversation was, and decided to ask him later, during the dance. And speaking of dancing, Dahlia remembered that she had to dance with Ludwig. The reception organizer opens the banquet with a dance with the guest of the highest status. It was their first meeting after the quarrel, but he got off quite well, or even better. He stood there like a pillar and walked out of time. Although it was not visible from the outside, perhaps he regretted what he said. And smiling, Dahlia thought, "We'll see." And after a while, as expected, Ludwig spoke. Although he felt awkward and guilty, he said that he didn't say it out of malice and that she wasn't bothering him. She doesn't cause him any inconvenience, it's just that, well, here Dahlia said playfully, that her suitcases were already packed. He himself told her to come back, so she started looking for a carriage. Ludwig remained sadly silent. And when the girl asked whether she should not leave, the guy nodded his head, and Dahlia was happy. And then she jokingly admitted to her friend that she had lied to him about the suitcases, because she knew him better than anyone. And she asked if Lion thought she would not understand the situation, but still it was a bit rude on his part. In any case, she was not going to interfere, and then Ludwig said that he felt uneasy, because something similar had already happened in his family. But if she did it all alone, she could get sick, and she didn't want that. So she asked Ludwig to share his burden with her. The dance ended, and to applause, Ludwig asked her the same thing, only much more briefly. Not hearing, the girl asked him to repeat, but then River approached the lady and asked if she would give him a dance with her. The atmosphere was tense. Ludwig squeezed Dahlia's hand in his, and she sweetly told him, "See you later." Sir Goldman met the Duke's cold gaze and immediately looked away awkwardly. Dahlia was hoping to talk to the Duke, but for some reason he, on the contrary, led her to the people. He quietly asked if anything else had happened, and she replied that nothing unusual had happened other than what had been mentioned earlier. "That's how it is," he said, not looking at Dahlia at all, repeating a phrase that seemed to have been memorized. Dahlia finished for him and thought with alarm why he was looking back as if he was waiting for something. Did he really think that it was safer among people? It was safer than being in a remote corner. There was a feeling that something was about to happen. And my intuition was right. The door to the hall suddenly opened. Eden called out to His Highness and immediately approached him, telling him the terrible news. None of the guests understood what had happened, and there was a noise of discussion until the Duke and his retinue left the hall. Worried about her friend, Dahlia was going to go after him. Suddenly, River grabbed her hand and asked her with his eyes not to leave. The girl was extremely surprised by this, but her friend's condition was much more important to her, and pulling her hand away, she apologized, saying that it was time for her to go. She ran out into the corridor from the hall and screamed, trying to find out what was going on and where Ludwig had gone. Russ stopped the young duchess and at first could not find the words, but still said that the former duke had died. A few days later, on the day of the funeral, it was raining heavily, some were in shock, some were crying, and Dahlia watched her friend's condition with sadness. After all, throughout that entire day, only Ludwig's face remained unchanged until the very end. And in a sense, it was hard and painful for the girl to watch this, not knowing what emotions were now raging in Ludwig's head. And soon it became known that the Duke's ring had disappeared. Calix could not move after the incident, but nominally remained the head of the family. Even when he was on the brink, he did not give up his power to anyone. His Highness acquired it in another way, while the ring remained with his sick father. Dahlia knew that the founding hero and the heroes realized the danger of the Dark Forest and sealed it away. "And it is this ring that holds this seal?" Dahlia asked, and if it falls, she was told that then the magic of the forest will break out. And then the magical waves are distorted across the entire continent. But the worst thing is that there will be more monsters in the world. Usually, monsters appearing is not such a big problem, but when waves are distorted, even the simplest artifacts are dangerous. Then the girl asked if the criminal was known. Being cautious before answering, Russ looked at the Duke. And then Ludwig himself explained that the suspect was Lady Frederick, who was the first to disappear. That is, now they wanted to say that the preparations for the banquet and all those attempts to interfere with the Duke. It was in order to weaken his vigilance, all thanks to the efforts of the lady. Rosetta's words flashed through his head. Dahlia's breathing became heavy and rapid. She was in a panic. In search of the criminal, she raised everyone's ears. And she even arranged a large banquet. She was bursting with guilt, and she asked Ludwig for forgiveness. But the guy hastened to calm her down. It was confirmed that his father was also poisoned. Her arrival was an accident. They had a different plan originally, an escape, a diversion. They had prepared much more than she thought. Whether she was here or not, it would have happened anyway, and she didn't just ask to go north for nothing. His words convinced and calmed the worried girl, and she received support, from which she smiled sweetly at what she was worried about and apologized. However, there was a reason to call her. Ludwig suddenly told his friend and looked away, doubting. But he still asked to take Sir Cassar with him for a while. Dahlia asked in surprise whether it was for protection. Well, yes, Ludwig calmly confirmed. She herself saw what was happening. Even though the instigator had fled, his pawns were still somewhere here. Cassar's opinion was not taken into account a priori. She needed a knight who knew the area well, and he was the best fit. Cassar objected to his highness. It was time for the operation to exterminate the monsters, and he was his right hand. But Ludwig said that she could manage without him. However, Cassar was stubborn, saying that as a division commander, he had to manage the troops. Then Ludwig looked at Cassar with displeasure and asked if he wanted him to send him with the division to the outskirts for about 10 years. Only in this way did Cassar understand the hint, and, fearing for himself and his comrades, agreed to be a bodyguard. Of course, Dahlia trusted Ludwig and did not take an escort, but what about her opinion? Cassar still could not come to terms with the fact that he, the right hand and the strongest commander, agreed to guard her. He asked if she didn't think of it as a great honor. Dahlia found it very tiring. Dahlia thanked him and asked what was wrong with his manner of speech, hinting that if a person suddenly changes, it means he will die soon. She really enjoyed making fun of him, and soon Cassar admitted that he was wrong about her and that she had a pretty good head. Dahlia asked if the problem wasn't his. Cassar angrily shouted that he was trying to make a compliment. Exhaling, he asked her not to worry too much about this situation. They did everything they could. Besides, it wasn't their job to watch, so he asked if that was what was upsetting her. Didn't that mean she was in a precarious position? Dahlia was pleased that he had just said that they, even though he had argued, still felt like part of the team. She laughed and thought that even Sir Cassar was comforting her, although it didn't suit him at all. Apparently she really was in bad shape, but he was right. She couldn't be sad any longer. She was, however, worried that Sir River knew something, but she decided to leave it to Ludwig and go about her business. It was time to start looking for the glossy beetle, and just then Cassar said he had seen it. These days there was a heavy atmosphere in the estate. A servant became a traitor, and there was also a murder. Rumors circulated that the culprit was the missing maid, and when the extermination operation began, Rod Bauder and the imperial family fell out. The punitive troops often went into the forest, which is why the mansion became empty, returning to its former gloomy appearance. Dahlia had a hard time collecting the necessary information, but suddenly it turned out that Cassar knew about the beetle. Dahl was infuriated by the fact that he had remained silent all this time, and the knight only anxiously replied that she had not asked. But then she remembered that he mentioned that he lived in the vicinity of a dark forest. That's how unusual he is. Just one would be enough for her, so Dahlia asked if he remembered where he had seen it, and it seemed that Cassar remembered. And it seemed like he didn't remember. He mockingly broke Dahlia, mocking her in response. And then Dahlia remembered Michel, whose grandfather lived in a village near the dark forest, and came to her. Meeting him was not difficult. The problem was that the village where he lived was within the search zone. And although this is not the most dangerous area, it is still risky to go there without proper protection. Dahlia was thinking about harnessing Cassar to this matter, but she noticed that he was mocking her behind her back. So she came to Ludwig with this request, and he invited her to go with them. Ludwig explained that he had expanded the search range just in case, and the village was far from the extermination zone, so the risk was minimal. But even with Sir Cassar alone, Ludwig couldn't let her go out of worry, so Dahlia couldn't understand whether it was dangerous there or not. And suddenly I wondered if he was okay. The disappearance of the ring and the punitive operation were taking up all his time. It seemed that even the skin on his face had become rough. His hand moved by itself, and now Dahlia touched his cheek and Ludwig tensed up and squeezed the paper. Ludwig's face instantly turned red and he looked at Dahlia's face. Dahlia just looked at him. Well, realizing what she was doing, she exclaimed that she was really wondering if he was sleeping normally. And nervously laughing, she apologized, and Ludwig stuttered that everything was fine. The knight's reactions to the scene varied, and, unable to find a place for themselves from embarrassment, they suddenly began to discuss when they would go to the village. Trying to calm down, Dahlia wondered if she was one of those who touched first and why she did it. They were not children. And suddenly, a scene surfaced in her memories where Ludwig said that he was no longer going to play family with her. She didn't want to remember it, and she worriedly wondered why this particular scene had surfaced. He was certainly quite handsome and sexy, and he seemed to like her, but she still needed to talk to River and pretended not to understand. 3 days later, as agreed, Dahlia met with the punitive detachment and the exhausted Leona and Eden. The girl realized that they had a lot to do, seeing the circles under their eyes, and Leona, laughing, confirmed this. Cassar hissed and, mocking their fate, called them talentless, because in their place he would have been fine. Since he is so smart, Leona offered him to trade. Apparently he was having fun at the estate. Look how his face is shining. They continued to quarrel when Eden called the lady to follow him and asked her not to pay attention to them. Dahlia asked Michelle's grandfather if he had seen the glossy beetle. She wanted to know where exactly. The man replied that he had seen him when he was still young, meeting him on the outskirts and deep in the forest, as well as in the mountains far from the village. And all is well. He saw it more than once. In the past, his father studied the geology of the north because a lot of valuable magical ore grows here. At that time, the vast expanses of the dark forest were not so vast, so his father often took him with him. It was then that he first encountered the glossy beetle, for it appeared where the ore vein passed. The problem was that there were more than enough ore veins in the dark forest. First, they save people, and then they look for the beetle. It is not known how long the operation will take. We need to quickly find the bug and make a cure the princess and get the right to the business. But will she make it before the battle of the successors begins? In any case, Dahlia thanked him for the story and asked about the investigation materials. The man said he had saved one. It showed ore veins from that period and she could take it. Dahlia was doubtful, but her grandfather assured her that he had no need for her, and then she promised to thank him later. "How amazing," he said as he handed over the map. "It's not the most common type of beetle, but everyone keeps asking about it." And when the lady asked, he told her that a white-haired man had recently come and asked the same questions as she had. Dahlia asked who this man was, and the grandfather explained that he did not reveal his status, but judging by his manners, he was a nobleman. The glossy beetle was only needed for one thing. Originally, Olivia cured this disease, but she came here because of the changed conditions. So she needed to cure the princess and get the right to run the business, and now he was saying that someone else was looking for this bug. It was a coincidence that she became convinced that they wanted to stop her, the power behind Count Zorvan, and trying to prevent her from inheriting the duchy. But the most suspicious thing about all this was River's behavior. Dahlia needed to think about all this. Michelle tried to call out to the lady, but Ludwig shielded the commander from her and said that he would go. The girl went behind a tree and thought, Dahlia Averian, a second role that doesn't affect anything. In this world, harems or something like that are nothing more than fun, and she has already resigned herself to not telling anyone about the events of the original. She also accepted that she had no power to change anything, and yet, by continuing to fight, she hoped to make this life a little better. But the bitter truth is that she too was overcome by similar thoughts, that rest is for losers, and first you need to achieve your goals. Then she said everything that was troubling her in a conversation with Sir River, seriously frightening him, and at that moment he voiced a sensible idea about sharing his burden with someone. And the girl believed that he liked her, despite the arguments of Jerome and Ludwig, so this time. Dahlia wanted to have her own happy ending, not just be the groom's friend. Ludwig stood behind the same tree, overhearing the phrases being spoken. The white-haired man, it's hard to tell who he is from just the description, but her reaction. And besides, she suspects that Goldman knows something, which Ludwig really didn't like and worried him. Soon Dahlia returned to the carriage and Leona asked in surprise what was wrong with her eyes. But then Ludwig fenced Dahlia off from everyone and said that their task was to find the ore deposits and ordered her to open the map. Although it was slightly different from theirs, there was an ore vein in one place and they decided to start from nearby places. Dahlia asked why they should be avoided, and Leona explained that the magic ore was what monsters fed on. Realizing this, Dahlia remembered that she had sent Jerome to explore the magic mine and realized that she needed to contact him quickly. But then Leona looked at the cards more closely and said tensely, something was wrong. The Scania Mountains were supposed to be in this place. Cassar asked what was wrong with her. She had lost her way. But suddenly Leona, realizing everything, screamed, "Monsters walk along this route!" Ludwig emotionlessly ordered to retreat. The knights immediately began to bustle about, and it turned out that the vanguard had already encountered the monsters. Very calmly, Ludwig ordered Caesar to grab Dahlia and go back, and they would sort it out and catch up with them. Cassar ran forward and asked the girl in short bursts if Leona rode horseback. When it turned out that it wasn't, he hissed, dreaming of a good noble life, and picking up Dahlia, threw her over his shoulder. Holding the girl on his shoulder, Cassar ran at a speed not inferior to a horse, but then the commander was informed about a pack of goblins ahead. They told him to go, saying that they would sort it out. The priority was protecting the lady and getting her out of the danger zone. Dahlia saw monsters for the first time, and there were so many of them, and so she was worried whether everything would be okay. Fearing, she mentally asked Cassar to continue to perceive her as baggage and begged him to return her safe and sound. As they ran across the battlefield, they could hear growling, the clanging of metal, and the cutting of monsters' bodies with splashes of their blood. Cassar clicked his tongue. They said there was little chance of running into them, but then the commander was called out. Cassar managed to react only for the sake of defense, throwing the girl aside. He defended himself with a sword. What the hell, Dahlia thought in horror, raising her head. Suddenly, she saw a huge one-eyed monster looming over her. The girl froze in horror, trying to realize that this huge creature in front of her was a monster. He raised his slippery paw over his head. It seemed like this was the end, but suddenly the monster in front of her was struck by a multitude of rapid blows, cutting through the carcass. After that, only the Savior's cloak remained before my eyes. And turning around, Ludwig calmly asked if she was safe. His voice was a delight to the ears in this chaos. Tears were already welling up in Dahlia's eyes, but fear receded into the background because he was before her eyes. Cassar approached His Highness and apologized for not carrying out the order to the end. Ludwig left it for later. The monsters were still nearby. He left them with Cassara and called Dahlia to him. The girl finally came to her senses, realizing that she was alive. Of course she had heard about it, but Ludwig was really very strong. It was all over already. What a relief! She had time to think before she sank into the ground. Ludwig immediately heroically rushed after her and, hugging her tightly, said that everything was fine. He would protect her. Fading memories flashed in Dahlia's head. She had heard it then too. But at this time she continued to fall looking up. And when I finally woke up, I thought it was a dream, because I had never seen Ludwig cry like that. "No, Dahlia," Ludwig begged, and through tears asked her not to do this to him. Dahlia could not move. She wondered what it was and why she couldn't answer. but suddenly she noticed a man walking towards them. And drowning in her bright yellow eyes, she recognized Olivia in her. Frightened, Dahlia suddenly opened her eyes and loudly took a deep breath. Trying to catch her breath, she realized that it was a dream. Anxiously recovering from the nightmare, she wondered if this was in the original. She didn't remember reading anything like it. Besides, Dahlia is just a minor character. What happened when Ludwig and Olivia got together? There was a terrible pain in my chest. But suddenly Ludwig discovered that she had woken up, and his image immediately calmed the girl. Dahlia began to find out what had happened, why he had protected her. She was worried that he had been hurt, but then Ludwig stopped Dahlia. And first of all, turning away embarrassedly, he asked his friend to straighten her clothes. Dahlia immediately looked at herself in horror and asked if he had undressed her, immediately covering himself with his overcoat. Even if she is pretty and sexy, how could he do this to his girlfriend? Ludwig asked embarrassedly to listen to him. He explained that they fell into an underground lake and were carried away by the current, and if she had been wet, she would have cooled down quickly, which is dangerous. It might be uncomfortable, but she would have to wait until her clothes dried, but Dahlia was glad that they had fallen into the water. Things could have turned out much worse, but between friends that was quite normal. She hoped so. But then Dahlia learned that the exit was above them. Since they fell into a hole, it would not be easy to get out. They had to wait for the search party, and Dahlia thought that if Ludwig was alone, he would find a way to get out. But she didn't know how to climb walls. She should have learned at least some self-defense. And for some reason, only troubles happened on this trip, and burying herself in Dahlia's lap, she apologized. But suddenly Ludwig extended his fist to Dahlia, saying that he had found something, and she recognized it as a glossy beetle. She asked, stunned, where he had gotten such a treasure, and Ludwig explained that there were many of them inside. And, believing that explaining all the details would be a chore, he suggested that it would be better for her to see for herself. And holding out his hand, he offered to walk a little with him. Dahlia took his hand. Looking after him, Dahlia thought with embarrassment that his hands were warm, and she wasn't afraid at all. She wondered why, maybe because she was next to Ludwig. Ludwig led Dahlia to a place where there were many glossy beetles. Usually they were found singly or individually. But suddenly she sighed in surprise, realizing that all these crystals, Ludwig confirmed, were magical ore. My God, she thought tremulously, how much all this costs? And Ludwig wondered if she was really counting the money. Suddenly, abruptly, the words spoken by Leona popped into her head, and she said that they needed to leave here. And remembering all those terrifying creatures on the battlefield, she fearfully explained that there was most likely a nest of monsters here. Ludwig hastened to calm the girl down, and, coming closer, said that if his guess was correct, there was a grave there. He heard that after death, monsters turn into magic ore, and probably all these are monster corpses. Probably, Dahlia asked. She, of course, heard something like this for the first time, but even his monster-slaying family didn't know about it. Usually after a hunt, humans simply collect materials and then burn or bury the bodies, since monster corpses emit toxins. Perhaps someone knew, given the rumors, but the magic ore is incredibly valuable. Only a few people own it. This means that the monsters' corpses will turn into ore, and they could simply use their remains and not go broke on expensive raw materials. But there was nothing else to see here. The knights were probably already looking for them, so he suggested waiting for them where they fell. Of course, before that, Dahlia suggested collecting a few more beetles, but they had already been released. Leona was glad they were safe, since it had taken them all day to find them. They were safe and sound, so they asked Leona to calm down, but then Cassar said that he was glad that they were okay. Dahlia was very amused by the tearful and sleepy look of Cassar. He was quiet, after all. Everyone had been through a lot that day. Leona apologized. They were so focused on the search that they did not prepare the carriage. Everything's fine, Dahlia answered nervously, already thinking about being knocked out. But then Ludwig said that everything was fine. They would go together and asked her to sleep, and when she woke up, they would already be there. Ludwig's words immediately popped into Dahlia's head, that everything was okay, that he would protect her. By making such promises, he always kept his word, and she unconsciously felt more confident. And even in such a terrible situation, she calmly trusted him, despite all her fear of horses. My heart was beating wildly, and in my head I wondered if this was really normal. It was already closer to night when they arrived at the mansion. Dahlia was still sleeping, and so Ludwig brought her to the room. The guy himself guessed that she was probably very tired, and remembered what he told her before leaving. He really didn't think what he said would work. but he didn't want to see her scared or in pain. While laying the girl on the bed, he carefully touched her hand. But no matter how reckless it may be, if he does it for her, he will do anything. His Highness had hardly entered the estate when Russ immediately met him and said that he needed to report something. Leaning over Ludwig's ear, he reported that Lady Frederick had been found dead, and the ring had probably already fallen into the hands of the criminal. It was rumored that Count Frederick owed a lot of money to a gambling house run by the Goldman family. If Ludwig tells her that her beloved River is behind this incident, will she finally be able to give him up? These words could hurt her and even bring her to tears, but if he consoles her, no. He really didn't want to see her tears a little while longer. When Dahlia's heart gets stronger, he will tell her about his feelings. Hestia asked Dahlia how she was feeling, and the girl, after a little hesitation, replied that everything was fine. Thanks to Ludwig, she managed to get away with only a couple of scratches. Hestia was very scared and was afraid that she was badly hurt. And suddenly, Dahlia thought that she didn't know that Ludwig's arms would be so comfortable. She didn't even wake up on the way. After some more bickering over her anxiety, Dahlia admitted that she was wrong and asked what was going on with the medicine. There were plenty of beetles, although one would have been enough. She planned to create a cure in less than a week. As expected from her Hestia, the girl exclaimed and asked if she knew that she had no one but her. Hestia continued to explain some scientific terms and abstruse words, which Dahlia simply praised her for. Now all that was left was to wait until the medicine was ready, and Jerome needed to be informed about this. She read the letter she received from him. He thanked her for the recommendations and advised her to come as soon as possible. He also talked about meeting a classmate of Lvovel, who suggested that he move in with them, but he of course refused. Soon, complications arose. The King of Hesse turned out to be more cautious, probably because of the swindlers he did not fall for the bait. Word of Averine's cure for fatigue had reached here, and he said that she had developed it and that perhaps the king would like to meet her. He was sorry to say it, but she had to hurry. There had been some bad rumors going around lately. The last letter came a few days ago. Perhaps the situation would have worsened if she had not been lucky enough to find a glossy beetle. She wrote that she was going to him, but she also needed to tell Ludwig about it, and besides, he said that he would handle things himself. But Ina is not irresponsible enough to leave him like that, and so she came to Ludwig with the news. And he asked from the doorway if it was time for her to leave, and Dahlia asked in surprise how he knew. She asked him not to think that she was leaving because she found a bug. He knew, she apologized, but he said that everything was fine. He didn't ask the reason for whatever she asked him to do. That's the kind of friend who agrees to everything. He asked to take Kassar with him, even though he was immature, but he was confident in his skills and trusted him more than anyone else. Dahlia stopped Ludwig and asked if Kassar was not the commander of the 1st Division, and that the monster extermination was in full swing right now. That's why Ludwig couldn't go with her. That is, if it weren't for the operation, he would have gone, but there aren't any monsters there anyway. But then Ludwig took Dahlia by the hand and carefully asked her to go with Kassar. Okay, he asked her, and Dahlia sheepishly agreed, wondering if everything would be okay. Soon Dahlia arrived in the capital and happily waved to Jerome, who was waiting for her. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Jerome asked them to hurry as soon as they got off the ship. Now everything was very bad. Something was wrong with the princess, but suddenly he stopped the story. Dahlia looked back at Sir Kassar and asked him in fear what he was doing, explaining that he was on their side. She had already warned him on the way. In both the original story and here he managed to irritate absolutely everyone. Dahlia apologized to Jerome. She explained to him that this was a bodyguard assigned by Ludwig, and that his character was not all smooth. And suddenly, talking about Ludwig, she remembered what had happened earlier, and suddenly embarrassed, asked herself to stop remembering. She replied that it was not important now, and asked Jerome to continue with what he wanted to say about the princess. Jerome said that her illness had worsened considerably and invited her to come to the guild to discuss the details. The delegation came to the Avarian Merchant Guild, the Lvovel branch, Jerome's personal room. There the guy reported that she had lost consciousness and had been in a coma since then. Rumors of her death began to circulate, without good news. Dahlia knew that Onel was supposed to be treating the princess, but he hadn't even arrived yet, and the princess was already on the verge of death. Could the future have changed, just like the war that started a few years earlier, if the princess's death comes earlier? Dahlia was trying to understand why her condition had deteriorated so sharply. Jerome was still figuring out the details. The king was trying everything to save her. All the medicines, healers, recipes from different parts of the world, and even some high priests, they used divine power. And recently he also called a magician, but after his visit the princess's condition worsened sharply. She suffered for several days and then fell into a coma. They say the country was turned upside down to catch this magician. He was not caught. He disappeared like a ghost. No one knew how it happened. After that, the king began to suspect all healers. Now, even if you get the medicine, there is no one to deliver it to. Almost everyone. That is, Dahlia became tense. But that also means that not everyone was kicked out if someone was still willing to continue treatment. They had a way. Jurina Hesse, the youngest daughter of the king of Hesse and his most beloved princess, but she grew up slower than her peers. She was often ill, but everyone believed that over time her health would improve. But one day she began to have sudden attacks. The girl suffered from a high fever for several days, and red spots appeared all over her body. The king, who had lost his beloved wife, loved his children more than life itself, and spent several days at his daughter's bedside, praying. He begged God to save her, but the gods were cruel. The fever subsided, but she could no longer get out of bed. Brief improvements alternated with attacks until she began to see her father, and in the end, she lost her sight completely. The king was in despair. "It's okay, father," the girl said, smiling. She thought she simply shouldn't have been born, but she was happy that she became his daughter. The king swore to save her at any cost. Whatever the means and sacrifices, he finally summoned a magician who used rituals. However, after finishing, he said that now his daughter's future will come even faster. The girl was suffocating, and no matter how much anyone could help her, they could not save her, and the girl fell into a deep sleep. The king reproached and blamed himself, wondering why he was in such a hurry, why he didn't think about the consequences. Why did he trust a stranger? If her suffering continues, then it would be better, but suddenly His Majesty was informed that a famous healer had arrived in Welloa and he wanted her to live. Not long after, the king met a healer from a neighboring kingdom. He told her to raise her head, and Hestia looked at the king of these lands. The man looked at the guest and asked the girl if this meant that she was really a skilled healer. Hestia said that he was flattering her, but the king had heard rumors that her hand could cure any disease. She was even called the Hand of God, and asked if he knew why he called her. Hestia answered yes, looking at her companion. Stepping forward, the girl, covered in a mantle, asked His Majesty to let her explain, but the knight blocked her path. He called her behavior insolent. How dare she do it in front of the king? But the king stopped him and asked the girl to continue. Stepping forward with permission, the girl said that first of all she had to apologize to him. In fact, she was not her assistant. She hid her identity in order to meet him and deliver an important message. She sincerely asked for forgiveness for her insolence, and then the king asked who she was. And asking to be allowed to introduce herself again, she gave her name as Dahlia Averine, the only daughter of a duke from the Hyperonian Empire. The king was stunned, but forgave the girl for revealing her identity and asked her to get up. Dahlia thanked him for his generosity, and then the king asked why Averin's daughter had come to him. She had a medicine that could cure the princess. After a pause, the king sighed and asked if she knew how many people claimed this. Dahlia was telling the truth, but he had heard this hundreds of times, and Dahlia knew it was hard to believe. The king wearily interrupted the girl, telling her to stop. He was already tired of listening to this. In that case, Dahlia asked to be allowed to offer something else, the income of the Avarian Guild from trade with Hessen. If she fails to cure the princess, she undertakes to give half of this income annually in taxes. The income of the Avarian Guild was comparable to the budget of an entire kingdom, even if she couldn't cure the princess. For the sake of the future of the country and the princess, it will be difficult to refuse such an offer, but she is worried about something else. The reality was different from what she knew. The princess's condition had worsened faster than she remembered, and it was a risk, but worth a try. She asked to prepare a notarial document, and she would personally put her seal on it. The king asked what she wanted in return, and Dahlia said what she wanted was that she wanted him to give her the rights to the Welloa business. Having signed the notarial document, they all moved together to the princess's room. They applied the medicine to the sleeping girl and waited for a while. And after not much time, everything worked out. The baby opened her eyes. The king's happiness knew no bounds at the sight of his recovered daughter. Falling onto the sofa, Jerome sighed tiredly and said with anxiety and worry that his heart almost stopped. If something went wrong, he would definitely be expelled from the family, he shouted. He would lose not only his inheritance, but also his place in the guild. But in the end, Everything was resolved successfully. Dahlia achieved the transfer of rights to the business to Welloa. Indignantly, Jerome agreed with her. Dahlia said the king wanted to announce that the princess had recovered and to emphasize that it was all her doing. N will also officially transfer the rights to the Welloa business to the Avrian Guild, although she has already received a document with the royal seal. Jerome doubted it would be cancelled, but still asked if anything was planned for the business. Yes, the girl exclaimed joyfully. She was going to build a hotel on this site. An inn? He asked thoughtfully. Jerome wasn't sure that was a good idea. Inns were often considered something for aristocrats. They may not bring in much profit, although given the flow of people in this place, at least something can be earned, but an ordinary hotel is not enough. She intended to create a hotel for everyone, which would be aimed at the middle and lower classes with affordable prices. She was going to change the structure of the building and reduce the size of the rooms, increase the number of single rooms. What about the cost of inventory? Jerome asked her. It would require more energy to maintain, but that should be the easiest. She reminded him of the mine that the crown prince had given her. Officially, it belonged to her. So she'll have to pretend to negotiate with the guild, so what? Jerome asked her. She asked how long it had been since she had instructed him to explore the mine. This mine was definitely magical. The more magical ores there are in a mine, the more magical creatures there are, but then Jerome said there was nothing there. And to the lady's surprise, he repeated that he said there was nothing there, no magical creatures, no magical ores. Jerome wasn't joking. He checked the shaft when she said so, even though he thought it was suspicious. But no matter how much he checked, there was nothing special there. It was just a mine with nothing in it. Dahlia leaned back in her chair in devastation. How is there nothing? Why, it's impossible. In the original, Olivia found this mine. She's got the place mixed up. It wasn't the Eastern Mountains, but the Crown Prince only had a mine there, so why? Before this, the events from the novel happened as expected. The most important mine with magical ores suddenly disappeared. Her trump card turned out to be a useless piece of paper. We need to find another way out. Maybe the magic ore is not needed. You can find another source of energy. Magical, saturated with magic, magical creatures. The recipient, a magic tower, asked to send her one magician who knows how to work with alchemy. The future head of the magic tower was asked if he wanted to go personally. Of course, he answered, because he was personally requested by the lady of the Avrian family. It should be on him. Besides, as far as he knew, there were not many specialists like him, and besides, he always wanted to meet this person. The king declared that he owed the recovery of his youngest daughter, the Princess of Hesse, entirely to Lady Averine and her physician. The aristocrats began to fuss around the king when the princess was carried out in front of them in their arms. After a long time, the girl was finally able to meet her subjects. In order to establish friendly relations with the Avarian family, it was decided to transfer the rights to manage the port territory to them. They hoped that in the future she would work hard for the benefit of Welloa, and Dahlia considered it an honor. Everyone applauded. She finally got the rights to the business, and accordingly the rest of the affairs in Hesse should go quite smoothly. So that's why they say popularity sucks a lot of energy, Dahlia said proudly. Getting attention without giving anything away is a skill of sorts, Jerome said, Hestia's knees shaking with anxiety. But it is she who should be here, because she saved the princess's life, and His Majesty himself asked her to be present here. And even though she did what she was told, if it weren't for her, she wouldn't be here. Dahlia advised her to straighten her shoulders. They decided to have some fun, but then a man called out to the lady, and Jerome shuddered. A pleasant-looking young man appeared in front of the trio. Dahlia saw him for the first time and wondered who it was. Jerome whispered, Julien Le Vauvel. And indeed, when it came to the need to obtain commercial rights in Hesse, Jerome just mentioned his classmate, and according to him, he was close with the crown prince. It was a great honor for him to meet her, and he introduced himself as Julien Le Vauvel, the third son of the family. And Dahlia was glad to meet, introducing herself to the guy. Julien asked to accept his congratulations, and Dahlia thanked him, praising her subordinates. However, no matter what talents they have, the main thing is to know how to use them correctly. No matter how hard he tried to involve the people around him, it turned out to be quite difficult. And so he asked the ladies not to hesitate to call him by his first name and not by this strict title. But Dahlia was happy with everything as it was, and Julien tried not to show his emotions. Those close to him whispered together, "Is he hitting on her? What a damn womanizer." Julien considered her a business competitor, but when he met her in person, he wanted to tell her that he was looking forward to their cooperation. Dahlia realized that the rumors were not lying, he was really friendly, and she also relied on him, and after that they discussed Jerome a little. Then Julian asked to be allowed to share useful information with her. It was about another successor of the Avrian family. And he asked the girl if she knew that he had signed an agreement with Levavole, or rather with his brother. He didn't know what exactly they were planning to build, but he heard that they were planning to buy a large plot of land. And the building itself, apparently, will be quite impressive, so she should also prepare. Dahlia's head was splitting over all this. It seemed Myers was looking at the tourism industry as a way to win the succession. Maybe he wanted to build a park, but where did he get that kind of money? Jerome called out to Dahlia and asked if she was really going to go north. Wouldn't it be better to take him with her? He's an assistant, but there was no need for that. She wouldn't stay there for long, and Kassar needed to be handed back. Actually, he was behaving calmly, but Dahlia didn't believe that he could hold out any longer. Dahlia gave me the task of preparing the treatment center and the hotel, but she does not leave them because of some love. She is able to delimit her life. And if she loses the battle for succession, then, with or without a groom, she will not be able to continue the family line, and besides, he was right. He warned her about Duke Goldman, that he was obsessed with power, and warned that River was not telling her everything. She didn't think he was just aiming for marriage. He was clearly hiding something, although she had no proof. Besides, Sir River, if you think about it, it doesn't look like they're acting in concert, although his behavior wasn't feigned. Maybe it was related to some extent, but the look on his face seemed like he was trying to warn her about something. After sailing away, Dahlia breathed in the sea air, perhaps because a lot had happened during this time. But her heart no longer ached when she thought of Sir River, and she wanted to see Ludwig sooner. No sooner had Dahlia arrived in the north than a girl with silver hair threw herself into her arms. Both Kassar and Ludwig, with his entire entourage, who remained in the background, were surprised. The girl, who looked like the girl from the dream with bright yellow eyes, knew Dahlia's name, and, holding the girl by the hands, she happily said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Dahlia was amazed no less than the others. Dahlia remembered the line she had read describing Olivia, and how Ludwig had held his breath without realizing it. But in fact, the girl asked for forgiveness when they met, because they had not seen each other for so long that she herself did not notice how she ran. It was Olivia, she realized with a stunned expression, but her first appearance wasn't supposed to be here, and that meant they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She noticed that Dahlia was surprised, and then Dahlia asked if they had ever met. Olivia mumbled something, but then Ludwig blocked Olivia and asked if she herself hadn't asked to send a magician from the magic tower. Duke Botter confirmed that she had brought her letter. Olivia assumed that she had mistaken her for someone else. She really felt sorry for putting her in an awkward position, and again introduced herself as Olivia, who was sent at her request. And she was looking forward to their cooperation. Dahlia said with concern that she was counting on her. But she herself felt uneasy because in the original story Olivia was a saint. But now she appeared before her in the guise of the mistress of the magic tower. Memories and reality had changed greatly. She suggested going inside and talking there. Olivia agreed, realizing that Dahlia was tired from the journey. Dahlia thought that in the original, Ludwig fell in love with her at first sight and decided to test it. The girl carefully grabbed him by the edge of his fur coat, and Ludwig thought that something had happened. And looking back, he asked what happened. His previous look made her understand that her friend was unchanged, and she became embarrassed. "Nothing," the girl answered anxiously, continuing on her way, and then Ludwig grabbed her cape. When they met, Dahlia explained to Olivia what was required of her, and in theory it was possible. It was necessary to try it in practice. Now all her knowledge of the novel's plot was useless, and she had no choice but to act on her own. They made a three-way agreement, and Olivia said it would be easier for her, since she was His Highness's companion. "Companion?" Dahlia asked sheepishly, and exclaimed that they were not in such a relationship. Olivia was surprised that the two of them were not together yet. And then Dahlia thought in horror that it was not she who should be with him, but Olivia. She screamed that there was nothing between them and asked if the rumors had really spread all the way to the magic tower. Having found out that the rumors were indeed true, the girl was shocked that unexpectedly there was no progress. She spoke more quietly that this time everything was somehow slow, and without paying attention to this, Dahlia said that they were not in that kind of relationship. "So she had a chance too?" Olivia asked. "What?" Dahlia asked, stunned, and Olivia asked, convinced. She said that there was nothing between them. Well, that's how it was, and Olivia said that in every person's life there comes a moment when it's worth showing courage. And she thought that this moment had come for her. Dahlia's heart sank, and Olivia asked sweetly, she doesn't mind. When the girl left, Dahlia thought hard about what it was. The main character tried to protect her. It was too obvious that she and Ludwig were quite close, so much so that she began to feel jealous. But she was just a friend at first, and he suddenly fell in love with her, and he couldn't avoid her anymore. Besides, Olivia has been here for several days already, and she has already fallen in love with Ludwig, which happened between them. Will Ludwig fall in love with Olivia like he did in the original, but he himself said that he was not going to play family with her. If after meeting Olivia all of Ludwig's mental wounds are healed and he finds happiness, is it worth helping her? On the other hand, she didn't know Ludwig's true feelings yet and didn't want to force him to do anything. Besides, just imagining him smiling happily with Olivia makes her feel a strange sense of disgust. Her head was splitting and she decided to get some fresh air, but on the street the Duke was also keeping an eye on Olivia. Noticing his presence from behind, Olivia justified herself by saying that she was not doing anything suspicious to warrant being watched so closely. However, Duke Bauder asked that they not pay attention to him and continue doing their business. Thanking for permission, she said that if they could create a portal connecting this place with the Lyceum, the lady would not have to freeze all the time. And it would be to his advantage, and she asked if he would be okay with only one person being able to move at a time. What? Ludwig asked. Does she want to use it with several people at once? If she was thinking of starting a fight, he was all for it. However, Olivia had no such intentions. And finally, having finished creating the magic circle, she raised her staff. And she turned to His Highness with the question whether he wanted her to help him. Ludwig's eyes widened in surprise and his heart sank, as if he understood what Olivia was talking about. There was no need for that, Ludwig said, without even asking what kind of help she was offering. He repeated that he didn't need help, and Olivia, walking away, said, but he was still as stubborn. After that, Olivia said that she was done here, and Ludwig wondered if she did it on purpose. Even when she first appeared, she caused a stir among the knights. In self-defense, Ludwig pointed his sword at her throat, and then Olivia said that the lady had sent her. Asking if she could come in now if it weren't for the document with Averine's seal, he would have already stabbed her. She walked around the residence as if she knew the place well. Moreover, she didn't even talk to anyone in particular. But she greeted Dahlia so joyfully, although according to Dahlia they were seeing each other for the first time suspiciously. She needed to be watched from a safe distance, but then Olivia became interested in something. She asked what if all their troubles come from outside. And the more they try to change their fate, the more unhappy they become. And Dahlia is to blame for it all. She's serious, Ludwig thought. She's making fun of him. And to the girl's surprise, he said that he didn't care. He didn't believe in fate or anything like that because everyone makes their own happiness. He didn't think that Dahlia wished him ill, and after a pause, Olivia said, in the end, everything comes to the same result. Now it was his turn to ask a question, Ludwig explained as he approached, and he asked what her goal was. Olivia smiled slowly. It was unlikely that he would believe her, but she still asked him to try to do this and said something surprising. Gate? Dahlia asked in surprise, and Ludwig confirmed that they were connected to the Avarian estate in the capital. Since he will be away a lot due to his upcoming surgery, it would be better if she could get a change of scenery rather than continue to be bored. Dahlia was stunned and asked how this was even possible and how he did it, but her friend explained that it was the magician she called who did it. The girl thanked him for his concern and nervously asked how Olivia was. Ludwig explained that she would stay here for the duration of the research. Dahlia was hesitant because of her memories. But then Ludwig asked if she didn't want to go back, since she came here straight from the south. If you're going to interfere, go away, said the girl, and Ludwig asked what she was talking about. Explaining that she can stay here if she wants. What a good friend she has, though. All the same, Dahlia returned home and Olivia, at her request, created another gate to Hesse. The parents had not seen their daughter's face for a long time, and when they asked if Ludwig would come, Dahlia replied that he was busy at the moment. But she invites him to visit them, and then Claire asks what's up with that fair-haired boy. And the girl awkwardly told her mother that some problem had happened to him. That's how it is, the woman asked, gasping an alert. And she said that a letter from him had just arrived at their estate. Dahlia tensed up. He wrote to her that he needed to tell her something, asking her to set a time and place for the conversation. Dahlia thought he wanted to tell her. She felt he knew something, but did it have anything to do with the incident with the ring? or discuss why he became close to her, and besides, he won't be able to come right away because of the operation in the north. Soon, Dahlia arrived in the north again, to the delight of Olivia and friend Ludwig. Olivia was just looking at monsters that she could use for research. Dahlia awkwardly replied that she understood and, laughing nervously, asked if she had disturbed them. And saying that she needed to pass something on to Ludwig, she quickly took him away for a short while. Having moved far enough, she pressed Ludwig against the wall and nervously asked how things were going with Olivia. "Like what?" Ludwig asked, not understanding. "It's just," she explained nervously, "she's her guest, so she's worried, and it's good that nothing happened." Ludwig understood that she was worried because she was jealous of him towards Olivia, but Dahlia interrupted him. Suggesting that they forget it, she asked if he knew where the Imperial troops were currently located and what they were doing. Ludwig told his friend that Goldman had temporarily returned to the capital, supposedly for family reasons. "Well, that's how it is," the girl said with a gasp. "Well, since she's seen him now, so now perhaps she'll go." Nervously, she wished Ludwig good luck with the monsters and asked him to let him know if he had any problems. And saying that she would come again soon, she ran away, leaving Ludwig alone. Having run away, the girl anxiously wondered why her heart was pounding so much and thought that she would die of shame. But when she saw the two of them side by side, she couldn't help but think that they looked good together. She begged herself to stop thinking about it and promised that she would never go north again without an apparent reason. And although she said so, she continued her useless journeys time after time. Then Jerome yelled at her, asking what she had been doing lately. He asked her if she had any idea how much time she had wasted and if she had visited his residence again. Dahlia awkwardly made excuses, and Jerome continued to angrily shout at the lady for her irresponsibility. But what irritated him even more was that every time she returned from there, she walked around in an amoeba state. Dahlia repented. But she had nothing to say in her defense, and why was she doing this? She needed to come to her senses. And then Jerome realized that she was jealous of Ludwig. But Dahlia didn't want to admit it, even though she herself said that she was worried about what those two were doing. And then he asked if it was she who said that the problem with the succession of the title was complicating everything. And it would be better to find yourself another groom, then it is quite natural that he will also find another candidate for a spouse. If a woman appears in whom he is interested, she, on the contrary, should congratulate him, since they are friends. Dahlia had expected this, so she decided to take a step back and watch Ludwig from afar, but Jerome suggested that Dahlia clarify what she really wanted. And at that moment, Dahlia replayed the memories in her head and seemed to realize that she liked Ludwig. She didn't feel crazy in love, but she also felt safe nearby, so what should she do? After waiting for a while, Jerome asked if she had put her thoughts in order, but Dahlia asked to give her more time. Jerome would have been happy to, but he couldn't, because he managed to find out what Myers was up to. "I heard he was going to buy a huge plot of land and build a building on it, so I should have prepared properly." "And what kind of building is this?" Dahlia asked tiredly, and Jerome explained a casino. The girl tensed up. Gambling was illegal. Had he really decided to dig his own grave? The guy wasn't sure yet. But there were rumors that the emperor was considering legalizing gambling, but the reasons for this are unknown. She wondered why he bought such a large plot of land, whether she would have a chance, but now she didn't even have a source of energy. Even if so, he would hardly be able to build a casino quickly. Perhaps he made some kind of deal with the emperor. But in that case, he would have to bow before the imperial family, and her aunt approved of this. Dahlia became nervous. Jerome just decided to check and found out that many nobles had already defected to the side of Parliament. Dahlia asked who these supporters were and who was in charge. Jerome said that she would be surprised at the scale. After all, the Goldmans are at the head of his supporters. The Goldmans were the closest and most devoted to the emperor. The eldest son was a captain in the Imperial Guard, and the daughter was the fiancée of the Crown Prince. Their reputation is clear because they put honor above selfish goals, and of course she knew that the Duke was a power-hungry man. But I didn't think that everything was so serious. The scale itself was no joke. It's strange that they haven't been caught yet. They either miraculously managed to avoid being caught, or someone is behind them. The emperor just came to mind. Soon, Dahlia met with Olivia, and the magician worriedly asked the lady if everything was okay with her. "Yes," Dahlia answered nervously, wondering why the struggle for the succession of the family had become so fierce. She had no idea where to start, and speaking of the Goldmans, she wondered if River knew about everything. If it was the Duke who ordered him to meet with her, then it could be related. No, first he needs to finish the conversation with Olivia. She started talking about the investigation, but Olya, realizing that she was embarrassed to talk, still asked if she could tell her about what was bothering her. She said sheepishly that if she was really having a hard time, there was nothing she could do. She just hoped that she could help. Maybe she was good after all, Dahlia thought, and reminded her of the tower's neutrality, but Olivia said it was okay. Dahlia nervously laughed and said that it was a bit personal, so she felt awkward, and then Olivia suggested taking the vows, that if he blabs, he will die. Dahlia, stunned, asked the girl not to joke like that. She believed her even without any oaths. Then the girls agreed that Dahlia would tell everything, and Olivia would not tell anyone else. And then, having learned about the whole situation, Olivia suggested brainwashing everyone. Dahlia, again stunned, asked the girl not to joke like that, but Olivia wasn't joking. She said it was not difficult, and even if someone was caught, the customer's identity could be hidden. If she wants, she will do it, and also offered to help with the election of a successor. But then Dahlia stopped Olivia with alarm. She asked her in horror what she was saying and if she was in her right mind. And Olivia didn't understand what the problem was, saying that there was no need to bother so much, because for her it was as easy as pie. But Dahlia had heard that mind-warping magic could damage the brain and put lives at risk. Doesn't it bother her? Olivia froze. But it didn't bother her at all, and she asked with pity, "So it's not possible. How can we understand this? Olivia from the original was not only the strongest and kindest person, but how the content has changed so much." Dahlia didn't know what kind of person she was, and didn't want to jump to conclusions, although it was good to try to do everything possible for the goal. But still, there is a line that cannot be crossed, because if she were to renounce humanity for the sake of the goal, what would remain then? And she won't be able to understand this. No, even she simply doesn't understand this. And hearing this, Olivia froze, calling out to Dahlia. Dahlia suggested that she pretend that today's conversation never happened, asking her to forget everything she had just said. Olivia, stunned, told the girl that, by law, in order to get something, you have to give up something. "No," she answered tensely. "She is greedy and therefore will take possession of everything without missing anything. Whether it was her humanity or even she, that's why she cut everything off at the root." Suggesting that Olivia finish for today, she asked her to come if she suddenly changed her mind. "This is crazy," Dahlia thought with mixed feelings as she left the room. She didn't even really listen to the research. She was so angry after Olivia's words that she just got up and left. Until that moment, she could somehow understand that people and events had changed, but Olivia was a completely different person. But since she is the mistress of the Magic Tower, they have a lot of work to do together, and she was worried. Anyway, she needed to focus on something else right now. Only people with membership, or recommended by a member of the club, could enter the casino run by Goldman. And to find the weakness that could destroy Duke Goldman, she needs to meet Sir River. And immediately, Goldman said he was very sorry and allowed her to beat him until she let out all her anger. He had nothing to say in his defense. He had not only hurt her mentally, but also put her life in danger. "What is he saying?" Dahlia asked awkwardly and asked him to get up from his knee. "And she doesn't know?" asked River. "He was talking about what happened in the north." "What?" asked Dahlia. She heard that the family ring was stolen by Frederick, and without it the seal of the dark forest could be removed and monsters would appear from there. River thought that Sir Bowder had already told her everything, but it turned out that Ludwig knew everything, but he didn't tell her anything. Dahlia looked up and asked how she should take his words. Is this really how he wants to atone for his lie? "No, not at all," River exclaimed in surprise. He didn't think something like that would be enough, and he hadn't had a proper chance to explain himself to her since then. But still, he would like to apologize properly. There is no excuse for him trying to deceive and use her. He had brought his deepest changes, but he had not asked to meet her because he hoped for her forgiveness. He was worried because after that incident, his father became too quiet and wanted to convey that she should be careful. Looking at Sir River, speechless at her question, her heart sank with pain because she felt that she had been deceived. But perhaps she expected something like this, and so it wasn't such a big shock. Dahlia said she didn't blame him, even if he told her that on purpose. In some ways she got an improvement, and that is not what I would like to discuss today. And the girl asked directly if his father was planning anything else, asking him to tell her everything. The first thing River had to say was that he didn't know much, because after what happened to her, his father no longer had high hopes for him. He had no information about the ring, only knew about the unknown danger. So it was safe to say that the ring had disappeared at the time of Lady Frederick's death, but Dahlia wondered about the involvement of different people. And then she asked Rivera if he knew that his father ran a casino. He knew this, and he also knew that he often visited the imperial palace on this matter. He was going to hand over the business to his brother. He had previously worked quietly, but now he decided to find someone he could trust with the business and increase its scale. But River believed that gambling had to be stopped, Dahlia asked, even if it meant his family would suffer. The Duke is already too deeply involved in this matter, and obstruction of legalization is inevitable and will entail irreparable damage. But River didn't have much pride in his family, especially if it was going down the wrong path, so he didn't care. Dahlia smiled and said that these were the words of a true knight. "What about her?" said River. He was still far from his brother. Then Dahlia decided to ask what he meant when he said that his father did not have high hopes for him. "Yes," the guy said sadly, "she has a right to know. She probably knows that her father is incredibly proud of the fact that their family is closest to the crown, as well as his obsession with power. His older brother is a captain in the Imperial Guard, and his older sister is engaged to the Crown Prince. However, he had not been in good health since childhood, so he did not expect anything from him. His mother died in childbirth, and his father was annoyed by his constant illness, so he grew up in the Goldman estate rather than the capital until he was older. He volunteered for the war because he wanted to achieve something, and thereby prove his abilities to his father. Thought he would recognize him. Even after they grew apart, he still wanted them to meet. But he couldn't do it. This was the first time he disobeyed his father, and perhaps after that he stopped placing even small hopes on him. However, now he understood that his father had come up with this plan precisely because he was weak-willed, and it would not have worked on his elders. Dahlia promised that she would stop him at all costs, but to do so, she would need his support. And so the lady asked Rivera if he would help her. The boy's eyes filled with hope, and he asked what he needed to do. And soon in the north, Eden came to Duke Bowder with not the happiest news. After all, everyone in the capital was talking about the lady being engaged to Sir River Goldman. Ludwig once again became convinced of all this by asking the captain again and took up arms. Eden did not let Ludwig go, saying that His Highness was not allowed there, but Ludwig was serious. Then Russ latched onto him, saying that everything cannot be decided according to the laws of nature, and Ludwig repeated that he should be let go. Russ screamed in despair that violence would not help here, and asked if he could imagine what the lady would feel like. Did he really think she would like it if he waved his sword around and if he hurt her? Ludwig froze. He will be disgusting to her. No, it is not he who should be disgusting to her, but River Goldman, because it was he who hid his true intentions. And he made her become attached and got close to her, but even in his lies he did not succeed and eventually brought Dahlia to tears. There were rumors that she was crazy about him, that she sent him gifts every day and spent time with him. They say they've already exchanged rings, so shouldn't he give her more happiness than anyone else? Ludwig knew very well that she liked him very much, the way Dahlia smiled beautifully, saying that she had something in mind, and the confidence with which she declared that she would trust whoever she chose. He didn't care about his feelings if it made her happy. However, he thought that it would be better for her to be angry with him than to become unhappy because of her own choice. But he also didn't want to make her cry. Despite what he did, Dahlia still chose him. Ludwig clenched his fist and called out to Russ, and he informed his assistant that he was going to visit the Imperial Palace, asking him to prepare everything. And soon Olivia anxiously asked the lady if she was really engaged. Dahlia said that she had asked what brought her here, but then Olivia asked her why. "What?" Dahlia asked, stunned. And Olivia asked anxiously why she got engaged if she didn't like him. Dahlia wondered how she knew. Dahlia repeated again and explained everything. Olivia plopped down on the floor and said in shock, "You can't do that." She asked in horror how it all came to this, and Dahlia was also afraid to look at her. The white-haired girl muttered under her breath, could it be that she had miscalculated somewhere when the future was distorted? Watching this, Dahlia became more scared and she called Olivia. Dahlia suggested that the girl postpone the conversation. But then Olivia said sadly, no matter, she will put everything back in its place, even though she doesn't know where something went wrong. But if she does it a few times, she will surely be able to find a reason, take responsibility, and do everything for the sake of the perfect ending. "Everything is wrong," Dahlia screamed, asking Olya to put this thing down and said that she would explain everything to her. A couple of days ago, when River asked what he could do, Dahlia asked him to marry her. More precisely, they will simply pretend that they are engaged, because they need to deceive the Duke. Dahlia asked him what he thought his father wanted most at the moment. He asked shyly if he would become her husband. The casino needed capital to expand, and she was the one who could solve the problem. If he gets engaged to her, he will be able to win the Duke's trust and gain the right to manage the casino. River thought it was a good idea and decided to give it a try. Having heard the whole story, Olivia's face immediately changed and she was glad that everything turned out this way. And she asked if Dahlia was okay, and Dahlia asked Olivia the same thing, but she was not harmed by a small scratch. Dahlia asked Olivia never to do that again, but Olivia had no choice. And she told Dahlia that she should get together with a much better man, with someone who could make her truly happy. Olivia asked her not to forget that the most important thing in the world is her happiness, and she will make every possible effort to achieve this. From the very beginning, Olivia acted as if she had to be happy, as if she was obsessed with it. Dahlia asked why. They had only just met. Why go so far? Olivia replied that she knew her well. Even though she probably doesn't remember who she is and what she did for her, Dahlia doubted that they had ever met before. And I wondered who she was. Then Olivia promised to tell her everything someday. Definitely. At the same time, Ludwig arrived at the Imperial Palace, and passing by the garden, he noticed how Duke Goldman was praising his youngest son, Rivera, who was familiar to everyone. Ludwig tensed up when he saw this scene, and his heart sank with pain. He had caused him a lot of trouble, but it seemed he had finally decided to come to his senses. He was finally like Goldman. And he didn't flatter him one bit. He was really surprised that he listened to strangers, but when he told him to knock up that lady, he didn't even want to listen. But now everything has become much easier. There were rumors that she was crazy about him. At this rate, they would definitely get married. It is unlikely that she will inherit the ducal title, since she is the only daughter, but some fortune will still fall to them. And he asked River if he understood how important his role was, and his son detachedly replied that he did. Since he was not endowed with abilities, he must use the art of seduction his face took after his mother, and that will serve him well. He betrayed something to his son and said it was better to be on the safe side, and ordered her to get pregnant quickly, because then she would not be able to escape. Soon Ludwig pressed River hard against the wall and opened his hand. Seeing the bottle that the Duke gave him, he simply lost his temper. River grunted and said that there had been a misunderstanding and that he would explain everything. Misunderstanding, clutching his neck in his hand, Ludwig asked. He told her not to do anything that could harm her. If he had any conscience, he would not have agreed to the engagement, but as they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. River sighed heavily and asked if the lady hadn't told him. What? Ludwig asked irritably, but then River broke away. Apparently not, River said irritably. Apparently they weren't that close to her. It is obvious that he had already given up and, because of his worries, was unable to meet the lady. River didn't know what a villain he thought he was, but he had no intention of doing anything so vile. He tried to put pressure on him without even really understanding the situation, and he was disappointed. If he tries to solve a problem by force without listening to anyone around him, then on the contrary, he is like his father. Ludwig asked River to explain everything properly. Sighing, River said that he really felt sorry for the lady. He couldn't even honestly express his feelings. And, be that as it may, they were not going to tell him all the details. And if you are curious, let him ask the lady personally. And he added that if he continued like this, he might change his mind and take her away from him. What? Ludwig asked in horror, looking after the man who was leaving. What did he mean? But River left without explaining anything, and Ludwig, stunned, asked if he had gone crazy. River nervously admitted that he felt like he was going crazy. To sum up his story, it could be understood that Ludwig knew that he was going to deceive her. Moreover, rumors of their engagement reached him, but he also stated that he would take her away from him. Jerome summed up the lady's conclusion by saying that this was the behavior of a real piece of trash. River had nothing to say in his defense. He should have responded more rationally, but he was in a fit of emotion. They joked a little, but the situation was quite clear, and Dahlia said that she would explain everything to Ludwig. Speaking of which, she sent a letter to Ludwig with a rough explanation, but he still hasn't received it. Initially, she wasn't going to tell him anything because she didn't want to drag him into it. But she herself often interfered in affairs in the north, and he probably began to worry about her. And I realized that at the next meeting I would definitely have to explain everything to him. River noticed that she was with her assistant today, and the girl said that they needed to discuss their plan together. Someone else will come soon, then they will discuss the details. River asked who it was, and Dahlia grinned and replied, a magician. Soon River came to his father with a continuation of the previous discussion. So he's talking about investors, the Duke asked, and some high-ranking officials showed interest. Yes, the son answered. He remembered several with whom the lady usually did business and tried to get closer to them. After meeting him in person, someone gave their consent and thought that he would also want to meet him, so he brought him here. River thought that the sooner they met, the better. With these words, a man entered the room. After bowing, the disguised Dahlia greeted the Duke and introduced herself as Honey Sweet. The Duke heard the name Sweet for the first time and realized that he was a foreigner. Honey said that he brought an investment plan and offered to take a look because their leader was very interested in this matter. After accepting the papers, Goldman realized that this was the same ghostly guild that had obtained the cure for the pandemic during the war. Moreover, the amount was staggering, and due to the specific nature of the company, they did not operate openly. But he could assure that their scale was in no way inferior to the large trading guilds. The Duke asked if they could really invest such a sum. Of course, Honey replied. If this was not enough, they would add more, although their resources were not unlimited, but they could give twice as much. Well, it is necessary, answered Goldman. This is quite enough. This amount is proportionate to the family budget for several years, but it should be twice as much. This would have been a good arrangement, however. Then the Duke asked what they wanted. Nothing of the sort, replied Honey. Sir Goldman had recently given him news of the legalization of gambling. They had long wanted to implement a project to build a casino in the Empire, but ultimately Le Vauviol prevailed. Words cannot describe how happy they were that such an opportunity had arisen. The Duke understood why they had jumped at the offer. However, they were a little worried and, apologizing for the question, asked if they were sure that everything would go smoothly. Henny explained that they had done some research and found out that quite a few nobles were against legalization. Or maybe they were able to convince them too. The Duke found it difficult to answer. Most of the supporters belonged to the middle and lower classes. The high-ranking nobles remained neutral, a kind of trick, thanks to which they could reach the very end and benefit. This has not yet been achieved, the Duke replied. But if they could only win over at least a few high-ranking nobles to their side. A few, yes? Honey asked. Then they should have a reception. Goldman said that he had already invited them once. Since they had a lot of money to begin with, they were not particularly happy with random wins, and when they lost interest and left. In this case, the technique was needed. First, it was important to win the first round, play roulette, and chat with the dealer. It's fun. You just have to touch them, and the chances of winning the jackpot increase many times over. Your mood will improve, and someone will say, "Luck is on your side." But won't one or two losses provoke them, and gradually the number of frauds can be reduced. But by that time, they themselves will already have become dependent. Now that the Duke has realized their goal, to get the nobles hooked on gambling, they will happily advocate for legalization. Henny only asked for a few % from each person he brought in, a small portion of the profit. In this case, there would be no need to spend your own funds on actively attracting people. The plan was flawless. But the Duke doubted whether he would be able to cope with the consequences of failure, but immediately decided that he had gone too far and there was no turning back. But if he decides to go back on his word, then there's nothing they can do. They can find someone else. However, Hani was confident that His Highness would give a positive answer. How presumptuous, Goldman noted. As he parted, Hani said that he hoped he would make a wise decision. Afterwards, River reported that at first his father was suspicious, but now he was benevolent and had already begun to carry out the necessary manipulations. But whether it's normal or not, what difference does it make? They weren't robbing good people. Even if they try to find out something about her, they will not succeed and all responsibility will fall on the Duke. River admitted that he was impressed by her acting skills. He would never have thought that she would change her appearance with the help of magic and meet her father in person. Dahlia said that when its size and popularity reaches its peak, they will use Olivia's magic to control them. By doing this, all the Duke's results will collapse and the nobles will lose their money. Suddenly impoverished aristocrats. Quite a few people are already addicted to gambling. If this continues, half the nobility will disappear, River said. Dahlia held out the investment card, calling it a promissory note, and River was worried it was too much. After all, even if they repaid the debt later, he was not sure that they would be able to pay the entire amount. She doesn't care about it, compared to what she will get in the future, which is quite a good deal. But then a familiar voice called out to Dahlia. "It seems like she said she wanted to talk, and now she's offering him money," said Ludwig, who came. Dahlia told Ludwig that they had agreed to meet later and said that he had misunderstood. What exactly did Ludwig ask? That she was going to study with this idiot or that she was crazy about him? Exactly. All this is not real, but how can she tell him this now? Dahlia understood what Ludwig wanted to say and suggested that he talk about it somewhere else. Ludwig asked if she understood what this idiot and his father wanted to do to her. "Yes," she answered loudly, and Ludwig froze. "What?" he asked, and Dahlia awkwardly explained that she knew everything from the very beginning. She knew, so her friend interrupted him again, and saying that he had misunderstood everything, asked him to calm down. But Ludwig seemed not to listen to her, and, continuing to stand his ground, suddenly asked if she liked him that much. "No," Dahlia thought anxiously, "it's not like that at all. The one she really likes is him." Ludwig realized that she had nothing more to say to him and said that he would go. Dahlia ran after him. She hadn't explained herself yet. She suggested that they sit down together and talk face to face. No, Ludwig coldly refused without even looking at her. There was no need for that because he was not going to see her anymore. And finally he gave her some advice, even though she herself probably remembered what happened to his mother. Dahlia was squeezed like a lemon, and she realized in horror that she had screwed up. Because Ludwig usually always listened to her, she thought that he would definitely understand her if she just explained everything to him. But she didn't expect him to mention the Duchess, a woman clinging to a man who didn't care about her. Madly wanting to return her lost love, she paid no attention to anyone's arguments. She didn't know that he would come, so she was confused. It was completely his fault. She would have to apologize to him. You need to come up and apologize. Even if he doesn't want to see her anymore, even if he really has fallen out of love, she will regret it if they become distant. So she came to Olivia with a request to meet with Ludwig, who happily agreed to help. Olivia said that she would only be happy if their relationship became stronger, because they are a very important figure. Dahlia was again confused by Olivia's words, and noticing this, Olivia asked what was going on. Dahlia had thought about this before and began to hesitantly try to make assumptions. Olivia sweetly replied that she shouldn't be talking to her now. Didn't she have more urgent matters to attend to? Olivia told her to hurry while she created a portal, and soon the connection was established. If she passes through it, she will end up where His Highness is. Dahlia swallowed her saliva and took a step. But just before the move, Olivia called out to Lady and said that she hoped that this time she would be able to catch Luck by the tail. And having moved, Dahlia found herself on the bed and suddenly jumped up in fright. The body was fine, and Dahlia was worried that Olivia had made a mistake and given the wrong destination, and she was already wondering where she was when she saw Ludwig lying on the sofa. Coming closer, Dahlia called Ludwig, but even after a moment he did not wake up. The girl was worried because he usually sleeps very lightly. Maybe he was sick. Looking around the room, she realized that Ludwig had been drinking and again looked at his sleeping face. He was still asleep, which means he drank a lot. It turns out he is quite sensitive to alcohol. It was unlike him, but then Ludwig woke up, and immediately, in surprise, he called Dahlia by name. The girl immediately began to justify herself to Ludwig if he wanted to ask how she ended up there, but he just called Dahlia. And then he smiled joyfully seeing her in front of him. Yes, he was dead drunk. In such a state, it is unlikely that you will be able to have a normal conversation first. You need to put him to bed, and when he wakes up, talk. "But why is she here?" Ludwig's friend asked. "It's impossible." The girl asked what he was talking about, but suddenly decided to play around. And she asked cheerfully, "Why shouldn't she be here?" He nodded. Then she asked why. "Because," he replied, "he said he didn't want to see her anymore. After that, she definitely wouldn't have come." Dahlia grinned and suggested that they talk to him about it tomorrow, when he came to his senses. In the meantime, she told him to have a good rest. Suddenly, Ludwig grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him, embracing her. Inhaling her scent, he asked her not to leave. Is he trying to cause a ruckus? Where did that reserved, shy kitten go? Dahlia promised not to leave, and after repeating this several times, Ludwig seemed to understand. If he doesn't stop looking at her like that, she might not be able to hold back and kiss him. But if she does that, Ludwig will probably start avoiding her as soon as he sobers up. Hell, he might even drink. But suddenly Ludwig, that cunning beast, turned her over, hanging over her. Did he pretend to be drunk to seduce her? But is that possible? But we are still friends. Although she was sure that he would take responsibility and that his children would turn out beautiful, she was already thinking about doing it today. But suddenly, falling into the girl's arms again, he asked her not to meet with Goldman. Squeezing his shoulders, he demanded an answer, and Dahlia said that she would, asked not to marry him, and she screamed that she would not. She promised to do everything as he said, and asked him to sleep today while she thought. But this time too he interrupted the girl and asked her not to love him, asked her not to love this idiot. He didn't think he had the courage to watch all this. Just the thought of it was driving him crazy. He wanted to give up, but he couldn't, because he knew it would hurt him in the end. So what should he do? What should he do to make her leave him? What should he do? While comforting him, Dahlia looked tenderly into his eyes and said that he was still the same crybaby. Since childhood, he thinks that he definitely has to do something, but this is not true. But, he said, and Dahlia asked if he wanted her not to have feelings for Sir River. Then, who does he want her to love? It's hard for him to say it out loud, to be honest. It's hard for her too, she's always been like this and suggested doing it together. She suggested that they try. If they gather up their courage and start moving slowly in this direction, they will be able to find happiness. Therefore, kissing him on the forehead with tenderness and love, she asked him not to cry, because when he cries, she gets lost. In the morning, Ludwig saw Dahlia sleeping in front of him, and in horror, covering his face with his hands, he later thought of simply dying of shame on the spot. After waking up, Dahlia explained the whole situation to Ludwig and cleared up the misunderstanding that had arisen between them, and then she hesitantly asked if he had sobered up yet. After his answer, I asked him if he remembered how he got drunk yesterday. He remembered it very well. And that's why he blushed. Dahlia told him what it was like on her part and lied a little, but Ludwig said that this didn't happen. In any case, if the bill is passed, she will become the successor, but if the plan fails, she will not be able to do anything. True, they had long ago conspired with the imperial family and apologized for not telling earlier. She was just worried. He had nothing to do with this, so I doubted whether it was worth involving him, and he didn't tell me about Lady Frederick. And she knew he was going to tell her later, and he was very worried, but she really didn't have any feelings for Sir River anymore. Ludwig asked how she could trust him. Of course, he was ready to do anything for her trust, but he could also get a knife in the back. And Dahlia knew he was right, but remembering River's words, she didn't think he would do that. But Ludwig still didn't believe that idiot and said that he would help too. Dahlia was surprised and asked if he was busy since they hadn't finished exterminating the monsters. It's okay, they figured it out to some extent. But anyway, he also needs to find the ring. Besides, she herself said it and suggested doing everything together. Dahlia thought with embarrassment, when did this rascal manage to grow so much? Due to the sudden visit to Ludwig, she had to move her plans. Since the misunderstanding was resolved, she wanted to stay with him a little longer. But she still had unfinished business. Olivia asked if they had managed to talk. Dahlia thought she and Olivia had a lot to discuss. She found it strange from the beginning. She knew her even before she contacted her. Olivia confirmed this when asked since when. She answered, since a very, very long time ago. Then, after a pause, Dahlia asked Olivia if it was possible that she had regressed. Olivia's soul and face simply lit up, and she asked enthusiastically, God, did she really remember everything? She kept thinking about when this would happen. Although she believed that she knew it, up to what point she remembered, Olya was interested. Dolly stopped Olivia and anxiously asked what she was talking about. After all, she was the one who regressed. What did her memories have to do with it? And Olivia asked in surprise, did she really think that she was the only one who returned to the past? What? Dahlia thought anxiously. Not just Olivia, then who else? Her thoughts were confused. Her head ached. Does she really want to say that she also returned to the past? That's true, answered Olya. That's why she knew about the war. And she also managed to develop an effective medicine, and she knew about the problems in the Duke's family, and that the situation was only getting worse. And how did she meet Hestia? And Jerome, where did she learn about the princess's illness? How was she able to find a cure for the disease that no one could cure? Dolly, she felt sick. Her head was splitting, and she answered worriedly because she had been reborn. In the novel, Olya asked, it might sound strange, but she really was reborn and remembers her past life. All these situations, Ludwig, all this is similar to the plot of the book that she read in a past life, so she knows everything, because the events take place in a book. And she, Olivia, was the main character in it, and the hero was the Duke, so she drew a line from the very beginning. Her head was hurting terribly, and Dahlia wanted to stop it. But then Ollie realized that the lady was still unable to accept it. She reassured her by saying that everything was okay. If she was having a hard time, she didn't have to remember. There was no need to do it right now. She thought she would need a little more time to find out the truth, but she was doing well without it. Using magic and easing her headache, she suggested going back to the beginning. All this happens in the novel, and she is just a foreigner who was reborn in it. The headache subsided, and Dahlia fell asleep. Having come to her senses and woken up, Dahlia looked at the ceiling and wondered at what moment she fell asleep. She remembered meeting Olivia, but she couldn't remember what happened next. Probably fatigue had taken its toll. But soon Dahlia called both guys to a meeting, and she announced that the time had come to discuss everything properly. Rumors began to circulate about a scandal of imperial proportions in which members of noble families were involved in a love triangle, and they should take advantage of this because with all eyes on this scandal, whatever Ludwig does will be spectacular. She was going to use him as bait, but if you think about it, that's what it was. And Dahlia innocently asked if it was possible. Ludwig answered embarrassedly if she was asking. A little hurt and slighted, River asked if he should take a look at the plan of action. They have already sent dummy people from the Shadow Guild to the casino. They will make you believe that by listening to the Duke's words you can hit the jackpot. It didn't matter whether the Duke knew the outcome in advance or not. Either way, he was the winner. Instead of going against it, he would probably prefer to get closer to the Duke and win more money. And at that very moment, Ludwig will enter the building, increasing everyone's interest. But of course she wouldn't sit idle either. Ludwig asked if she was sure that everything would be okay. He checked a few things and found out that it wasn't just about games, but Dahlia asked him not to worry. She would be careful. The Duke even opened a fighting arena for those nobles who were looking for something more exciting and committed many inhumane acts. Because of this, the number of visitors continued to grow, and the greater the cash flow, the more successful the business. However, such machinations could put even the nobles involved in this at risk. Just one wrong step, and everything would collapse at once. The man greeted the Duke. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Ludwig asked what brought him here. He asked what was strange about the Crown Prince visiting a casino sponsored by the imperial family. He sighed, asked the Duke to forget about it, and suggested that they get straight to the point, sit down, and asked what he was doing here. Ludwig pretended not to know, but the Crown Prince had already made inquiries about the Shadow Guild and the casino sponsor. He asked if the rumors about a love triangle were true. His father wanted to marry his older sister to him. Ludwig had already rejected this several times. Be that as it may, the prince continued, neither he nor Goldman would succeed with Lady Averian. The imperial family will not sit idly by while two members of influential families marry. Ludwig understood this, but then the prince interrupted him and said that he could help him. He didn't know whether Ludwig would be able to capture the lady's heart or not, but at least one obstacle would definitely disappear. Then the Duke asked what he wanted. There were many people who would be better suited to run such a business. In fact, he was not particularly attracted to it, but he could not openly rebel against the will of His Majesty. So he needed a way to tell him that the business was bound to fail. And he could help him with this, said the Crown Prince. All the cards were finally collected, and now it was time to reap their benefits. But then River reported that the Crown Prince was here, although the reason was unknown, but he immediately reported to his father. Even though the casino allegedly operates with the permission of the imperial family, it is still illegal. But this can be seen as a kind of approval. They finally decided to make everything official. He will be able to successfully complete the reception. He came to the prince and said that he was surprised by his sudden visit, but he asked him not to worry, because he had only come to have fun. And then he asked about the rules of the game. Surely everything was tied to victory and defeat. The Duke explained that he simply had to place a bet on the horse he thought would win. But in his opinion, the fifth horse could win the race, and upon hearing this, the other aristocrats decided to listen and bet on the fifth horse. However, the prince repeated again that he had come simply to have fun. He was interested in looking at the results, nothing more. The Duke realized that he was not going to make any bets. Well, it was enough that he demonstrated to everyone his friendly relations with the prince. Now the nobles will place bets more casually, and the legalization of gambling is just around the corner. If he added the money he earned to the investments he received, he would be able to buy a huge plot of land, even bigger than Averine's. And there will also be the largest casino in the empire, not found on the entire continent. Soon he will be able to create his own kingdom, when suddenly the race is ended. And the result was that horse number 2 came in first. Goldman asked, stunned. Well, the heir said, it looks like his predictions were wrong, what a pity. And it was true, but the Duke assured him that he would accurately predict the result of the next race, and he himself wondered how it happened. He was sure that the fifth one should have won the race, but for some reason they dropped out of the race. Amid the noise of the stands, the prince was about to leave. The Duke tried to justify himself and apologized, inviting him to stay a little longer. But then the Crown Prince said that he liked everything, and was also impressed by his management skills. It seemed like a compliment, but the Duke was still surprised. Dahlia watched this. She never thought that the Crown Prince himself would join them. Well, it suits her. She had already played all her trump cards, and Goldman's collapse was only a matter of time. After that incident, the Duke's plan went awry. No matter how much he tightened security measures, the situation with the horses continued to repeat itself. Many of the nobles began to distance themselves. A similar situation was with the casino. No matter how much manipulation there was, the outcome changed, as if by magic. At this rate, everything will go down the drain. Although there are still those who are already addicted to gambling, it was necessary to allocate funds for them. Investments, said the Duke, remembering that he still had investments from the nobles. He wanted to use them now, no matter whether he could pay it all back later or not. But the assistant asked his lordship what he was talking about. Hadn't the nobles left, taking everything back with them? She said she was told he personally gave permission for it when, Goldman asked, he didn't do it. Who told her? The assistant glanced awkwardly at Sir Goldman. The Duke, in horror and a trembling voice, asked, so it was his son. So it means he was the rat. He conspired with these scoundrels. He tried to control the father's yelling at his son, but he couldn't help but shout his son's name when suddenly there was a loud bang. The arriving imperial knights informed Duke Goldman that he was being summoned to the palace and that he should appear there immediately. Goldman's heart sank with horror, and his own son sadly told his father that he was consumed by greed. The incident seriously damaged Goldman's reputation. The Duke ended up behind bars, and River was stripped of his knighthood. It's lucky he wasn't arrested, although his father will soon be released if he were less influential. He would have been executed long ago, River said, laughing. The Crown Prince probably had a hand in this. He wanted to take this opportunity to go on a journey. Then Dahlia asked him to accept it. They had the crest of their family on them, so he would be able to bill Averian for expenses wherever he went. It was gratitude for the help, and even Ludwig had already told him, since he had taken on the matter, that it should be completed properly. River thought about this for a moment, and he accepted her gift with gratitude, but soon it was time for him to leave. He thought that they would not be able to see each other for some time, and apologized to Lady for everything. If it weren't for his indecisiveness, the situation would not have gotten so bad, but Dahlia replied that everything was fine. She was also to blame, and their misunderstanding had already been resolved. Speaking of which, River pulled Lady Dahlia aside for a second to talk. He asked if that meant she had already made a decision. Ludwig waited. Dahlia's eyes lit up and she smiled softly and said shyly, yes, she was sure of him. Then, as a farewell, River kissed her hand. What is he doing? Ludwig asked, stunned. River wished Dahlia all the best and promised that he would pray for their happiness. And he advised Ludwig to be on guard and said that if they did not get along well, he might return. Did you hear that? Dahlia asked, and told him to be careful, and Ludwig explained that this would not happen. The ban on gambling has been tightened, and most of the nobles have already spoken out against it. Now Myers will not be able to even hint at a casino. The best he could hope for was a resort, although that wouldn't be enough to get past her, because she had managed to get her hands on a tasty morsel of Welloa. And she also had one more ace up her sleeve. A prototype of a new energy source was soon ready. It worked out after all, and all thanks to her generous support, it was possible to create it quite quickly. It contains pure magical power. One drop is enough to have an effect several times greater than the effect of a magic stone. Its volume and weight are also strikingly different, and she is already working on a method for making it easier and cheaper. This invention will not only replace magic ore, but will also become a turning point in the development of the Empire. And the Averian family, in turn, monopolizes the technology for its processing. It took a long time, but it will all be over soon. The final stage was the final meeting, where all the subordinates of the Averian clan would gather. The day has come. The meeting will be held on Averian's territory, and they look like they are sending her to distant lands. Saren passed on the scent that Lady Hestia had sent her, and something else that she had made herself. The girl asked her to be sure to return unharmed. Adelio was crying about when his daughter had grown so much. Claire said it had been like that for several years now. Dahlia asked her father not to worry, because everything had been fine with her up until that moment. Moreover, she was Averine, the daughter of proud parents, so they could trust her. They always believed in her. But Olivia couldn't go with her either, even though the girl thought she would definitely be useful, but only certain people were allowed into the conference room. And Ludwig also asked Dahlia to take Cassar with her, but she will be accompanied by knights, so everything is under control. And she didn't think Sir Cassar would like the idea, but the Duke didn't care about his subordinate's opinion. But Dahlia, putting her finger to his lips, said that when she returned, she would have a conversation with him, and she embarrassedly asked to just wait. Ludwig embarrassedly agreed. And having said goodbye to everyone, Dahlia finally went to the meeting to defend her honor and right to inheritance. But as soon as Dahlia left, Olivia muttered, "Right, he hasn't ascended to the throne yet, so everything should be fine." Ludwig, standing nearby, heard her conversation with himself, but did not understand why the magician was so worried. However, Dahlia did not go there alone. Jerome went with her as her personal assistant. He asked what was surprising about that, but Dahlia answered nothing, asking him to tell her parents that her love for them was on another level. To them, and what about Duke Baudor? Dahlia coughed embarrassedly and, telling him not to talk nonsense, offered to come up with a speech for her. The text ended up taking up several pages. They did everything they could, and she will certainly win. And as soon as everything is over, she confesses to Ludwig, when suddenly there was a loud blow and the carriage was pushed. Inside, Jerome and Dahlia became alarmed. The horses broke loose from the harness. What happened to the coachman, and where did all the knights go? It wasn't just an attack, it was all planned from the start, but who the hell could? No, something had to be done. Otherwise they would all die. At this rate, they would end up at the edge. Definitely on that side. Dahlia screamed for Jerome and told him to jump out, shouting that there was a river in that direction. The guy asked if she was in her right mind. "Oh," she screamed, "does he want to die in this carriage? If not, then he will have to jump." As Dahlia surfaced, she looked for Jerome, but she couldn't find him with her eyes. Suddenly, she found herself in a black robe in a funeral parlor. Her father was lying in the coffin, and her mother was sobbing over him. Dahlia did not believe what was happening and told herself that it was a dream because she had changed the future. Claire approached Dahlia and said that she and this family were a treasure that her father tried to protect until the very end. And she promised that she would continue it and would never give up their family. So I asked her not to be too hard on herself because she would be there. Tears of loss flowed from my eyes. Mother, her always kind and gentle mother, right? It doesn't matter whether it's a dream or not. If this is a dream, she will wake up and immediately run to her parents, but even if not, she will still be able to overcome this together with her mother. So everything was fine, but then they started saying that the carriage in which the lady was riding had overturned. Returning from a business meeting, she was caught in a landslide, but she wanted to quickly return to her daughter, who was left all alone. Everything became clear when the widow began to wander around everywhere. Even though she was a duchess, she had to take responsibility for the entire family. Could it be that all of Mother's efforts were in vain, and by rushing to defend their family, she only hastened her own death? Maybe she really should have handed over control to someone else, but since she didn't do that, could it be that someone deliberately attacked her? No, it's not a dream, so there's no point in digging for the truth. She's just sleeping, and when she comes back, it will be as if nothing happened. If she wakes up, but then the emperor was informed that the Avarian family was plotting a coup d'etat. What? Dahlia asked in horror. She screamed that this was simply impossible. They would never do this. They were slandered. At first, His Majesty thought so too, but a witness appeared. Dahlia remembered this man, remembered that this was not a dream and not Dahlia's memories from the book. Dahlia was woken up anxiously, and finally she saw a worried Ludwig in front of her. Having cleared her throat, she asked how he was here. Taking her in his arms, Ludwig asked her to wait while he made a fire. "What about the meeting? How much time?" "She needs to go," Dahlia asked to let her go. But then Ludwig shouted at her to stop talking nonsense and shouted asking where she was going to go in such a state. He hugged Dahlia tightly. Coughing, she called for Ludwig. But he, with trembling hands, pressed the girl closer to himself and begged her not to move. And soon Dahlia obediently warmed herself in his arms and fell asleep. Upon awakening, Ludwig told her that the Marchioness Myers had arrived at the residence shortly after her departure. She said that Marquis Myers had opened a hunt for her and had even bribed knights and servants. Since he was still in the duchy, he immediately went to look for her. Her knights were also about to arrive. Jerome said that they didn't just want to harm, but almost killed. They are relatives. Why go to such lengths? Duke Avery was furious when he heard this. Dahlia jumped up in alarm, saying there was no time for this. She needed to be there by noon. She needed to take part in a meeting and asked Ludwig to give her a lift, at least somewhere. Ludwig was about to stop her and asked where she was going. Averine's people would be arriving here soon, so she needed to wait a bit. Dahlia said that the main thing is that the wounds are treated, and the rest is not important. Besides, when the knights arrive, we will have to start by searching for the escapees. The most important thing for her now is the meeting, and that's why she asked Ludwig to help her. He sighed and agreed. At the meeting, they had already begun to discuss the fact that Lady Dahlia was a little late and had decided to start without her. They were grumbling that she should be a little more punctual, but suddenly Dahlia opened the door and came in, apologizing for being late. People began to bustle about, and Dahlia explained that something had happened on the way, which had caused her to be late, and she hoped for their understanding. Everyone noticed that she was injured, but Dahlia said that everything was fine and asked them to continue. After a pause, the lady announced the beginning and asked everyone to take their seats. The statement of young Mr. Myers was quite expected. Since the casino was closed, he had no choice but to turn it into a resort. He stated that he had succeeded in taking possession of a large tract of land in the southeast of the empire, and that negotiations with the landowners had been successful. Now he has developed a fantastic business plan to attract tourists. In his words, this is not a resort, but a whole kingdom. Although the problem of the costs of his maintenance has not yet been resolved, only his subordinates responded well, as expected. He was building a hotel complex, but he heard that the lady was doing something similar. Yes, Dahlia confirmed. She had also thought about building a hotel. The family remembered that she had received the rights to build in Manhwa. But the competition there is no joke. The girl was praised for her good grip. Dahlia replied that he was flattering her, nothing special. And she thought to herself, aha, how she went out of her way to get such a reaction. But suddenly she turned to Mr. Myers. And she asked if he knew that there was already an inn for the nobility in the Duchy of Averien, and that the results were not encouraging. The relatives began to make noise in the discussion, and Myers himself began to look for excuses. They assessed everything. Dahlia believed that the reason for the failure of the luxury hotel strategy was the limited customer base. So I thought about popularizing regular hotels by minimizing unnecessary space and increasing the number of single rooms. Both projects involved large-scale construction, but how do they optimize the costs of magic ore? Of course, Dahlia replied with a grin. She managed to find a replacement for it. It is the purified blood of demonic creatures. Crystallized substance of magical power is much more effective than magical ore. Just one drop could give a result comparable to many magic stones. Dahlia explained that they planned to simplify the process using the abilities of alchemists and magicians, and the necessary agreement with the Bouders had already been reached. All these beautiful words are empty chatter, Myers shouted. You can't use an untested energy source. But Dahlia will prove everything. If successful, they will gradually replace all energy sources in Averien, which will become a technological breakthrough in the future. The subsequent growth of the economy and development of culture will bring great prosperity to the empire, and at the very center of it will be the Averien family. But for this, she will need their help, since her strength alone will not be enough. She asked if they would lend her a helping hand, and a moment later, the audience applauded. They listened to both candidates. Each of them fulfilled their role with dignity, and the lady thanked them for their work. And now they're going to go to the vote. She asked to raise your hand if you support Mr. Mark Myers. No one raised their hand, but as soon as Dahlia's name was mentioned, everyone unanimously agreed with her candidacy. So it was decided that they would now count her as the Duchess of Averien. After this, Dahlia lay in a fever for about 3 days, with the rare moments of awakening due to people coming to her. Jerome tearing his hair out, parents full of worries, and sometimes I also felt warmth during sleep. And as soon as she got out of bed, she immediately went to look for her aunt. Myers congratulated the girl on her title of Duchess and asked if she had come alone. Yes, Dahlia answered. My father said that he would take care of everything personally, but of course there are knights here. Anticipating a long conversation, the woman poured tea into cups. And when she handed it to the Duchess, Dahlia thanked her. Auntie asked if she drank without a shadow of a doubt. When her uncle attempted to kill her, she came to her aid. If she had intended to kill her, she would have done so long ago. Auntie felt sorry. She said it was her mistake. She didn't expect that they would go so far. Initially, neither her son nor she intended to take part in this dirty struggle for succession. She gave the duchy to her father, and that was the end of it. But her husband became greedy. Mark simply submitted to his father's ambitions. He had nothing to do with the attack on him. He simply diligently carried out his father's will, fighting for the inheritance, sincerely believing in his legal right. She chose love over power and refused the ducal title, chose feelings over reason, and did not stop her husband and son. And here's the result. Her guilt has no limits. It is true that Marquis Myers was behind it all. In a past life, he killed her parents, accusing them of treason, and stole everything from the Averiens. Dahlia did not want her aunt to die. But for the sake of justice, it is necessary to sort out the crimes. They intend to charge the Marquis with attempted murder. The lady agreed to testify so that it would atone for her sins. As the Marchioness of Myers and a member of the Avarian family, she promised to do her utmost to cooperate with her. Now the Marquis of Myers has no other choice. Her father is ready to act, and the Crown Prince and aunt are on her side. Her memories differ from the events described in the novel, and the answer to this mystery lies with Olivia. And so the Duchess arrived in the Duchy of Bowder. His lordship was not there, the butler reported. Dahlia knew this and asked where Olivia was and asked him to tell her that she had arrived. The butler went after the magician, who was located in the living room. Dahlia came into her room and was about to wait for Olivia, but suddenly froze. Some inner feeling stopped her near the chest, and a feeling appeared that she should look inside. A moment later, Olivia arrived and greeted the lady happily. She bombarded her with questions, but then Dahlia interrupted her and asked if this was the Bowder family ring. Olivia was stunned as to where she got it from. Saint Olivia, the sweet and beautiful heroine of the novel Lady Lily of the Valley. But is this person really the Olivia she knows? If this ignorance was for her own good, Olivia asked, would she accept it? This can't be, Dahlia screamed, not realizing how suspicious it looked. She asked. Then she erased her memories with magic and she remembered everything she told her. But she didn't think that Olivia was a bad person and asked to tell her everything. It's time to put an end to this whole story. Olivia sighed and said that at that moment she felt like she wasn't ready to remember everything yet. That's why she wanted to figure it all out herself. But now that she's ready, she'll lay it all out in order, about all the events that she doesn't remember. Olivia's family was very poor. She knew how to use magic from childhood, but she could not get a normal education. With difficulty earning a living, she was able to enter a magic school, where she met Duke Goldman. She hated this stifling atmosphere. It was impossible to concentrate on her studies, so she left her home and arrived in the incredibly beautiful capital. However, behind her back, everyone was talking about her poor origins, and all those voices made her head hurt. But suddenly a voice called out to her. Dahlia asked worriedly if she was okay, and that was their first meeting. She was the first to draw attention to her in this arrogant society, although at that time no one yet understood what role they would play in their lives. Soon Ludwig came up to her, asking what had happened. It seemed to Dahlia that the lady was not feeling well. He offered to call someone, but Olivia said everything was fine and thanked them for their concern. The next successors to the duchies of Averine and Bowder, at that time she was far from them. The lady was a very kind person and sometimes took care of her, but that was the only interaction. After that, she plunged headlong into research, which seemed to her to be the whole path to success. Although the affairs that Duke Goldman occupied her with sometimes raised doubts for the sake of her reputation, she turned a blind eye to everything, until I realized how insatiable his thirst for power was. She knew he was greedy, but cheating was an obvious failure. She couldn't let herself get drawn into that, but Goldman caught her running away. He asked Olivia to think carefully. It was good to run away alone, but she didn't know where her brother was now. By the time she realized that she had finally betrayed her family, it was too late. Unable to find her brother, nor the strength to resist the Duke, she had no choice but to serve him. At some point, she erased all dreams from her memory, and when she learned that her brother had been dead for a long time, the realization came too late. She was always late, but if only she could go back. And then she thought about it seriously, and the devastated Duke Bowder asked if it was possible to rewind time with her magic. Duke Goldman, by eliminating political rivals, led Avery to disaster, and Dahlia lost her life. From that day on, Ludwig Bowder, wanting to turn back time, secretly became Olivia's patron. To turn back time, a price was required, and Olivia asked for the family ring, the bearer of mighty power. And, as promised, she will exchange her misfortune for his happiness. Ludwig knew this, and if she could return to that time, Olivia considered Ludwig Bowder a fool no matter how much time passed. Without the abilities of a spellcaster, he still wouldn't remember anything. In her second life, Olivia, without Goldman's support, became the ruler of the Magic Tower and was able to take care of her younger brother on her own. It's no surprise that their paths crossed again, with Dahlia and Olivia collaborating on a new product. She didn't expect that the Lord of the Magic Tower would deign to visit them personally. Olya said that it was an honor for her. She learned that Duke Bowder was busy with personal matters and that she could discuss everything with Dahlia. Olivia wondered if Duke Bowder was already dead. This time everything happened faster. Was this really the price of return? In her second life, Dahlia Avarian remained unchanged and thoughtfully presented a gift to her brother. Laughing, she asked if she knew about his birthday. Dahlia would like to be friends with her because she felt like they had met before. She is a person who can easily get close to others while still showing sincerity and warmth. The brother was alive and his friends were nearby. Life became full, and this time everything was bound to work out well. But suddenly, everything turned out differently. And although she had eliminated Duke Goldman in advance, it didn't help her brother, and Dahlia died again. What went wrong? That sword had the Goldman coat of arms on it. Was it really necessary to destroy the entire family to the last one? Ludwig, in horror and despair, begged Olivia to find a way to save Dahlia. There had to be a way. Olivia screamed at him not to dare talk about it so easily. The dead cannot be resurrected. That is why she came back. She came back, he asked, stunned, which means she had already returned once. What if so? She asked grimly. And the Duke, in despair, asked if it could be done again. If payment was required, he would give anything. His lordship said these words in his past life and still could not save the lady. He at least understands what price he paid for this senseless cycle. It doesn't matter, Ludwig answered. But if this saves Dahlia, then we need to try again. The condition was Bowder's ring and his happiness. The third time she destroyed the entire Goldman family, the brother survived, but Dahlia was dead again. No matter how they turned back time, for some reason they couldn't prevent Dahlia's death. At some point, Olivia's goal was reduced to just one point: Dahlia's life itself. Ludwig Bowder made contracts with Olivia time and time again, price multiplied by price, and here they were. Perhaps due to the side effects of multiple time reversals, Lady is left with vague, mixed memories. Dahlia asked to wait. There was too much information, so the Bowder family was not like this from the beginning, or not. Stop. Dahlia asked in horror. Since the ring of the head of the family is used to return in time, why does she have it now? Because she had her own plan for a long time. But no matter how much they repeated it, it was all in vain. It was unclear who was behind it. Then they need to stop time at the moment of their greatest happiness.